Good morning, colleagues, and we'll call the meeting to order for the benefit of those watching on the live stream. My name is John Tory, and I'm the Mayor and Chair of the Executive Committee, and the Clerk has confirmed that we do indeed have quorum. And so on that note, I will call the 34th meeting of the Executive Committee to order and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of Council and City staff participating both by video conference and in person here at the Council Chamber at City Hall. The City Hall is open to the public, and anyone who wishes to do so is welcome to attend the meeting in the Council Chamber at City Hall today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference, and the meeting is being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The clerk staff have connected remote public speakers to the meeting by video conference, and there are public speakers in the room with us today. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I ask for everybody's patience if we experience any delays with technical problems during the course of the meeting. All of the materials for the meeting have been put on the clerk's meeting portal, and clerk's IT staff are available to help if there are any issues with that. And as normal, we will ask at the as part of each agenda item that members raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or to speak, and I'll create a list and call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or on a motion, I ask members ensure they turn on their video and raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, you're reminded this is a paperless meeting, but I do want to remind you, you still have to submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at exc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely in some cases, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Aside from myself, because I have a couple related to the variance reports, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic. I'm just looking. I can't see Councillor Ainsley at the moment, but I'm assuming he does not have his hand up. In my own case, I will declare the following interests, and they all arise out of the variance report. EX 34.14, the operating variance report for the year ended December 31st, 2021. I declare a direct or indirect pecuniary interest in the agenda item on account of my involvement with the Rogers family, which is in turn related to Rogers Communications providing services, and there are some recommendations in Appendix D that make it prudent for me to declare the interest. And then subsequently on 34.15, the 4-month capital variance report, again, the same interest that I have with the Rogers family, and there is some specific adjustments to the TTC budget in Appendix 4 of this report that pertain to communications and computer equipment and software. And then finally, item 34.16, the 4-month operating variance report, and there is in Appendix D there some transfer of the Customer Experience Transformation and Innovation Initiative to Technology Services Division from the Corporate Real Estate Manager. And so out of an abundance of caution, I've declared all three of those interests in respect of those three items. And I have the paperwork here to sign to file with the clerk. There we go. Okay, we need a motion to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on June 8th, 2022. I see Deputy Mayor Bylaw, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Before we begin the rundown, I'd like to add an item of new business. The proposed item is entitled, quote, Vacant City Council Seats, close quote. I'd ask the clerk if she would display my letter on the screen so that members can review it before voting on whether or not to add it to the agenda. In a nutshell, the letter does not pertain to any existing vacancies, but rather is a request to the province to amend the City of Toronto Act to provide for a different arrangement with different timing requirements for vacancies in the future, just to sort of make it a little bit, I'll call it cleaner in the context of the process that follows a resignation or retirement from the City Council. So may I move that this be added as an item of new business to the agenda and people have a chance to look at it? Moved by Councillor, well, I've moved it, and I'll simply call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So I'll hold it down so that the clerk can make it public online before we consider it in further detail later during the meeting. We have 3 timed items today on the growth funding tools. These are, 2 of them are statutory public hearings under the Development Charges Act and the Planning Act. They are namely items 34, EX 34.1, EX 34.2, and EX 34.3, and they will be considered as our first items of business if we finish the agenda rundown at or after 9:45 a.m. So in other words, immediately following the rundown of the agenda, we will consider those items first. As we have several items with registered speakers today and a huge agenda, I would like to move the following motion, namely that with the exception of items EX 34.1 and EX 34.3, the Executive Committee set the following rule for this meeting. Speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to register to speak until 10 a.m. on July 12, 2022, after which no further registration is allowed and the speakers list will be closed. So I've so moved that, simply to close the speakers list at 10 o'clock, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so let's continue with the annotated agenda, and I'll just go through it. Item EX 34.1, as previously noted, is being held down for speakers. Item EX 34.2 similarly is being held down for speakers. Item EX 34.3, Parkland dedication, is being held down for speakers. Item 34.4, priority downtown parks and public realm, is being held down for speakers. Item 34.5, Eglinton Crosstown light rail transit train operating and funding term sheet. It is not being held down for speakers. Anybody wish to hold it down? Otherwise, I'll ask that somebody move the staff recommendations, moved by Councillor McKelvey. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.6, commemorative framework for the City of Toronto's public spaces, is being held down for speakers. Item 34.7, review and considerations for a housing commissioner role or function, is being held down for speakers. Item 34.8, hosting FIFA World Cup 2026. There are no speakers on this. Anybody wish to hold this down? You want to hold it down? No? Move the staff recommendations, moved by Councillor Pasternak. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34. Sorry, I think I might have missed something in there. That's 34.8. Okay, so next is 34.9, the update on Toronto Hydro Climate Action Plan and next steps, being held down for speakers. Item 34.10, update on the next phase of Waterfront Revitalization, is being held down for speakers. Item 34.11, Quayside Business and Implementation Plan, being held down for speakers. Sounds like there's a lot of speakers, but there's a few on each item, and so they're spread across the agenda. Item 34.12, Canada Infrastructure Bank credit facility to finance zero-emission buses, and there are some recommendations that come from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to do with the helping us to buy more zero-emission buses. Councillor Crawford, can I ask you to move the staff recommendations? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.13. This is the capital variance report for the 12 months ended December 31st, 2021. Now, I'm just trying to go back. Is that one of the items on which no, that is not an item in which I declared a conflict, so I can, Councillor Crawford moves the receipt of this report. I'll call the question.
Sorry, is that 15, Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry, did you have a question there, Deputy Mayor? You want to
yeah,
hold that?
Is that 15 you call?
I'm at 34.13, the capital variance report for the 12 months ended.
I thought you said 50.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought you, no, that's fine. I want to hold 15.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you, sir.
Councillor Crawford has moved the recommendation that we receive this report for information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.14. This is one of the items in which I declared an interest. So I guess it would be proper that I should absent myself and have Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong see if there's this is to be held down. There are no speakers on it. Deputy Mayor, can I ask that you take the chair and just proceed with this item? And I guess it's this one and the next two, and I will absent myself.
15 and 16?
It's okay. 14, 15, and 16, yes.
You want me to do 14, 15, and 16? Okay,
yes, please.
Great, thank you. item number
Just before I depart, and I will in fact depart, if it is, if you're going to call the question on these and they're not being held down, then you can call the question on the parts of the item that I've declared the interest on, which are specifically set out in my declaration of interest, and then I can vote on the rest of the item. You follow what I'm saying?
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great. Madam Clerk, item number 14. So on this item, on the items that the mayor has declared, do you have a motion that you want to put up on the screen?
Yes, we'll put on the screen adopting the item as it pertains to the interests that have been declared.
All right. Adopt the item as it pertains to adjustments to the allocation of the police vehicle and equipment reserve for the reimbursement of information technology. Does somebody wish to move that motion? Councillor Thompson?
And I will do a recorded vote, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, okay.
So this is
all those in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Would you call them out, because I can't see the members that are in council?
I can do it. All those in favor, please. Councillor Ainsley, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao. That carries. And then I can conduct a recorded vote on the balance of the item, and the mayor is returning to his seat. So all those in favor on the balance of the item, please. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao. That carries.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to item number 15. Can we, this is on, Madam Clerk, this is an item that I would like to hold. But let me, look, can I see the motion that the mayor, that you're suggesting? Electronic computer equipment and software. That's fine. I'm not going to hold that, but I may hold the rest of the item.
So Deputy Mayor, we can hold the item down and then revisit this as we do the vote to adopt the item.
Why don't we do that?
Okay, so we'll hold the item in your name.
Thank you.
And then there's one more,
Item
on item 16, and we'll, if anyone wishes to hold it, if you can let me know, otherwise we can conduct the vote.
Does anyone wish to hold that item? Should we do the motions, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we'll put the motion on the screen. Give us a moment, please.
Adopt the item as it pertains to the transfer of the Customer Service Experience Transformation and Innovative Initiative to Technology Services Division from Corporate Real Estate Management. All those in favor of that motion?
All those in favor, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao. That carries. And then I'll do a recorded vote on the item as it pertains to the rest of the item. So all those in favor, Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao, and that carries.
And I guess, Madam Clerk, I'll pass the gavel back to the mayor now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That brings us then to item 34.17, EX 34.17, annual report on the city's loan and loan guarantee portfolios. And there are some recommendations here that have to do with the Lakeshore Arena Corporation and the OMERS, the Seniors Housing Corporation. Councillor Crawford moves the staff recommendations. If there's no questions, comments, or otherwise, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Pardon me, item EX 34.18, deferred revenue obligatory reserve funds and reserves, discretionary reserves at December 31, 21, this is a report that's to be received for information, and it's moved by Councillor Crawford that it be received for information. I'll call the question if there are no other comments or questions. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.19, property taxes, 2023 interim levy bylaw, which is again fairly straightforward. I mean, it has some recommendations here that are pretty straightforward in the context of the interim levy. Are there any questions or comments? Otherwise, Councillor Crawford has moved the staff recommendations. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34. EX 34.20, review of property tax, water, and solid waste relief programs. And this is a report on the relief programs and the number of applications and so forth for those bills that are sent to people. Again, we're just receiving this report for information. Moved by Councillor Pasternak that it be received for information. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.21, the 2022 levy on railway, roadways, and rights of ways, and on power, utility transmission and distribution corridors. I know Councillor Ainsley, you'll have something to say about that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Tory. I do have a motion, my annual motion that I would like to move. And just to speak to it briefly, so currently, railways that operate across Ontario, in particular, this applies to those carrying freight, pay us an annual levy, and that's basically, it's a flat rate on the number of trains that go through our jurisdiction. We're one of the last few provinces that receives a flat rate and doesn't receive a levy based on tonnage. And I think this is completely inappropriate. It's much better financial revenue that we would receive if it's based on tonnage. And I speak for not only the City of Toronto, but probably every municipality across Ontario, many of the much smaller ones, that, you know, this is a real burden for them. And to receive a tonnage levy, I've learned through working with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Ontario Good Roads Association, this is something that would benefit Toronto not only financially, but all municipalities across Ontario. And in particular, as we're fighting climate change, you see the tonnage that railways operate or carry is increasing dramatically. Carrying freight by rail is much more friendly as we're dealing with climate change. But the long and the short of it, I think railroads are getting a pretty sweetheart deal when it comes to this and the amount of tonnage they carry across Ontario. And I think this needs to change. So I'm moving this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Are there any questions of staff? Other people wishing to speak to the motion? Questions of the mover? Otherwise, it's fairly straightforward. We've asked and should continue to ask because this is not a fair situation, but it is what it is for the moment. Anybody else? Otherwise, I'm prepared to call the question on Councillor Ainsley's motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley, and thank you all. Next, we go to the EX 34.22, the heads and beds levy on institutions, and I believe, again, Councillor Ainsley, you have something to say about that.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I do have a motion, if I can have it put on the screen. And this is another motion. It's turned into an annual ask, increasing the $75 levy referred to as heads and beds that we received, that it be done adjusted annually to the rate of inflation. We've been receiving the same $75 amount from the province of Ontario since prior to amalgamation. So I think that this needs to be adjusted to inflation. And so the motion's on the screen before you and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Any questions of the mover or other questions of staff otherwise on this item, which again comes back year after year? And I think it is one of those areas where if you want to be fair about the reflection of our costs and just the fact there's been this inflation for all that time, some adjustment would be perfectly appropriate. I'll just then otherwise call the question on Councillor Ainsley's motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 34.23, amendment to Council's procedures to incorporate changes to the Municipal Elections Act and the City of Toronto Act. There are speakers on that, so it's being held down. Item EX 34.24, authority to accept federal funding for a COVID-19 recovery celebration and commemoration program. This is them sending us money for that purpose. It'll be mostly employed according to the report at the end of the year, this year, coming up. Are there any questions, or anybody want to hold that down? Otherwise, I'm ready to call a question on the staff recommendations. So I'll move. No, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 34.25, updates on property acquisition for new Toronto Transit Commission bus garage and additional operational uses. There are some recommendations here from the Director of Corporate Real Estate Management. Are there anyone wishing to hold this down for any reason? Okay, otherwise I'll have a motion then. Mover of the staff recommendations, moved by Councillor McKelvey. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 34.26, Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation Annual General Meeting in 2021 Audited Consolidated Financial Statements. This is again fairly pro forma, although there's a couple of slightly different recommendations because of the fact this corporation is new, but it's essentially treating this as the annual meeting and receiving the statements and the annual report. Anyone?
Mayor Tory, it's Councillor Ainsley.
Yes.
I'd like, as a member of the Board of Directors, I'd like to move the annual report, and I'd also like to thank all of the staff for all of their hard work and dedication over the past years. We've been putting boots to the ground and making the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation a reality. And I'd also like to thank my fellow board member, Councillor Paula Fletcher, and all of the citizen appointee board members for all of their hard work and dedication as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll thank you at the same time, but thank you for those. And, I think this is a very significant accomplishment that kind of is a bit under the radar screen for this administration during this term of council. So I thank you for those comments, Councillor Ainsley. And he has moved the staff recommendations here. I'll call the question if there are no other comments or questions. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.27, Toronto Community Housing Corporation Annual General Meeting in 2021 Audited Consolidated Financial Statements. Again, there are recommendations here that mostly have to do with treating this documentation as being the annual meeting and related matters, and directing the clerk to forward a copy to the Audit Committee for information. Are there any questions or anyone wishing to hold this down? Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion for the staff recommendations. Councillor Crawford, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.28, similarly for the Build Toronto Annual General Meeting in 2021 Audited Consolidated Financial Statements. It's their annual report documentation, very similar to the others. May I have a motion to accept the staff recommendations? Councillor Pasternak, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 34.29, Toronto Portlands Company Annual General Meeting in 2021 Audited Financial Statements. And again, same thing. This is the annual documentation put in front of the council. A mover of the recommendations, Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34, EX 34.30, Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre Annual General Meeting in 2021 Audited Consolidated Financial Statements. Same recommendations here. May I have a mover of the staff recommendations? Councillor McKelvey for the Pan Am Sports Centre. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.31, Toronto Hydro Corporation Annual General Meeting in 2021 Audited Financial Statements. Same thing. Anybody wishing to hold that down? Otherwise, I'll have a motion to approve the report coming from Councillor McKelvey. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We do have the separate climate change item to be dealt with later. It's been held down for speakers. Item EX 34.32, Lakeshore Arena Corporation Annual General Meeting in 2021 Audited Consolidated Financial Statements. Can I have a mover of the staff recommendations of the annual report? Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 34.33, Casa Loma Corporation Annual General Meeting 2021 Audited Consolidated Financial Statements. Is there anyone wishing to hold this down? Otherwise, then a motion to accept the staff recommendation from Deputy Mayor Bylaw. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.34, Toronto Water 2022 capital budget and 2023-2031 capital plan adjustments. This is, again, fairly routine housekeeping. Can I have a motion from Councillor Crawford to accept the staff recommendations? If there are no other questions, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.35, improving accessibility in construction zones, and this is a report from the General Manager of Transportation Services and from the Chief Engineer. This is to be received for information. This report and deals with ways in which there have been improvements made in recent months on helping to make sure that site audits are performed and that places are kept to be accessible. And I have a motion on this, which is sorry, just one sec here. This is 34.35. There it is. I got it right here. Yeah, that's right. I have it. I have a motion that we adopt the recommendations in the decision letter from the Accessibility Advisory Committee and refer it to the General Manager and asking them to report back in the third quarter of 2023 with a progress report on activities undertaken to consult, outreach and educational activities, and the status of implementing the proposed improvements as outlined in the presentations from city staff to the Accessibility Advisory Committee on June 13th, 2022. So that is a motion that I'll see if there's any questions on that. Otherwise, I'll ask for call the question on the vote on this motion. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item is amended. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, then we get to item 34.36, Arena Boards of Management Settlement of Operating Results for the year ended 2020. And this is accompanied by some recommendations to take some operating surpluses and apply those to the deficits of some of the arenas. I will call the question on that unless there's anybody who wanted to hold it down. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Staff recommendations. Item 34.37, Association of Community Centers Settlement of Operating Results for the year ended 2020. It's the same thing as applied to community centers with some small movement of money around in the staff recommendations. And I'll ask if Councillor Crawford would move those. And is there any questions? All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 34.38, Agencies, Boards and Commissions and the Reconciliation Action Plan. This is a letter coming from the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee, and it's asking us to reassert the mission of the Reconciliation Action Plan, and it really just confirms that the Reconciliation Action Plan and its mission applies to the agencies, boards, and commissions of the city, including Waterfront and Create. So I'll ask for someone to move that that recommendation that comes via the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 34.39, revenue source for the Reconciliation Action Plan. This is a direction coming through the committee and through us to direct the city manager as part of the 2023 budget plan to identify a dedicated source of revenue to implement the Reconciliation Action Plan and present recommendations to the committee in 2023. Can I ask for someone to move that recommendation? Deputy Mayor Bylaw. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 34.40, the Ontario Disability Related Data and COVID-19. And this is just asking that the advisory committee is asking that we forward the presentation from the scientists to the Board of Health and Toronto Public Health and ask that they be presented, asked to present at an upcoming meeting. A mover for that, please. Deputy Mayor Bylaw. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.41, Federation of Canadian Municipalities Summary Report, Spring Conference, June 2nd to 5th, 2022. This is coming from Councillor Ainsley. He's very good about reporting on his activities at the FCM. And this is recommending that this report be received for information, this report on the Spring Conference, moved by Councillor McKelvey. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 34.42, similarly, Councillor Ainsley has reported on his attendance at the Good Roads Annual General Conference and Meeting, and this is to be received for information, just for the information of councillors on what he heard while he was there. And I'll ask for someone to move a receipt of this acceptance of this recommendation and receiving this report for information. Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then finally, the item EX 34 point, I guess it would be 43, which is the vacant council seat letter. And I can speak very briefly to this. As I mentioned at the outset in introducing it as new business, This does not apply to the current one vacancy that is in existence on City Council. What it does do is it makes a request to the province to amend the City of Toronto Act so that if a council vacancy occurs after March 31st in the year of a regular election, the city is not required to fill the vacancy. And so it gives an option. It doesn't mandate that. It just gives an option not to fill the vacancy. And as we've done at least once before in my time here, we give the clerk's office the responsibility to run the office for, I'll call it constituency purposes, and oversee the staff. And it would at least give us that option depending on what else was going on at the time. And so this is really just a letter to the province and authorizing me to write that letter formally requesting that amendment to the City of Toronto Act. Does anybody want to hold this down, or are people prepared to vote on it? All right, if there is no
Just a question for you, Mayor.
Pardon me?
Question.
You had a question? Yes.
For you, yeah, question. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. So through you, question. I understand the comment regarding the clerks being responsible for managing the office. I'm just wondering whether or not there is, from your perspective, an opportunity, let's say, for an adjacent councillor also be involved as part of the process. Let's assume that there's a community meeting. Would it be the clerks that would actually run the meeting, or would we also make some room or allowances in your requests to the province for that sort of association?
I'd have to ask either the clerk or somebody from legal as to whether that's actually necessary, because this doesn't contemplate or cover that. I think it's a perfectly reasonable suggestion. I think it merely, what this does cover, it really doesn't, get into the detail of exactly how this would be administered, but rather to allow us the option of not filling the vacancy after March 31st as a first order of business. And then it would be up to us after that as to how we would proceed to actually, I'll call it administer that, whether it's through the clerk's office with things like contracts for staff, and whether your suggestion could be incorporated as well. I see no reason why it couldn't be.
Sure, I'm satisfied then in that the details will be worked out later. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah, and I actually have the letter, and the letter doesn't make any reference to any of this. It really just makes reference to the principle of them putting into the City of Toronto Act that after May 31st, we would have the option of not filling the seat.
Right, which I agree with.
Okay, so I'll call the question on that then after Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson's question. If there's no other questions, I'll call the question on the letter and the recommendation contained therein. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Is that, Julie, I think that goes through everything. And so that would then bring us back to the items that were timed for 9:45 or more precisely now 10:06, when we're finished the rundown, and it would start in on the growth-related funding tools suite of matters. Now, there's nothing in particular I have to do other than start, even though these are statutory hearings, and I can start in the ordinary manner. And let me just see if I can find here now. There it is. I have the speakers list here, and so we'll start, as we always do, with the speakers for item 34.1, growth funding tools development charges. And I'll just give notice that the first three speakers, because I don't necessarily see any of them in the room, are Joshua Bernard, Habitat for Humanity, Richard Lyle from Rescon, and Daryl Chong. So if we can get Joshua Bernard to the screen or to the table, that would be super.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can, and welcome to the Executive Committee, and you have 5 minutes for your comments, or up to 5 minutes, and then we may have some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning. My name is Joshua Bernard, and I'm the Vice President of Real Estate Development at Habitat for Humanity, GTA. As much as we recognize that the city is grappling with extraordinary budget pressures, I'm appealing to you to take care to ensure that the decisions you are making today regarding growth funding tools, particularly the development charge increase, do not undermine the realization of our affordable housing priorities, a need that has never been more urgent and never been more challenging to deliver. The city's open door program exempts affordable rental projects from development charges, as well as other development related fees. This is not the case for affordable homeownership projects that are built in the GTA. Rather, the city's homeownership assistance program provides for DCs to be deferred until such time as the affordable ownership unit is sold by the first owner. However, this program is currently limited to a maximum of $60,000 on the deferred amount. The new DC bylaw will result in a charge of up to $113,000 per unit for a multifamily townhome or an apartment format unit. Without an update to the HOPE program to adjust for these increases in DCs, Habitat and eligible purchasers will have to absorb the cost of these increases, thus ultimately reducing the number of homes we can provide in partnership with the city, and more importantly, the depth of affordability we can serve. It is important to note that in 2020, Habitat for Humanity changed our homeownership model such that Habitat homes remain affordable in perpetuity. As has always been the case, we provide working lower income families with a zero down payment affordable mortgage that enables them to turn what would have otherwise been a rental payment into household equity. When families are in a position to move on to market housing, Habitat will repurchase the home and make the home available to another qualified purchaser. As is the case with the city's investment in affordable rental units, eligible purchasers are approved based on the city's income eligibility requirements, and Habitat units will remain affordable in perpetuity. The model is a win for families and a win for the city because as families do well, they have an economic incentive to take their equity in their Habitat home and move to the market homeownership. This in turn creates a ripple impact all down the line of affordable housing continuum, creating opportunities for other households to move up into vacant units. Over the last 7 months, City Council has approved investments in affordable homeownership units across a number of projects that will be delivered in partnership with Habitat GTA. As illustrated in Exhibit 1, one such project located at the TCHC Tridel Revitalization at Alex Park demonstrates that the investments that were made are parallel to those made in affordable rental units. But in this real life example that was endorsed by staff and approved by council in December of last year, an eligible purchaser would pay a similar amount towards a mortgage as they would otherwise have paid in rent. But in the ownership scenario, they would have over $200,000 in equity after 20 years. The Housing TO 2020-2030 plan aims for 400 new homeownership units every year, a target that has yet to be met. Habitat GTA has worked tirelessly with city staff to innovate and find new ways to deliver affordable homeownership in our city. And together with staff, we have been succeeding. Currently, our build pipeline in Toronto has over 300 units lined up through a combination of traditional Habitat volunteer builds and partnerships with for-profit developers. Multiple other projects are under discussion. All are at risk if eligible purchasers of affordable homeownership units have to bear the added costs of DC increases together with the ever escalating construction costs and interest rates. Thus, I'm respectfully requesting that in approving today's DC increase, you ensure that 2 adjustments are made for affordable homeownership programs that meet the city's income eligibility requirements and that are delivering affordability in perpetuity. Specifically, confirm that the value of the HOPE loans will be equivalent to the DC increases, and change the current HOPE provisions that require repayment of the loan at the time the home is sold by the first homeowner to requiring no repayment as long as the home continues to be sold at an affordable price to an eligible homeowner. Again, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, seeing none, I will thank you very much for your time and move next to Richard Lyle from Rescon. Mr. Lyle, good morning. Richard Lyle there?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Yep.
Can you hear me
there
now?
you are. Good morning, Mr. Lyle. You have, as you know, up to 5 minutes for your deputation, and then there may be some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Tory, and thank you to the Executive Committee for providing this opportunity to speak with you today. Of course, these are difficult times and things are changing quite rapidly. There was a Toronto Star article just today that says an even bigger rate hike is expected Wednesday and housing will take another hit. And, but the thing I really wanted to focus on this morning was equity and what's happening with the industry. Of course, ResCon is all about building of buildings, construction and so on. We've worked very well with the city. We came up with the first safety protocol for the pandemic. And, with the hubs and getting work done throughout very difficult times. We're committed to DEI, ESG. We have our CARE program with respect to racism. So we are aligned on many things. However, we do have a critical housing affordability crisis. And I know you probably know some of these numbers, but out of the G7 countries currently, Canada has the lowest amount of housing per capita and the highest costs. We've got the recent CMHC report that states drastic action is necessary to increase supply and reduce cost. The Housing Affordability Task Force calls for 1.5 million homes. CMHC had another number, but they're pretty close. And we've got over 400,000 immigrants coming to Canada every year. And many will come to this region. But our prices for new housing are averaging still about 1.3 million. That might soften a bit, but the forecast isn't for that to come down too much. However, we've got a problem already in some of the reports with, say, for example, Ukrainian refugees being homeless, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Builders contend with an enormous amount of very complex regulatory system to produce housing already. And in Toronto, about 70% of the land is still relegated to single family housing. We still have a problem with the missing middle. It's still missing. And part of that is really connected with zoning issues, exclusionary zoning and so on. We also have a slow development approvals process. Out of the OECD countries, we rank 34th out of 35 countries on getting projects approved. And then we contend with other problems, for example, with hitting some of the net zero targets that have been advanced, inclusionary zoning, which, that's another issue. And of course, the World Bank ranked us 64th out of 190 countries on construction permitting. And that's really a GTA metric, by the way. These measures stymie our efforts and ability to produce housing. And of course, the related affordability challenges. The housing demand affordability challenges are coupled with the ongoing, we still have a pandemic, of course, and of course, we've got now a market correction, which is unpredictable. We've got rate hikes, we've got rising building costs, supply chain measures, which we don't really control, of course. And then, we don't know where the revenue picture is going to go. We understand the fact that Toronto is concerned with obviously finding money to do the job that needs to be done, but it doesn't detract from the fact that we do have a problem here. The government must work, in our view, together, all levels of government, and we've been involved with this to a certain extent, certainly in the climate change area, to remove barriers to new housing. But the 46%, 49%, or whatever at this time, in our view, is wrong-headed. And these charges have been increasing dramatically, certainly over the last decade. I mean, we've got some numbers that range from the 800 to 1,000% range, and in just over 10 years, incomes haven't moved that way. It's all counterproductive to Toronto's goal of making housing more attainable and affordable. And the only way to deal with that is to increase supply. So then how do we do that? And the other thing is the DCs and Parkland fees are only part of the many fees and costs that the industry faces. Right now, they're about a quarter of the price of a new home, and those costs do apply to a certain degree with rental as well. And with these additional increases, we'll get up into the mid 30% range. One estimate for on 2 bedrooms I saw was 39%, and they're the highest in North America. So comparisons with, and stuff like that don't really help. The added costs associated with these development charges and other taxes, fees, and levies are borne by new home buyers and renters. It's not growth pays for growth. The builders don't pay this.
I'll
They
ask you
build it into
to
their
come to a
costs.
conclusion shortly, Mr. Lau, if you could.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. So we need to innovate, modernize to get our costs down. We can't increase our costs right now. We understand the funding problems. We think there has to be, and CMHC recommended this, there has to be another way to figure out how to pay for growth without putting it on the backs of millennials and Gen Y, which is currently the case. We're pricing them out of the market. We're already seeing signs that we're losing some talent. I saw that the population of Toronto recently dropped. That's not a good metric. I've never seen that before. We need to open up land within Toronto, within that yellow belt and along main streets and corridors. I remember talking to Paul Bedford about this 20 years ago on the main streets and corridors. We need to get on with that and create opportunities for building and redevelopment. And of course, we're happy to assist in any way we can with respect to related matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Lau.
Thank you.
Daryl Chong is next, and Daryl is with us in the council chamber, and you're most welcome here as always. And you have same 5 minutes as everybody else, up to 5 minutes, and then there might be some questions for you. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I plugged in my laptop wondering, oh, there it is. Perfect, thank you. Thank you, I'm Daryl Chong with the Greater Toronto Apartment Association. Thanks for letting me be here in person. Good to see you. It's always useful to take a look at what the lay of the land is, and this is the rental universe in the city of Toronto. So you can see that in the 60s and the 70s we were booming, and then it chronically fell off a cliff in the 80s, 90s, and knots. We started to see a little bit of momentum in the 10s, but nothing close to the heyday of the 60s and the 70s. So you can see that a lot of the stock is 50, 60 years old, right? And here's a slide from the annual planning report from Toronto Planning. You can see there in the red that the average over the last 10 years is about 1,600 rental units per year, and it makes up 10%. There's some really lean years in there, but you can see a little bit of tailwind at the end. The right sizing housing report that Toronto Planning published May of last year quantified the need. It said Toronto needs 4,114 rental units every year for 35 years just to satisfy growth. And we're 2,500 units a year short. You saw the 1,600 average over the last 10 years. And then it says that given this, it's very unlikely that this level of rental development could ever be achieved consistently without expanded policy and program support for the renting housing sector. And this was all pre-pandemic. So we had a little bit of momentum moving forward, and then the world changed. We're coming out of it, but there are some new challenges, and I think you know as well as anyone, because you have skin in the game through Create TO, that there's massive increases in construction costs, interruptions in all sorts of supplies, the almost weekly interest rate hikes, and all sorts of financing challenges related to those other three bullets, and especially the interest rate hikes. So we've been in chronic undersupply for decades, and that was before the pandemic. We started to see a little bit of momentum, so it's going to be more challenging moving forward. So we do know that the staff recommendation is to work with the industry and other levels of government to see what can be done, and we're hopeful that we can create some new plans or programs to make it work, and we look forward to our discussions with other levels of government and the staff through the fall and into early 2023. But in the interim, aside from the increase, a little bit of cost certainty is required to keep these rental projects afloat. Most of them are right now on pause, but they do need some sort of certainty. The blue bullet there is, aside from the stuff in red, is from the staff recommendations. In the transition for IZ related development charges, the staff recommends that those rates with developments with IZ be phased in as follows. We're asking that to provide a little bit of cost certainty while staff work on this review, that you also add purpose-built rental into that section. That's all, not for a discount or anything like that. That'll come in the staff discussions over the next few months. And you know what? Today's market rental is tomorrow's affordable units, right? People don't understand that all the time. You know, there's things called naturally occurring affordable housing, or NOAA, as it's known as an acronym. And as things get older, they typically get more affordable. So this is some original renderings from the 1960s and 70s. I have a few slides for you. And that's what they were marketed as. They were market, or even the high end of market, when they were first conceived and built. Saunas, swimming pools, you know, and they're very large units, which is a real benefit. This is from St. Jamestown, so that was the scene back in the 70s when it opened up. You know, poolside service, people in suits, dining and wining. And this is actually my favorite one. This is Thorncliffe Park. The picture on the left's a little bit blurred, but on the right, one of their marketing brochures was the silhouette of somebody playing a baby or a full grand piano in the window overlooking the DVP. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Trong. Are there questions of this deputy? If I don't see any from, I'll just have to see the screen so I can see the virtual participants, as I can't see them at the moment. I have the screen in front of me of the council chamber and not of the virtual participants. We'll come to you in 1 second. Could I just get them to fix that? All right, Councillor Deputy Mayor Bylaw, you go ahead and ask questions, please.
Just a very quick question. You mentioned that there's a lot of units on pause. Do you have any idea of numbers that, because of the current situation, people are pausing projects?
The last count I had was over 4,500 on pause right now. That was a week ago. Could have grown a little bit in the last week.
Thank you.
And I just have one question, just while we wait to see if there's others. You are aware there have been discussions, obviously, and I think there'll be some motions that'll be forthcoming here with respect to addressing the matter that you referred to at the core, really, of your presentation, namely that rental and different kinds of rental under IZ and so forth be given special consideration with respect to these proposed development charges.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, I just still don't see my colleagues here. Can anybody speak up if they have any questions? So I can't see them, but I can hear them if they say they have a question. I don't hear anybody speaking up. Okay, well, in that case, well, thank you, Mr. Trong, very much for your
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
presentation. The next two are Brian Purcell from the Atmospheric Fund and Heather Tremaine from Options for Homes Nonprofit Corporation. So Mr. Purcell would be next. Oh, I see. So could I ask, just before we hear from Mr. Purcell, that the councillors, I guess it's Deputy Mayor Thompson, Councillor Ainsley, and Deputy Mayor Menon Wong, turn on their cameras just so that we can see, for people who have questions or whatnot, if you do, just so I can make sure that I'm not missing you, that's all. Okay, Mr. Purcell, please, you're welcome here. You have up to 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, councillors. My name is Brian Purcell. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Programs at the Atmospheric Fund, which is a public agency created by the City of Toronto 30 years ago to focus on climate change mitigation. One of the policies we've worked most closely with the city on over the years is the Toronto Green Standard, which is a set of green design standards that apply to all new development, new buildings in Toronto. And the way the program works is that there's a minimum standard, which we call Tier 1, which applies to all new developments. And then there are optional higher tiers or standards, like stretch targets, which we challenge the industry to meet. And those who successfully meet those higher tiers are provided with an incentive, which has always been in the form of a partial refund of development charges once they provide evidence of having met those ambitious standards. And the reason I'm before you today is to reissue our recommendation, longstanding recommendation to amend the development charges bylaw to increase the incentives for building to the higher tiers of the Toronto Green Standard, particularly Tier 3. And I want to point out that when version 4 of the Toronto Green Standard, which is now in effect, was approved almost a year ago exactly today, City Council directed that this growth funding tools report include recommendations for enhanced incentives for those higher tiers. This was based on a lot of stakeholder feedback from across all stakeholder types, the development industry, the design community, architects, engineers, environmental groups, researchers, who all noted the importance of updating these incentives for the voluntary tiers. But the draft bylaw is freezing those incentives at 2021 levels, which we think is problematic. Really, the reason we think that's a problem is we've seen a collapse in participation in the voluntary higher tiers of the Toronto Green Standard over the past 5 years or so. And the reason is clear, and the industry has told us why this is happening. It's that the incentives have been frozen for more than 5 years, while the city has since twice updated and strengthened the requirements, as it needed to do to progress towards its net zero goals. So we have these stagnant incentives, but an increasing level of ambition and stringency in the standards we're asking the industry leaders to meet. And that's just not working. So we're seeing that falling participation level. And this is really important because the whole idea is that we incentivize the leaders in the industry to build to those higher tiers today. And in so doing, they build the industry capacity for the broader industry to follow. And those higher tiers become tomorrow's minimum standard. That's the cycle we've been following and we're intending to follow as a city to get to net zero ready new development by 2040, which is the council approved goal as part of Transform TO. So we feel that if we aren't getting higher participation in those tiers, it's going to weaken and compromise the industry's ability to make that transition to net zero ready new development industry-wide by 2028, as the city is targeting. When developers participate in those voluntary tiers, they're not just learning themselves, but there's a whole network of people coming along with them. They're architects, engineers, energy modelers, cost estimators, the trades, the skilled trades and construction workers, the suppliers that understand what products are needed to meet these standards. And that really is critical to building that industry capacity and that learning by doing we need to make near net zero buildings affordable and accessible and for everyone citywide. And in addition to this, the incentives having been frozen for quite some time, there's never been an incentive for tier 3 and 4. We have an incentive for tier 2 and then no further incentive for meeting the highest tiers, which is actually where we want to push the industry rapidly to. So in addition to increasing incentives in general, we need to create incentives for tier 3 and 4. And yeah, we feel that if we can't move forward with the stronger incentives, it's going to put the overall trajectory to net zero new construction and by 2028 at risk, and therefore the city's overall 2040 goal of being net zero at risk. So we need to increase those incentives under the development charges bylaw through the development charge partial refund for qualifying projects. Based on the city's cost modeling and what we've heard from the industry for tier 3 and above, we need to look at increasing that incentive by about 50%. And that's really just not going to fully cover the incremental cost of building to those levels, but it's going to provide a meaningful contribution that will enable industry leaders to challenge themselves, challenge the industry, and build better buildings that will be more resilient, lower carbon, and more affordable to own and operate. So there's both direct benefits for the participating buildings, but also industry-wide benefit through this learning by doing effect, which is the whole idea behind this system. So just to reiterate, we'd urge you to consider increasing the incentives for the higher tiers of the Toronto Green Standard through the development charges bylaw, and to do that so that we can stay on track for our overall transition to net zero new construction in Toronto to meet the Transform TO net zero goals. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brazil. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, I will thank you very much for that submission. And we move next to Heather Tremaine, followed by Bilal Akhtar. Heather Tremaine, Options for Homes Nonprofit Corporation. Heather Tremaine there now? Don't see her. Okay, well, let's move on to to Bilal Akhtar, and then we can go back to Heather Tremaine if. Oh, there you are. Sorry, Mr. Akhtar, I wasn't paying attention to the room. Okay, so you're here and you have up to 5 minutes. You're most welcome, and then there may be some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mayor Tory. My name is Bilal. I'm a resident of Ward 13 right here in downtown. I'm also a member of More Neighbors Toronto. We are a group of volunteers who want to address Toronto's housing shortage and Toronto's housing crisis by having more housing of all built forms and of all ownership types. We at More Neighbors agree with what a lot of all the other speakers who went before me said, especially the speaker from Habitat for Humanity. We're not developers, we're not paid by developers, but you do not need to be paid by a developer or be on a realtor payroll to see that we're building a divided city right here in Toronto. On one side of this divided city, you have people who lugged into home ownership early, who have homes that they own near transit routes in places with sufficient infrastructure, who are paying some of the lowest property taxes on the continent. On the other side, you have people who live in one of the few neighborhoods in the city where you can build anything, often in high-rise apartments, which are very cheap to service, very cheap on a per-unit basis to have their infrastructure maintained. One side will not even pay enough property taxes to cover their own infrastructure's maintenance and replacement cost, while the other pays much more than it needs. This is despite one side being much wealthier than the other. Renters get an even worse bargain. They will compete for one of a few purpose-built rentals that even get completed in this environment. The earlier speaker from the Rental Association mentioned how quickly rental construction has declined. I don't need to repeat those numbers. You know those very well. Either that or they'll pay all those fees indirectly. And what are the fees I'm talking about? I'm talking about not just the high property tax, but I'm talking about development charges, which is what this item is about. I'm talking about municipal land transfer taxes. I'm talking about how we are building the exact opposite of a progressive tax system. Is this really how we should build a city? Can we call ourselves conservative, progressive, or liberal if we are violating some of each of those ideologies? No past generation paid charges to this extent to step foot in Toronto. What do we want Toronto to be anyway? Let's ask our councillors, you all. You said we need to build more homes, affordable and market rate. Agreed. You said we want more missing middle housing, low-rise, mid-rise. Mid-rise might not be missing middle, but duplexes, quadplexes, multiplexes of all forms. You said we want more family-sized units as opposed to just one bedrooms. Yet increasing development charges means you are going to get less of all of those types. It's really only going to be the high-margin, large projects that might survive in this climate, but the kind of housing that we desperately need in Toronto, that'll get canceled or deferred, and we can't afford that. I know EHON plans on addressing this. Even your own staff agree that high development charges will kill multiplexes and the types of housing that we desperately need in Toronto. We have a speaker from Fontra here. Fontra openly despises multiplexes and missing middle housing. They say it should only exist near highways. That's exactly what they said on their website. Can't be having any non-millionaires near their neighborhoods, I guess. It's no surprise that they also want multiplexes to not get any DC waivers. They know exactly what they're doing. They want to keep reaping the windfall from their strokes of luck of early home ownership by making multiplexes unviable. We live in a society where 95% of our housing is market rate. We desperately need more affordable housing and also more market rate housing, for which you need the math to work out. As the CMHC report said, the province needs 1.85 million new homes in the next 10 years over the business as usual case, with a large part of it being in Toronto. A development charge of increase of 46% is going to add more fuel to the fire, is going to set us back away from that goal. I urge you to defer this increase and consider other far more equitable funding tools, such as city building levies, property taxes, grants from higher levels of government. Also, just by being more efficient in how we grow, such as opening up the Yellow Belt, which has a lot of infrastructure that is underutilized. You don't need much growth funding if you don't have much growth expenses. So my ask to you is simple: make Toronto an equitable economic engine that works for everyone. Don't make it the largest gated community in the world. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there some questions of Mr. Akhtar? I just have one, just to probe the last part of what you said, and it was kind of woven throughout your remarks. Are you suggesting that it would be fairer, because you talked about equity quite a bit, Is it fair to have the cost of the infrastructure related to new development spread across all of the taxpayers, including people, seniors on fixed incomes and first-time home buyers and so on that have already moved into a home, and have them pay as opposed to having it put onto the development charges as is proposed here? Do you think is that more equitable in your view to spread it across and have all of the taxpayers? So somebody in a Etobicoke, that is a senior living in a home they've lived in for 40 years would pay their share of the cost of all of that infrastructure of something going on in Scarborough?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good point that I expected would come up. And the reality is we live in a society, the senior living in Etobicoke, the senior living in Scarborough is going to want, home care workers. They're going to want nurses to also be able to live near them. It's hard to isolate the effect of one increase from the rest of society. And to your direct point about, is it fair to have every taxpayer take that burden? The tax base for all taxpayers is much larger. And like I said earlier, a lot of the newcomers, a lot of people who are moving to Toronto are living in places that are much cheaper to serve. So when they do pay property taxes, they're actually subsidizing the people you already mentioned. So we're already talking about that inequity working in the other direction. And what I'm asking you to do is to make it inequitable in the other direction to also balance it out. Two wrongs don't make a right, but that is the kind of society we are building, and it's all part of a system.
Just one more question. Are you aware of the fact that even at present with the development charges as they are, that doesn't even completely pay for the infrastructure that we have to put in place to accommodate the growth of the city? So all of the taxpayers are already making in effect a contribution themselves to the cost, and that the development charges only pay part of that, directly paid for by the developers who are putting these new projects in place. You're aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that, and that is also a consequence of a system where we have the lowest property taxes on the continent, despite being one of the fastest growing cities, despite having such a strong economy going.
Since you raised that one more time, one final question, which is, when you talk about a city building fund, you're aware of the fact that the city building fund, if, for example, it's at 1%, it's a property tax increase of 1%, it produces about $35 million for us, which doesn't go too far when it comes to constructing hundreds of millions of dollars worth of sewers, roads, transit, and so on that we're building in order to pay for growth. You'd be aware that when you talk about that being done by a city building fund increase, you'd have to have a massive increase in the city building fund in order to pay for something that is presently paid for by the developers who are putting the new growth in place.
I'm not opposing all development charges, but I am saying that the increase in city building fund, which is something that I know you fought for and you got, is the right direction that we should be moving towards. And here we're reaping the rewards of sowing this seed of low property taxes for the last couple of decades. You're not going to solve it overnight by a massive property tax increase, but that is the direction we need to move towards, not a 46% increase in development charges overnight.
Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? If not, we can move to, as Heather Tremaine is back. Okay, so Heather Tremaine is next, and from Options for Homes, Nonprofit Corporation. Ms. Tremaine, you're there?
I am here.
Okay,
Can you hear
thank
me?
you. Yes, we can, and you have up to 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions for you.
Perfect. Good morning, Mayor Council, Mayor Tory, and members of the committee. I'm Heather Tremaine from Options for Homes, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you today on the matter of the DC increases. Options is Toronto and Canada's largest nonprofit developer of affordable home ownership. Over the past 25 years, we've developed over 3,000 units in the city of Toronto. We have a 230-unit project nearing completion in Weston, and another of our projects, a 784-unit development in Scarborough, will come before council this month for its final rezoning. Options directly addresses the housing affordability crisis by providing an accessible path to home ownership. And many of our purchasers come from communities that have long faced systemic structural barriers to home ownership. We've recently done a social impact study that shows that 56% of our purchasers identify as BIPOC. 17% of our purchasers are Black, which is double the Toronto population. We've also provided home ownership accessibility for the Filipino, South Asian, and Indigenous communities. Across all ethnicities, Options for Homes purchasers are making below median income. Historically, our purchasers have have earned less, in some cases, less than half of the median income in the City of Toronto. And we make it possible for moderate and middle incomes to own their first home in a market that we all know is a you might call a sky-high market. To do this, we've sought opportunities to purchase land and to develop projects outside of prime market areas. We were the first to develop in the distillery, where our purchasers tell us coyotes roam the land. We were early on in the junction, and our project in Weston is at the forefront of the regeneration of that community. And soon we will have the largest affordable ownership project ever in Canada at almost 200 units in Scarborough. Among our considerations for land acquisition and development are a series of economic indicators. We look at where can we get high density residential permissions, where's there good access to transit, and a really important factor is land values. And that's so that we can make our homes accessible. There are places in the city that are just naturally more affordable because of the land values. We did a recent target market study and identified 10 wards in the city that we think have development potential for us. Wards 20 to 25, wards 1, 5, 6, and 7, all in Scarborough and the northwest of Toronto. If we were developing in Midtown or downtown or along the waterfront, we would be selling units from $1,700 a square foot and above, and we could absorb the 46% increase in development charges. But where we build in Scarborough and in Weston and in Etobicoke, the construction costs are the same as downtown. All of the consulting work is the same. All the consulting costs are the same as downtown, but our sales prices are roughly half of what they are in those markets. And through those sales prices, we need to accommodate every cost, and including these new and fixed costs that are the same across the city. Well, we're committed to delivering the affordable housing and committed to serving and supporting the city's target of 400,000 units of affordable ownership by 2030. The truth is that we may not be able to create the pro forma that allows us to develop these buildings and also or attract the financing to these projects. The reality is where we're getting to is the point where we may not be able to operate in the city of Toronto. Of the increases that are allocated here, I will note that the single greatest increase is for affordable housing, a 230% increase in the DCs, or 8,818 units on a 2-bedroom apartment. So we would ask that the current city review of the affordable homeownership program that's just getting going study and report on exempting nonprofits from the affordable ownership housing from the affordable housing component of the DC charges. And we would also ask that study report on expanding the definition of nonprofit housing in the Parkland dedication bylaw to include ownership housing produced by a nonprofit housing corporation or a nonprofit housing cooperative. Thank you, and I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Main. Are there questions of this deputy? Okay, I will just ask you one. You're aware that there will be forthcoming, and I think this is what you were just making reference to a moment ago, some requests on our part to find ways in which to, in light of these changes being made, to find ways to incentivize or not discourage certain kinds of development that are affordable. You're aware of that's an active sort of topic of discussion that will actually be the subject of some motions that will be in front of this committee today?
We are aware of that, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. All right, that brings us to what I believe to be the final deputant we have on this item, which is, who is John Bossens from the Fontra organization. Is Mr. Bossens on the line? Okay. Good morning, Mr. Bossens, are you there? Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can now. Thanks very much. That's perfect. You have up to 5 minutes. You're most welcome here, and then there may be some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. You have our letter, so, and we would like to, as we've said in our letter, basically we're supporting the staff recommendations. We are concerned about a number of issues, such as the fact that the frozen, the freeze that was enacted by the province basically postpones the date. We are concerned about the fact that when the charges are levied, they should be levied at the time that the permit is issued, not when a development is approved. Postponing, the problem is that when a project is approved, it can be years before a project gets built. You can see that in the pipeline report from planning, that there is a substantial number of approved projects that are still not yet being built. And postponing, I use the word postponing, not requiring the development permit to cause development charges to be paid at that time means that the development charges in effect are reduced. Growth really should pay for growth. I really want to emphasize this. If we don't pay for growth through development charges, what that means is that development charges, development costs rely on that being paid by the property taxpayer in general. Sounds nice, redistributes the costs to somebody else. But the problem is that property taxpayers don't want to pay for that. You as elected councillors are elected by property taxpayers, either paying property taxes on houses they own or paying property taxes through rentals. And if people are not willing to pay for the cost of development, then services will decline. That's what's happened in a lot of American cities. Services decline. In places like Midtown Toronto, we are already finding people who experience in the top floors of apartment buildings reductions in water pressure because of the impact of the large amount of development in Midtown Toronto. Development requires additional services. Those additional services, if they're going to be provided, have to be paid for. Somebody has to pay for them. Our development charge regime means that part of those costs, not all, are paid for by the developer and through the developer by the purchaser of those properties. I do agree, and FONTRA does agree, that there's an affordable housing problem. Mr. Akhtar referred to an unfortunate choice of wording in a letter that was sent some time ago about referring to FONTRA wanting to restrict housing to highways, which is ridiculous. FONTRA is in favor of the AHON initiatives. We're on record as being in favor of them. We are in favor of affordable housing, and we really want to emphasize that we have to pay for the costs of growth. Somebody has to pay for them. We think it's appropriate that they be paid for largely by development, but we also believe that affordable housing has to be provided. And affordable housing is not going to be provided by new laneway housing, to take an example, that's rented for $2,500 a month. I'm quoting, anecdotal numbers about what those places rent for. We need affordable housing. $2,500 a month effectively means that somebody who can afford that, paying that rent, needs to be earning something like $100,000 a year. That's not affordable housing. we need affordable housing, and we need programs such as the federal housing co-op program and others to make sure that we are subsidizing affordable housing. That's the only way that affordable housing is going to be built. So just to conclude, we support the recommendations. We also respect the concerns that are raised by Habitat for Humanity, by Mr. Akhtar, other deputants, but we've got to find a way of providing affordable housing paid for by other levels of government that have access to sales and income tax revenues so that we can deal with the affordable house problem in a sensible kind of way. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bossens. Are there questions of the deputy? I just have one, if I might. You said, I wrote it down because it was so interesting. You said property taxpayers don't want to pay, for these charges. And I guess, welcome to our world where somebody has to pay. And I think, and I'm not taking issue with what you said, and you're not taking issue with the development charge. You made that very clear at the beginning, the middle, and the end of your presentation. But, when you say that property taxpayers don't want to pay, I guess you're saying it is fair to have the development charges, and you were quite articulate in setting that out. But it is a bit of a conundrum that we face, as you pointed out, as elected representatives, that nobody really wants to pay. I mean, because you're hearing some of the other deputies here today saying that the development charges are the wrong way to go about this, and we should, in fact, have the taxpayers pay more. And I just wondered if you had any more comments to make on that.
I totally agree, Mr. Mayor. I mean, it is a conundrum, and part of the problem is that we have a high rate of immigration, one of the highest in the OECD, and that immigration is pushing up land values and housing prices along with them. It is a conundrum. There's no easy answers, and all I can say is that I believe, as a society, we've got to put more money into making housing affordable for low-income people whose incomes are below the median. And, at the same time, we've got to provide the services. So it is a conundrum. There's no easy answer.
And just one final question. Do you accept the fact that, that having some more of that housing supply will make it necessary without sacrificing the wonderful character of a lot of our neighborhoods for us to move off the status quo in terms of not just building more high-rise buildings, of which we have a lot, but also building other forms of housing? And you pointed out, I think correctly, that garden suites and laneway housing, while they will make a small contribution, are not going to address the sort of affordability housing supply, in scale, at least not at this moment in time. But you would agree then, I guess, that the status quo and just a pure sort of clinging to the status quo is not going to work for us in terms of the accommodating the growth in the city, whether it's by immigration or otherwise.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got to build more housing. And the EHON initiative makes a lot of sense. We're going to have to, I realize the multiplex issue is postponed to the new council. And we need multiplexes. We need more housing built on major roads. I mean, this so-called missing middle is a real problem, and I don't think we're going to get more missing middle until we have city policies that make it possible as of right to build 6, 8-story buildings on the avenues. So I think there's a lot of issues that are going to have to be dealt with by the next council. Absolutely.
We'll look forward to having you back to make a deputation in favor of that as of right kind of thing, if that gets considered, because it may well be where we have to go. We'll leave it at that, and we'll thank you so much for your time, as always.
Thank you.
All right, that completes the deputations on this matter, and I would then turn to members of the committee and, or I saw Councillor Nunziata was here, but questions of staff. Are there questions of staff on this item 34.1, development charges? I don't see any. All right. Sorry, we have Deputy Mayor Bilo. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. There was some comments made about the HOPE grant, and I've gotten mixed answers on this. I just want to confirm. Do we need a motion to ensure that the HOPE grant is increased to the new development charges?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor, this is Abby Bond from the Housing Secretariat. So based on the deputation, staff re-reviewed the 2018 Hope Council report and can confirm that in that report, there is a recommendation that indicates that the DC charges are to be deferred for the HOPE program to future purchases, eligible purchases, but there is a minimum of 5,000 and a maximum of 60,000 for each charge.
So we will need to adjust that, either today or at council, we'll need to adjust that in order to reflect the new development charges, correct?
Through the chair, if that's what committee and council want to do, I can confirm though that no HOPE projects to date have actually exceeded that 60,000 cap.
Okay, thank you. You are currently conducting an affordable ownership review, right?
Through the chair, yes, Deputy Mayor, as a result of the audit from last year, we were staff recommended that we do a fulsome review of the affordable home ownership program, including looking at the program eligibility criteria and incentive package, and also as a result of the audit, looking at whether we should get a third party to administer the program as well. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, and that review is currently underway. It's just kicked off, actually.
And so would you be able to add the impact and how the new model that has longer periods of affordability, even on ownership, can be integrated in this review?
Through the chair, yeah, the review is intended to be a fulsome one. We've heard from many providers, many affordable home ownership developers that they feel they can do more with the program, both in terms of scale and the type of program length and affordability that they want to offer. And so, yes, we will be interviewing those developers and stakeholders and taking their feedback about what might be possible through a new affordable housing program.
Great.
Sorry, affordable home ownership program.
Purpose-built rental, is that a goal of our housing plan? Did we identify that we needed to increase the number of purpose-built rental units in our city?
Through the speaker, Deputy Mayor, it's Eglinton. Certainly it's an official plan goal to expand the type and tenure of all housing across all neighborhoods. And I'm sure Abby can speak to the housing action plan as well as a segment of the market meeting particular needs of market affordability, not affordable housing per se, but overall affordability and meeting the needs of Torontonians at its highest and broadest level.
I think I saw some reports saying that in 2017, we had about 6% of the units built that were purpose-built rental, and that by last year, we were up to 15%. But we just heard today that there's a few thousands of units that are now on pause because of all these market conditions. Is this information correct? Is that what you have on file as well?
Generally, yes, and we've heard a similar reference to the 4,500 number that was spoken to by one of the deputants. We know that we have about 26,000 purpose-built rental units that have been proposed could be built. So I think a concern, we don't necessarily control when those units turn into units under construction, but a concern would be that if there is a robust pipeline there of potential units that are ready to go, that the interest rate environment and the other economic forces right now might put more units on pause. So it is a bit of a precarious situation that we're in at the very moment with so many units that could be constructed.
So my last question, so would it make sense that we work with the sector and in particularly the provincial and federal governments to ensure that we have a strategic approach to this situation that we're facing, in particular around the rental market, where we were heading in the right direction, but it seemed like we're coming back again, would you see this as something that we should be aiming for and taking a leadership role?
Yes, I think pulling all the government levers that are possible and working with the private sector, putting them in a position to deliver on the approved units certainly would be a timely endeavor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Barla. Other questions from members of the committee or councillors to staff on 34.1? Okay, then I'm entertaining speakers. Are there any speakers besides, are you going to speak, Deputy Mayor Barla? Please.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I think, there's an echo, right? Good, okay. I just want to touch on 2 points deputants brought forward. One was the affordable home ownership program, and I know that there's a review being conducted, and Mr. Mayor, you will be moving some motions to address this issue and to make sure that the Parkland is put together in the hope, and I think that we will have to move the motion to ensure that the Hope Grant reflects the increases that we're doing in the DCs. We'll have to do that at council, but we'll do that. The other thing I wanted to mention was the motion that you'll be moving with regards to purpose-built rental. You know, I think that these are the first projects that we're seeing being affected by a very volatile environment. I think everybody's paying close attention to what is happening in the production of much needed units, both in ownership and in rental. But in particularly in the rental market, where more and more people stay longer in rental because you know, it's getting more costly to get a down payment to house. We're having thousands and thousands of people coming to the city of Toronto, much needed, that we need those people to come to Toronto. So we need those units more than ever. However, it's becoming more and more difficult to produce these units, and in particularly around the rental. And to be honest with you, we actually saw what happened at the beginning of the pandemic when we had an oversupply of rental. In downtown Toronto, rents came down $500 instantly because of the short-term rental market crashing because of the beginning of the pandemic and because people just moving away, you know, out of the downtown. And that's what happens when you have a purpose-built rental and you have the stock when you have the stock available. So I think this is an area that we need to pay close attention. I think that it's part of the spectrum. A lot of the units, we started to see some of the articles even this past weekend on affordable home ownerships as well. The economics of these projects on affordable rental ownership and purpose-built rental are very different from the condo, and so they're getting hit first. And I think that us as a city taking the leadership to work with them and bring the province and the feds to the table and saying, let's work on a plan together to make sure that we're not losing any of these affordable ownership and rental units that we have in the pipeline and purpose-built rental that we have in the pipeline, but also how we can continue on the trajectory that we had started. We were heading in the good direction. It was going from 6% to 50%. We need to continue. Half of the population in the city rent. So, and this is not new. It's been happening for a long time. So as we are developing things like the development charges, I think it is really important that we put our, what is, I believe this for this council, a big policy eye on it, which is housing. This council has over and over again said we want to make an impact in housing, we want to take action on housing. So these two things have to go hand in hand. Absolutely understanding that we also have the other pressures as well. So as much as we would love to have zero increase, the reality is that we cannot only build homes, we need to build the infrastructure. These people need, you know, daycares, these people need community centers, these people need roads. And we have the system that we have. We are a creature of the province and we only have limited revenue tools. And so we need the development charges, but we need to create them in the way that they go hand in hand with the policy goals that we have. And we need to understand that they affect the production of housing. And so if one of our goals is to increase the production of rental, if one of our roles is to make sure that we're creating affordable home ownership opportunities in some of these lands, in some of this, if one of our goals is to ensure that our nonprofit sector, that affordable rental has the opportunity to be out there to compete and to produce projects, our financial tools need to reflect that as well. And that's why I think it is important not to have a one-size-fits-all, but to actually have a policy that responds to the goals that we have in housing as well. So, Mayor, thank you for moving a big package of motions that you've been working hard, and for advocating for this, and for taking a leadership role in also bringing this issue up with the province and the feds. I know that you've been very outspoken on this, and I think I thank you for your leadership on this, because I think this will have a great impact on the production of housing in our city.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there others wishing to speak on this? Because I do have some motions to move, and when I speak myself, Councillor McKelvey, please go ahead.
Thank you. I have a motion on this item. The clerk can display. City Council amend the development charges bylaw included as attachment 1 to exempt from payment of development charges up to one residential dwelling unit or dwelling room located on a property of a place of worship. And then it goes on to list a specific example from 2019 for members' motion 529. We had asked staff to report back on this by the end of term, and it didn't make it into this report. So I've worked with city staff to include it here through this amendment. And thank you to everybody that's done all their hard work on this, and to the leadership of Councillor Bilo and Mayor Tory on housing in our wonderful city.
Thank you, Councillor McKelvey. Others wishing to speak? Okay, well, I will then just reset the clock here, and I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Pasternak, I apologize. Didn't see you there. Go ahead, please.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a motion, and it's really just to accommodate a local hospice that's being built. It's actually, they haven't broken ground yet, but they're looking for a deferral. So we're asking City Council to authorize the deferral of a payment of development charges with the same general terms and conditions in order to coordinate the report back on financial incentives in 2023. So they sit in sort of a gray area of housing, and this process is to create clarity for them. So they've asked for a deferral, which I hope we have the support for. The only thing I would add to the conversation is that affordability of housing is perhaps the number one issue that's affecting our city right now. On a personal note, 3 of my 4 children have left the city. The most recent has moved to Montreal, and there are a number of reasons why they go. Some is job opportunities, some is marriage. But affordability also is very much part of the story. And if our young people, our next generation of civic leaders or business people or community activists, people who are going to work in our various industries are not here, then they will be hollowing out much of our neighborhoods. It'll affect the enrollment in our local schools. It'll affect the ability to hire, to keep businesses flourishing, whether they be in food or beverage or technology. So it's increasingly important, urgent almost, to make sure that we have housing stock that's coming on board that allows for them to stay here, and not just stay here, but have money at the end of the day to save for the future. We're working on a number of different proposals in York Centre. One of them is coming to council called the William Baker neighborhood, which are federal lands which are partially going to be developed. And we were able to negotiate 20% affordable, which is really unheard of. And I think we need more of that so that we can give the opportunity of young people, and they're not always young, middle-aged people as well, and seniors. And there's a seniors component to that proposal to make sure they have the opportunity to stay in the city, to live in dignity, and not to be out of money by the end of the month. I have always argued that when it comes to affordability of housing for seniors, pension reform is really the answer. And I realize that's way beyond the jurisdiction of municipalities, but you really do need pension reform to make sure that seniors, when they're past their income producing years, have the money to be able to live a dignified life and, of course, be able to afford the various types of housings that are needed in senior years, whether it's independent living, whether it's supportive living, whether it's long-term care, and so forth. And the real long-term solution, the next time you're talking to the Prime Minister, is pension reform, to make sure that when someone's done their income-producing years, that they have a larger pension to be able to retire in dignity. So with that, I'm looking forward to seeing these motions, although I think I know what's coming. We must incentivize purpose-built rental. We have a few proposals in our area for that very purpose, and we want to make sure that they do not back away from those applications because of the cost. The one builder told me that he doesn't build purpose-built rental because of the Tenancies Act, which is once again way beyond the jurisdiction of the municipality, and they'll have to go work with the province if they have problems with that. But it is important to realize that the rental stock is really what people are looking for, because when young people start out, they normally rent, and having that stock keeps them in the city. And that should be the overall long-term objective of the city, to keep young people, next generation of people here, raising families, going to our local schools, starting businesses, and of course, prospering. So that concludes my remarks. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Are there any other members of the committee wishing to speak to this matter? Okay, well, I will, and I do have some motions, and I'll just mention the three of them as I go through and post them up on the screen for all to see. The first deals with ensuring that until such time as some of the feedback that we're going to get from staff and from consultation with respect to incentives and protection, if I can call it that, for purpose-built rental is in hand, which will be in front of the new council, that in the meantime, the current rates be charged to secured purpose-built rental housing and inclusionary zoning projects that come in front of the city and are dealt with. The second motion asks for a report from the CFO and the Chief Planner and the Executive Director of Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning to report back on a designated financial incentive program to incentivize the construction of purpose-built rental, as well as requesting the federal and provincial governments, further to the comments of Deputy Mayor Bylaw, about urgent action to be undertaken by the other two governments with us to consider additional measures and incentives to ensure sufficient purpose-built rental supply. And the third part of that is to ask the CFO to come back to us in 2023 on the changes to the Development Charges Act needed to ensure that growth pays for growth. And then the final motion, C, is directing the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat and the Treasurer and the Chief Planner to initiate some discussions to engage with the industry on short-term pressures, constraints, and opportunities with respect to affordable rental supply, including people from all governments, as well as from the nonprofit rental developers and operators, and reporting back on some things we could be doing in that regard, we in the broadest sense, in the first quarter of 2023, and again, a further statement to request the federal and provincial governments to take urgent action to avoid the loss of rental housing supply. It was interesting to see Mr. Chong put up the statistics about the rental stock and how we sort of, if you go, it went all the way back, as I recall, to like 2005. And it showed, a relatively paltry number, I think sometimes just in the hundreds of units that were started in those years. And then it sort of fluctuated in and around 1,000, but never really getting over 1,000. And only in the last 2 or 3 years did it get up into the multiple thousands. Still not enough, as his presentation pointed out, but it was up into the sort of 3,000, as I recall, 3,000 sort of range. And the bottom line is we simply cannot allow that to sort of backslide and to go back to the bad old days. The bad old days were obviously a time when we weren't putting as much incentive into having these kinds of affordable and other rental units built as we are today. And it was a time when I don't think there was the same kind of keen focus on this as there is today. This may be one of the most vital social and economic issues of our time. And I think the sad part of the coincidence of interest rate increases and construction cost increases is that we were making great progress, and we will continue to make that great progress. And indeed, I would say the majority of the time spent in all of my meetings with Ms. Freeland, Mr. Ford, Premier Ford, and Prime Minister Trudeau was taken up discussing housing and discussing this particular aspect, which is that we have made a lot of progress thanks to city programs that have been supported, well supported, especially by the federal government, and that now with these other intruding circumstances of interest rates and construction cost inflation, which I realize can't be laid at the doorstep of any government, not that I was interested in doing that anyway, that we simply have to forge solutions to say that we are not going to backslide, and we're not going to go back to a time when the number that gets reported, say for 2023, is 417 rental units started in a city of 3 million people, 50% of whom live in rented accommodation, and where we know that, especially on the affordable front, we just cannot sustain having people who live in the city who earn modest incomes because they can't. We can't sustain it because there isn't the supply there of affordable or workforce or attainable housing to allow them to do so. It's interesting because when I listened, as we all did, to Mr. Boston's make his presentation, and he said, and I remember I asked him about this, the taxpayers don't really want to pay for this. And I mean, I think there may be a beginning of an understanding on the part of some of the people that come and depute here as to the fact that, well, they don't really like development charges, they don't like higher taxes, and they say that the taxpayers aren't willing to pay for this infrastructure. And yet, I think, certainly speaking for myself, but I think I speak for the other people who are here serving with me, we are not going to go back to the days where what we did was just not build the infrastructure that accompanied this incredible growth. I mean, it's not a direct analogy because we are not responsible for building schools, but I mean, what kind of a city is it where you have signs posted on the front of projects under construction saying, if you move into this building, take notice there's no place for your kid to go to school? And why wouldn't you apply the same incredulity at that kind of situation to saying, well, if you move into this building, there will not be a library nearby. There will not be a community center. The roads will not be kept in proper repair. The sewers and water may run out of capacity, even though you're going to be living in this building. And we are not running that kind of administration here. I'm not. I won't if I'm blessed to be back here for another 4 years. And that necessitates, what we're doing here. And quite frankly, some of the comments that were made over the weekend, yet when you ask the very same people that make these comments and say that our behavior is less than responsible and even contemplating a charge like this to pay for the very same infrastructure I'm talking about, so that when people move into a home, they will have a community center and a library and proper roads and proper sewers and proper water, they would say, well, just put it onto the taxpayers. And then you have somebody else coming in front of here saying, well, no, the taxpayers won't pay for that. So I just think that it's a bit frustrating, I think, for us all. And it was particularly frustrating for me when the people who made those comments knew full well that we were engaged in very constructive, very thorough, very painstaking discussions with the industry and with ourselves and everybody else involved to ensure that we didn't do something that did seem nonsensical, namely to have development charge increases applied to rental, especially affordable rental and IZ projects and the like. And these motions are meant to take account of the fact which people knew, that we are working hard, the staff is working hard to make sure that we have some allowance made in order not to be sort of saying, well, on the one hand, we're going to put a lot of cities' tax money into deferrals of charges. I mean, again, it's never recognized by anybody, including those who write about this, that the city is putting up, I believe I'm right, the number is currently $7 billion in various deferred charges and taxes to make apartments affordable that are in the pipeline now. $7 billion and counting. So when I go to the other governments, and I make sure to mention this when I'm speaking with the Prime Minister, with the Finance Minister, with the Premier, that yes, we're coming to ask you to support these projects as well in the best interests of the economy and making sure that we're building the kind of city here that can have a home for everybody that's needed in the economy, but more importantly, building a city that isn't just for people who are very comfortable and people who are struggling, that there are people in the middle that need to be accommodated to some extent, that we are putting up our money as a city and have done so in a way that is quite thorough and unprecedented in the context of the open doors and the housing now and the other kinds of incentives that we're offering. And so I think that what has come up here, especially when you take into account that this will be phased in, as it has been the case in the past, and again, the notion that people are out there saying next week, next year, next month, there's going to be suddenly a 46% increase in these charges is not responsible, because it's not true. It's not true. And so I commend this to people here as being something that is a necessary reality in a fast-growing city if we're going to have people live in the kind of city that we would expect them to live in, where they don't have to go to I mean, we should maybe say otherwise, that we're just going to have signs put up, not just saying there isn't a school spot for your kid, but there won't be a community center, there won't be a library, there won't be proper transit, there won't be proper transportation, there won't be necessarily the right kind of sewage and water capacity. What would people think if we had those signs going up? They wouldn't think much of us in terms of the leadership that we're showing as a city. And I'm going to have a lot more to say in the coming weeks here and elsewhere about the fact, as I suggested to Mr. Bossons, that the status quo, like we want to protect the character of the city because it's a character that caused people to want to come here and to live. But the notion that everything can stay exactly the same when you have 70 or 80,000 people coming here every year is not realistic. And anybody who thinks about it knows that. And he conceded that point as well. So I'll conclude on that notion, urge members to support these motions because I think they put in place a process that will lead to sensible policies that make sure that in making sure growth pays for growth, we don't do it at the expense of affordable rental, IZ-related rental, and other purpose-built rental, because the developers have made it very clear, in all kinds of meetings, including today, that they need to have a range of incentives in order for them to make things work in a very difficult environment for them relative to interest rates and construction costs. So that is all that I have to say about that. Are there anybody? I'll ask one more time if there's anybody else who wishes to speak, and otherwise we can move to dealing with these. I'm sorry. Oh, Councilor Nunziata?
Yes, just a question on your motion.
Yes.
If you don't mind. Yeah, one of your motions, I don't recall which one it is, an incentive program. You want to create incentive programs. Can you elaborate a bit on that comment?
Well, I mean, it's been left deliberately open, but I mean, I guess the first incentive, if you want to call it that, is to look at ways in which we would not have the full application of the development charges provided for here. So that acts as an incentive for people to continue with rental and affordable rental housing, so that we're not going to do what I mentioned in my remarks, which is to say, well, on the one hand, we're going to put up all kinds of our money to incent these to happen and then turn around and take it back with the other hand. So I think the first incentive that is contemplated by this, although without trying to narrow it to this, is that we would see some kind of accommodation made for rental, purpose-built rental, affordable, and for an affordable and IZ-related rental housing made, some kind of accommodation made, and this is what we're going to expect back from our staff in terms of what kind of accommodation that would be. With respect to other kinds of incentives, I think that it's left it open quite deliberately here, especially in invoking the names of the federal and provincial governments. I mean, the one I hear most frequently mentioned, for example, it's been mentioned for years and nobody's ever done anything about it federally of any party, is HST. If you were to take HST off a purpose-built rental or even affordable rental, I mean, any of it would be a good start. But I think that it's left open to our staff to talk about incentives that we could, bring in of the form I called about. We can't do much more in terms of incentives that we're putting forward because we're already deferring $7 billion worth of development charges, taxes, and other fees to try and make apartments affordable and stay affordable for 99 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me one second. All right. It's just been explained to me that there was a sort of, in effect, a duplicate motion given in that motion, what now is motion C, actually was meant to replace motion B. And so I was given all three to move, and they do say, and funny, because I had noticed that they both called on the federal and provincial governments to take urgent action, but I thought the more often you say it, the better. But having said that, they're slightly different from one another, but carry the same imprimatur. So with your concurrence, members of the committee, I would ask that I be able to withdraw motion B, and that we would proceed to call the question on motions A and C. Is all those in agreement? Okay, then motion B is withdrawn. And we would then move, if there's no one else to speak or ask questions, to call the question then first on motion A. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. And then on motion C, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried again unanimously. And then the item as amended. I'm sorry?
Waiver recorded.
Oh, yes,
vote,
I'm
please.
sorry. I apologize. Councilor McKelvey, do I have that in front of me, or can we put it up, please? And then Councilor Pasternak had a motion as well. Okay, there is Councilor McKelvey's motion. This is to do with properties with places of worship and so on. I'll call the question if you're ready. All those in favor? Opposed? Again, carried unanimously. And then Councilor Pasternak's motion to do with Neshama Hospice. Again, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And now we're ready for item as amended. Item as amended. Perhaps we should have a recorded vote on this.
On the item as amended, all in favor? Mayor Tory, Councillor Ainsley, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao. That carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right, that then brings us to item EX 34.2, growth funding tools. There are two deputants on this item. This is the community benefits charge, and the two deputants, so they can be ready to depute, are first Jeff Kettle from Fontra, and then Daryl Chong from the Greater Toronto Apartment Association. So is Mr. Kettle on the line? Mr. Kettle, good morning.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Kettle, how are you doing?
Jeff Cattell from the Federation.
I apologize for the mispronunciation, Mr. Cattell. Then you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation. There may be some questions, so please go ahead.
Sure. As you're aware, there were three components of the growth funding tools. This is the second one. It's the new provincial program called Community Benefits Charge, and it replaces the old Section 37 well-known program. So we thank staff for the comprehensive report on the second plank of the growth funding tools. Unlike others, the city is the unlucky recipient of arbitrary and short-sighted provincial decision-making in this particular area. The Community Benefits Charge, CBC, is set out in the new Section 37 provisions of the Planning Act, replacing the current authority to permit increased height and/or density in return for the provision of a benefit or cash contribution, so-called density bonusing, which expires in September. The new Section 37 authorizes the municipality to collect CBCs against land to pay for the capital cost of facilities and services required as a result of development or redevelopment. The city is required to enact a CBC bylaw supported by a CBC strategy before it can collect CBCs. The CBC applies a maximum standard rate to developments that have at least 5 stories and 10 or more residential units, provided they're not exempt by statute or bylaw. The latter may be determined by council. As you remember, previously Section 37 density bonusing was determined on a site-by-site basis by negotiation, guided by the official plan policies and council adopted guidelines. The new Section 37 community benefits charge is based on something quite different. It's based on the appraised value of the land and restricted so that the charge cannot exceed 4% of land value at the time a building permit is issued. Based on an assessment of applications in the city's approval pipeline and projected land values, it is anticipated that the changes to Section 37 will result in the city collecting significantly less revenue than the current Section 37 density bonus approach, notwithstanding that the CBC may apply to a wider range of developments. While the intention of growth funding tools is that growth should pay for growth, the 4% cap for the CBC is not sufficient to fully offset CBC eligible growth-related capital costs. Based on the city's growth forecast, staff anticipate it will recover an average annual amount of $70 million per year over the next 10 years before the proposed exemptions and transitions discussed in the report. However, the city will require upwards of $2 in CBC eligible costs over the same 10-year period as a result of eligible development. So we've got a funding gap of almost $1.6 billion as a result of the new approach. This, the CBC approach recommended by staff also provides additional incentives for affordable housing by exempting from the bylaw both housing now, including market units and affordable housing secured through a municipal housing facility agreement from a CBC payment. In addition, complete applications for residential development in the city's development pipeline that are less than 10,000 square meters will not be subject to the CBC. The above policies that advance city priorities and protect development projects in the pipeline are estimated to further reduce anticipated CBC revenues initially by about $36 million annually. The new use of 4% cap on land value does not recognize differences in the size of the development. In comparing the CBC, the new CBC, to the previous Section 37, an analysis of the city's historic development applications by staff demonstrates that the 4% cap on land value, had that been in effect over the last 5 years, the benefits secured as a result of Section 37 of the Planning Act would have been reduced by $50 to $70 million or 40% annually. Our comments are as follows. We regret the elimination of the density bonus basis of the Section 37. The density bonus was perhaps a tangible, but perhaps a token recompense to the city related to development that exceeded what was allowable under the official plan and zoning bylaw. This change appears to increase even further the incentive for developers to seek developments that exceed the city's official plan policies and zoning bylaws. Now only the Ontario Land Tribunal provides an obstacle, perhaps just a delay. We object to the lack of effective consultation employed by the province in making these changes. We objected in writing both as sponsor and as a member of Federation of Urban Neighborhoods, to no avail. We're very concerned about the reduced revenues resulting from the change and its implications, which are unknown. We recommend 3 recommendations: that council request the province to increase the 4% cap tied to the size of the project. Secondly, the former Section 37 faced criticism for being non-transparent, both in the negotiations and in the record keeping. As these accounts continue, the issue still needs to be addressed. So we recommend that Executive Committee request the City Manager to report back to Executive Committee in the first quarter of 2023 regarding the status of the existing Section 37 accounts by ward and how public transparency can be increased regarding the status of the accounts and the purposes for which they will be allocated.
I'll have to ask you to conclude,
thirdly,
Mr. Cattell.
Just conclude by noting the exemptions. We'd be very concerned about additional exemptions. So we request that City Council direct staff to exercise restraint in recommending any further exemptions, which would again reduce the revenue coming from this charge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of this deputant? Okay, we'll move then to Gerald Chong, President and CEO, Greater Toronto Apartment Association. There you are. Thank you again for being here, and please go ahead.
Your motions on the last item and the comment you made at the end, so thank you very much. But in regards to this item, community benefits charge, you know, the report suggests that this is calculated based on the highest use valuation. And you know that when you build purpose-built rental, that's not the highest use. So if a rental development, if the appraised value, we're suggesting that the appraised value should be reduced accordingly. We're not suggesting any sort of mechanism right now, but perhaps this would play a role in the staff review of different types of incentives, just sort of to level the playing field, because if it's left as is, this is just it seems to be a financial penalty that discourages the viability of a rental project. So again, not asking you to do anything today, but to include this in the basket of things that might be considered later this year into 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chong. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, that ends the deputations for this item. Then we would move to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff that members of the committee or visiting councillors have? Seeing none, I could move to, I'm sorry, did you have a question, Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for applications that have been recently adopted by council, final applications with a Section 37 component that are being appealed, and that appeal will go into the CBC era. Will those Section 37 agreements stay intact, or are they at risk?
Through the mayor, Councillor Pasternak, perhaps city legal can differentiate for you, because there are several scenarios that might apply. I see Mr. Sarian up there.
Yes, for you. To the keeper, existing Section 37 agreements and where a section law has been adopted by council before the date of the adoption of the new CBC bylaw will continue as is, and the allocation of those funds will continue to be allocated to the intended community benefits as set out in Schedule A of those bylaws and as set out in the agreement.
So are they appealable? Could someone go to the Ontario Lands Tribunal and say, well, there's Section 37 doesn't exist anymore. We, you know, as part of our appeal of this application, we'd like the tribunal to remove the Section 37 and go back, do it on an appraisal basis through the CBC. Or anything's possible.
Through the chair.
Anything's possible at a quasi-judicial body.
Through the chair, Councillor, if a bylaw is passed again with a Section 37 schedule before the transition date, if that is appealed, if the upon appeal, once there is an approval, the schedule will continue to apply as long as there are no amendments to the community benefits. So even if appealed from a decision of council, the Section 37 community benefits will continue to apply. If there is an appeal for a non-decision, so that is an appeal of the zoning bylaw amendment before council has rendered a decision and approved a 34 bylaw, then the ultimately the decision will come after the transition date, and the CBC regime will apply to that approval.
Okay, I guess we'll have to watch that closely. Now, when I read through this, I just see a war of evaluations, the battle of the evaluations, and that going back and forth with those evaluations could take months, and we would probably run into a situation which we're not dealing with their applications on a timely basis. What is the risk under this, that we could just go into endless debate about evaluations of land? And running the risk that everything will just automatically go to appeal because we won't be able to resolve and get final reports to council?
If I can begin, Councillor Pasternak, through the mayor, the city already has processes and procedures that underpin the appraisal plan through our city real estate division, and these are based on accepted industry standards. The city has been undertaking interaction with developers for many decades based on arriving at accepted appraisals for parks levy and other determinations that are made. These procedures and policies will continue under the new system, and I wouldn't expect any greater number of differences of opinion than we have been able to manage in the past.
All right, well, we'll leave
through
that.
the chair. Just to, apologies, just to the speaker's point, in terms of an ongoing process of contested evaluations, there are statutory periods out in the regulations, so it would not any contestation of a CBC charge has a determined set of time that would need to meet. So it isn't an open-ended ongoing process.
So currently, when you secure a Section 37 agreement and the funds that come with it, you have you can spend them within about 2 kilometers of the subject site. Does that rule still hold for the CBC?
Through the speaker, we've articulated in the report a principle of growth paying for growth and continuing to develop complete communities. So we're anticipating that where those CBC charges are collected is where they will be spent. There will be a geographic relationship And the report goes through or articulates the point that we'll be back to council with guidelines on exactly how that is going to work next year. The urgency of this matter was to put the new bylaw in place and then bring procedures back next year for council's consideration on how to actually see the CBC operating.
So that's not determined. The 2 kilometer rule may not hold under the CBC.
There was no, through the chair, there was no fixed 2 kilometer rule. There was more of a geographic relationship established through the current use of Section 37. And again, I think through the future, we would think that will be largely maintained because of the principle of growth paying for growth.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Any other questions of staff from councillors? Councillor McKelvey. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not looking at my screen. Did you have one too, Deputy Mayor Thompson?
I do. I didn't think you could see me. That's right.
No, I just didn't look down. And so we'll do Deputy Mayor. At least we'll do Councillor McKelvey first, and then yourself.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there was, reading through the deputations, there was one that had some questions in it, and so I just wanted to put those forward. So one of them asks, what happens if there's a minor variance or a zoning bylaw amendment to the previously approved zoning? So what happens in that case?
Through the speaker, I think if there is a bylaw amendment to the previously approved zoning, it would be considered in the context of the policies that are in place at the time that apply with that application. I don't know if City Legal wants to comment on how it might impact the enforced zoning.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, once the transition regulations in the Planning Act say that once a bylaw is adopted with a Section 37 schedule, the old provisions of Section 37 continue to apply to it. So therefore, a minor variance to the provisions of that bylaw will still be within the framework of the previous Section 37 regime or provisions, I should say. And so a minor variance to that bylaw would not then exclude that bylaw or those lands from the application of the previous Section 37 sections of the Planning Act.
Okay, and then another comment is that the mixed use could be disincentivized through this regime. So can you comment on that and how we are protecting mixed use with these CBC charges?
I don't know, Andrew, if you want to comment on that. I didn't quite understand the observation that was being made other than the fact that the CBC charge is anticipated to be less than what we now take in with Section 37. I don't know, Andrew, if you want to comment further on that.
Yeah, no, Greg, I concur with you. I'm not entirely sure what is being indicated there, but you're absolutely right. The 4% puts a limit on the amount that can obviously be generated.
Okay, so maybe I'll flag this deputation to you and maybe comment on it prior to council, because I don't quite understand the way that the calculations work, and it's saying that when you go over a certain amount of residential units, that things change. So I'll follow up with you on that.
Certainly, Councillor.
All right. Any other questions of staff? We have Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to maybe through you to staff to unpack that a little. So there's great jeopardy to the city as I see the changes and the transformation that's going to take place with respect to the new CBC as as compared to Section 37. I'm just wondering, what is the sort of big delta that we would see? You just mentioned the 4% limit, but with Section 37, there's a magnitude of discussion and negotiation. So on, what is the overall impact to the city based on your planning in terms of the financial impact?
So through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor, it's difficult to say the exact impact, but when we've got passed through applying what the current or what the future state would be over the past 5 years, the revenue would be about $50 to $70 million less annually, so about a 40% reduction in size. The CBC is, of course, has a broader application, but because of the 4% target or the 4% maximum, it will be generating less than the current negotiated approach with the Section 37s.
Right, and that funding will have like, in terms of future growth and talking about growth, we'll have to come up with that fund from somewhere, and I guess that more likely will be through property taxes.
So obviously, through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor, we would have to find other revenue sources, whether it be the property tax base or direct charges or user fees, in order to fund the same service levels. The other alternative is to reduce service levels, of course.
So those are the options that we have available that coming forward to us, reducing service levels and or, I mean, obviously from a political perspective, raising taxes in order to generate the
finding a different
the funding differential.
Yep. Yes.
So, okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my questions at this point.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Are there any other members of the committee or councillors wishing to ask questions of staff? Okay, we can then move to speakers. Are there people wishing to speak to item 34.2? Okay, we're hearing none. I do have a motion, and I will say a few words, and I'll just start the clock here. My motion, which we can put up here, really speaks to something that's come up in the deputations and in some of the questions to staff, which is to ask the CFO to report back to council through the budgeting process on the cost of growth compared to actual revenues collected through the community benefits charge in order to determine whether the maximum rate is sufficient to ensure growth pays for growth. And then sections 2 and 3 of this motion really deal with the mechanisms that we're requesting the province actually amend Section 37 of the Planning Act to permit us to be able to enforce, as it were, or secure provisions of in-kind contributions of facilities, services, or matters, and register those against the land. And then finally, in the shorter term, that City Council direct the City Solicitor to take all available steps to ensure that as many zoning bylaws containing Section 37 contributions are adopted by Council or approved by the OLT prior to the adoption of the Community Benefits Charge bylaw. And so that is just really, again, protecting gains already made, if I can put it that way, or about to be made under Section 37. I will just say, again, it's very frustrating here, and I think I speak on behalf of all of my colleagues, it's very frustrating here to be expected, and for us to expect of ourselves, that we would put in place the kind of infrastructure that will make this continue to be one of the 10 most livable cities in the world. And then to have a measure like this brought forward, which I'm convinced, and again, I stand to be proven wrong, when the report comes back, contemplated by Section 1 of this motion, will show, as has been evidenced by the comments of a number of the speakers, that we are going to end up with less money than we could negotiate for ourselves. And it will be, of course, as well, less focused on the things that a particular community featuring a particular development might have needed, whether it is childcare, or whether it is some other kind of recreational facility or something else like that. And, I, for one, take extremely seriously the responsibility we have here to make sure that as the city grows rapidly, that it grows in a way that keeps it one of the 10 most livable cities in the world. And that is what was achieved and has been achieved over time, imperfectly, and it's not a system that is ideal in all respects, by Section 37 and by some of the negotiations that accompanied the use of that section. And so, again, somebody came forward with what they thought of as a quote-unquote better idea here with the city building levy. And it is certainly less than perfect by all accounts so far, in that first, the way it's applied to the land value, which doesn't take account of what's going to be done with that land. Secondly, the fact there's a cap, and thirdly, it doesn't allow for the kind of focused negotiation that took place before under the admittedly imperfect previous or current regime. And, you know, I just think there's going to have to be a day of reckoning. And again, this has been said by mayors before me, and maybe one day somebody's actually going to sit down and pay attention to it, that if we're going to build the kind of city that doesn't, to go back to repeat what I said on the development charge matter, require us to be posting signs on buildings. And, you know, there's a part of me that says maybe that idea that I sort of put forward a bit tongue-in-cheek on the last item, that we should start posting signs saying, well, there will be no community center here, there will be no this, there will be no that, because the province of Ontario decided, first and foremost, not to give us any tools that would allow us to do the kind of thing we have to do to build things in a city of this scale and size and complexity. And second, because they brought forward measures that actually constrained our ability that was previously greater to negotiate some of these things when development is taking place. You know, it's one way or the other. You know, I spend a lot of my time, and again, I don't mean to say this in a condescending way to people who I told them when I was saying these things, that I was saying them always respectfully, and I always do. I'm often very firm in these meetings I have privately with the Prime Minister and the Premier and the Ministers of Finance and so forth. But I said to them, each of them, they all know Toronto well, of course, but I said, look, it is sometimes forgotten about, I think, in putting in these one-size-fits-all solutions, the scale and complexity of this city, which is a bigger and more complex city than many of the provinces of this country. And the provinces of this country who stand as provinces, and I don't dispute that, that's a fact of history, have tools at their disposal to raise money, to pay for things we don't have. And we, in fact, it's worse than that. There can be, by the stroke of a pen at Queen's Park, decisions undertaken that affect even our ability we had before to try and negotiate the money we needed to make sure this remained a livable city. And so, you know, I've seen the campaigns conducted before for, what was it now, 1% on HST or some such thing. And that's not to say we shouldn't conduct them again, but it's so frustrating that you conduct those campaigns and they go off into the ether and nobody pays any attention to the fact that there is a need to build this city and to build it to be one of the great cities of the world, one of the most inclusive cities in the world, you know, one of the most successful cities in the world. And we're well on the way to being that, but we're doing it with fumes and with feathers and you know, adhesive tape and so forth, because we do not have the tools. And, you know, there are people who say to us, well, just raise property taxes through the roof. People should think about that before they make that recommendation in terms of the seniors that are trying to stay in their homes and the young people. I mean, I have, you know, the young people today are doing these incredibly precise to the penny calculations about what they can afford, especially with rising interest rates. And of course, if the rising interest rates make their mortgage payment more unbearable for them in buying these extraordinarily priced homes, then taxes will just add to it. They're going to say, well, look, I have even less room to pay exorbitant tax increases because I'm having to pay more to the bank just to be able to have a hope of buying one of these homes, even if prices are coming down. So I think, you know, this motion that I commend to you is going to get us some facts and figures on this and hopefully point out to the province they've done something here that is going to be to our disadvantage and is simply going to have us coming back and asking them for more money. And I don't know why they would want to put themselves in a position where that's what they've done here. So thank you for your indulgence in listening to those comments, and I'm ready to call the question if you're ready for that. And the first is the, I think, only motion in front of us, which is the one that I've put forward, and we can put that up again. And I'm ready to call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'll just wait to see the screen. Yep. Okay, everybody's okay. And then the item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Can we have a recorded vote, please?
You want a recorded vote on that? Okay, recorded vote on
Yes,
the
please.
CBC. Then please go ahead, Julie.
Recorded vote on item 2. All those in favor: Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Wong, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao. That carries unanimously.
Thank you. We'll see if we can't get through this third of the growth funding tools item before the lunch break. And we have on this 4 deputants. So we'll start with that. This is the growth funding tools alternative parkland dedication rate. And the first 2 deputants are Richard Lyle from Rescon again and Catherine Burka. So is Mr. Lyle on the line? Okay. Mr. Lyle, please go ahead if you're ready, and you've got up to 5 minutes and then some questions, maybe.
I will not repeat some of my earlier comments, although I'll touch on a couple of points relative to equity. You know, I think the representative Fontra suggested that the developers pay for this. And that's just not the way it works. If projects work, all the costs are included. And if you can make a project work and bring it to market, it's the market that will pay the costs, which are the consumers, the renters, the builders, and so on. Now, having said that, I totally appreciate the deputy mayor's comment that with respect to limited funding tools, and I think that's wherein there is a problem that the city faces, and we fully appreciate that. And certainly we weren't saying that the 46% was going to be coming in immediately. We appreciate the efforts with respect to phase in and so on. And certainly the $7 billion, Mayor, that you mentioned. The reality is we've been watching this for many years now. We in the industry did set up a labor management coalition on infrastructure, and we've been working hard with government and so on that. But our housing targets have been consistently unmet. That is a reality, and the situation is now, I think, hit a tipping point. In fact, we may have passed that point. And the rental housing at 15%, while our competitors south of the border, multiple family construction down there, it's about 85%. So we really do need serious efforts there. Now, in our reality is we've got 45 different government bodies that have their finger in the approvals pie, and often they're not coordinated. So, cost benefit analysis isn't performed. And, we had the recent report that said timelines aren't being met, but there was no solutions being offered there. And we need to pull that together. And I'm going to get to a final point relative to that in a moment. We also had the Wood Green Board of Trade study that said we're losing $8 billion a year in the city because of basically this problem. I point out that other jurisdictions have figured out many of these things, and we have traveled the industry to other cities to look at what they're doing. Interesting, in Copenhagen, the funding there, the taxes are collected by the city, and then it's moved up to the higher levels of government, which is something I'm sure you'd like to have. But there are some very noteworthy examples out there, and that we could and should be learning from. We'd be happy to participate in any kind of forum with respect to that. Now, things are happening very quickly now. It is very frustrating. We're looking at some tremendous uncertainty going forward, and we don't think we can really wait to 2023. I was looking at the proposal for the new housing commissioner. I think my suggestion with that housing commissioner, it could be very useful, but it should be broadened to include the industry and include the industry in the builders, especially in pulling all elements together. And that's been referred to. This is not something where I think we can, sort of pick and choose on one aspect of housing or another. The entire market has to work. And we would be ready, willing, and able to participate in anything like that. But waiting till 2023, we've got a crisis now, and we think we need to move on it. And I think there are some very good things that could happen if we took action immediately. Anyways, that's it, and I thank you for indulging me with your time.
Thanks, Mr. Lala. Any questions of the deputy? Okay. Then we'll move to Catherine Burka next. Is Catherine Burka there? Is there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, is that Catherine Burka? Yes, there you are. Thank you so much for joining us.
Sorry.
We not only hear you, we see you. And so you have up to 5 minutes. You're most welcome here. And then there may be some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. And good afternoon to Executive Committee members and to Mayor Tory. My name is Catherine Burka. I'm part of a national but growing organization called Build the Park, which opposes Metrolinx's Diesel Go train facility in the Lower Don Valley. As the largest and most central swath of parkland, the Lower Don and its connections to so many of our ravines cannot be ignored when we're speaking about the scarcity of park space and the increasing density of downtown Toronto. The Rouge, as stunning as it is, and the Humber, another marvel, are not parks that millions of Torontonians can walk to on a daily basis. The Lower Don is walking distance to all of the communities stretching from the waterfront through Corktown, Portlands, Riverdale, Regent Park, Cabbagetown, Rosedale, Danforth, East York, and up beyond to the 401. The plan was to deliver a super park to connect all of these communities. Last week, a half dozen proponents of continuing to build this park deputed to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Some of the members here were there, where we presented a letter signed by almost 50 organizations and individuals opposed to the Plan Go Transit diesel facility. Noteworthy signatures include former Mayor David Crombie, Mark Wilson, who was the chair of the task force to bring back the Don, and U of T's Institute of Forestry and Conservation, which is formerly the Faculty of Forestry. In addition, almost 300 individual emails of support were sent to council. This is an issue that has obviously struck a nerve with Torontonians, yet most, including many people here today, are not aware of the Metrolinx plan, nor realize the extent of the agency's grand plan for incursions into this gem of park space that's so central to our city. And people, frankly, deserve to know what's happening to the various plans, what happened to the Don Valley Park plan, beginning with the task force to bring back the Don, then the TRCA's 40 steps to a new Don, and then the more recent announcement that John Tory made back in October of 2016 with Evergreen to build an iconic super park. Most relevant to today's discussion is park access to residents south of Bloor and Danforth, where most of the intensification is going on, where green space simply cannot keep pace with concrete. The question is, why are we regressing, reindustrializing the Don, destroying this park with a diesel train facility serving Milton commuters? The International Panel on Climate Change has called initiatives of this kind moral and economic madness. Mayor Tory, you've been so forward-thinking in taking leadership on both the Ravine strategy and the Lower Don Super Park. You have announced the latter in conjunction with Evergreen back in October of 2016, as I mentioned. And recently, the Toronto Star criticized our city this weekend that we continue to announce more parks rather than properly look after those parks we already have. And this is especially true of the Lower Don, where after half a century, actually more, of deindustrialization, conservation, stewardship, we're about to destroy this park by allowing Metrolinx to build fossil fuel infrastructure. The facility would be built through sensitive wetland, an ESA, floodplain, and it would obscure the view of the second most iconic Toronto landmark, which is the Prince Bloor Viaduct. Metrolinx's own reports state high visual and noise disturbance and a negative impact on the park experience. So I'm here today to ask Mayor Tory and this committee, what happened to your vision, the vision of this park that has the potential to be truly iconic, serve more citizens in the downtown core than any developer can build or that we as a city can purchase. The good news is we're already halfway there. There is a beautiful park, and there are many volunteers willing to do a sequel to Task Force to Bring Back the Don to help finish the job. It can certainly be more grand than any of the parks on the agenda today at a fraction of the cost. So I ask again, Mayor Tory, can you please address this elephant in the room?
Thanks very much for your comments, Ms. Burka. Are there any questions of this deputy? I hope you understand, I took all of your points and I heard them all. It's not an occasion where we have a debate and a dialogue back and forth the way these meetings are set up. You make your comments, we can ask questions. Of course, that particular matter you spoke to is not directly, I mean, it's on the point of Parkland dedication rates here, but it's not directly on the point of what's being discussed here. But it's not that it's not left an impression with us. So, perhaps we can continue the discussion at a time when it is directly on the docket, as it were. But your comments were not lost. Thank you very much. All right, any other questions? Any questions of the deputy? All right, we'll thank Ms. Burka and move to Kathy McDonald, Federation of Fontra. Is Ms. McDonald there?
Yeah, my name's Kathy McDonald, and I'm the co-chair of Fontra, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of Fontra on the recommendations of this report. So recommendation 1, well, first we agree with all the recommendations of the report. Recommendation 1 recommends further consultation and reporting in 2023 on the alternative dedication provision set out in Bill 109. So I'm going to speak to that recommendation. We certainly agree with the fact that the use of lot size rather than density calculate alternative parkland dedication rate is totally inadequate to meet the needs of our growing city, and particularly in transit-oriented communities where the objective is to increase density. We note that the new provision will result in a loss of parkland dedication funds, as a loss of 1/3 of our current parkland dedication funds. So this is a major issue. I also want to address the issue of building encumbered lands, now authorized by Bill 109 for transit-oriented communities. We agree that the use of encumbered land certainly creates a number of challenges, but we need to find ways to meet these challenges, especially in transit-oriented communities. I want to sort of speak in particular about my neighborhood, Deer Park, where we already have several parks on encumbered lands, and our framework plan for the Young St. Clair area provides for more. This is the only way we can get more parkland in the Young St. Clair area. We note that the One Delisle project, which is now under construction, will include a large park over 2 parking garages. The Whittington project to be before your before council at the next meeting also includes an encumbered park. And further, we are really pleased to see the initiative to deck over the Davisville tracks and yard to create, among other things, a 1-acre park. We therefore recommend that the 2023 staff report also include reporting on strategies to meet challenges and implications of developing over these encumbered sites. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, then we go to Shane Crompton, Build the Park Seeds to Saplings. Shane Crompton there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Hello? Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. You have up to 5 minutes for your deputation, and then there may be some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Mayor Tory and Executive Committee. Appreciate the opportunity to address you today. I want to state my support for this motion, first of all, and to thank you all, the Mayor, the Executive and Council, for your ongoing commitment to the Ravine strategy and to ensuring all residents of Toronto have enough quality green space. I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the comments just made now by my colleague Kathy Burka, but I will say a few things and reiterate some of the comments that you yourself made, Mayor Tory. Having made the announcement to build a super park in the Lower Don Valley, this vision disappeared into the ether, as you said about something else. The public heard no more about the super park, and instead we had Metrolinx's announcement of its own very different vision. They're building this toxic rail yard on one side, the east side, and on the other side they're planning to expand the Richmond Hill line, electrifying the track up to Pottery Road. The public has been left in the dark as to what Metrolinx's overall plan is, but we do know it's not compatible with the city's plan for the Don Valley. In fact, Metrolinx's plan constitutes what you called, Mayor Tory, a backslide to the bad old days when the ravine was used as a dump for sewage, garbage, and toxic industry. Why have you, Mayor Tory, not made any comment on Metrolinx's plan? You spoke against their plan for Osgood Hall. Why not speak up for the super park? Has there been a new plan agreed upon with Metrolinx? And if so, what is it? And where does it leave our park? Mayor Tory, you mentioned earlier this morning that you will not condone the construction of housing that does not provide residents with appropriate water and sewage infrastructure, access to schools and transit. What about access to quality green space? Surely they're as important as access to libraries, schools, transit. The super park had secured funding. As my friend Kathy Burker said, it has been restored over the last 40, 50 years. It doesn't require much more now than your support to be realized. Thank you. That's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crompton. Are there questions of this deputant? Okay, that completes the deputations on the matter of the alternative parkland dedication rate, and it brings us to questions of staff. Are there questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, let me just check my screen. I see Deputy Mayor Thompson there, Councillor Crawford, nobody. Okay, nobody's signaling questions. Then it would bring us to speakers. Are there people from the committee or visiting members of council who wish to speak? Okay, I do have here, again, some motions, so I will speak. And first of all, I thank the deputy, and some of them were not directly on the point of the parkland dedication and the means of raising the money to pay for all the parks that they talked about, but the points are taken. And as I said, they can be responded to at another time, not in the direct context of this item, which does particularly refer to the sort of third in the suite of growth-related funding tools. I think the most important thing to take note of here before I put up these motions, and they could be put up now so people can glance at them while I speak, is that the main core of the staff recommendation here in this item is to leave in place for a year the current parkland dedication financing arrangements so that more time can be taken to consider not just what the fairest way is to go forward to make sure we have adequate funds to provide for the very kind of parkland the last couple of deputies made reference to, but also to sort out some of the technical aspects of that. This was a source of considerable discussion with the industry and others about how we go about changing this means of raising money for parkland to make it more effective. These motions, as they apply to item EX 34.3, make sure that we take into account all the different things that we're doing at present under some of our own programs, such as Housing Now, such as municipal housing facilities, to make sure that in putting together the report that's going to be forthcoming, that that those particularities of those kinds of projects be taken into account, and also, as you can see from section B, making reference to again some accommodating treatment being made for affordable rental housing units, for Housing Now development projects, and for small development projects, so that they're not in any event burdened with undue charges in this regard. And then the second motion, B, is is directing the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat and the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation to accept cash in lieu of parkland in connection with affordable home ownerships that will be subject to a home ownership assistance program agreement, and also asking the province to amend Section 42 of the Planning Act to permit the municipality to require the owner to enter into one or more agreements with us dealing with the conveyance of parkland. So those are motions that are meant to just give further impact to our consideration of our own different housing programs that are meant to incent affordable housing and to facilitate the conveyance of parkland or the acceptance of cash in lieu. Are there any questions about those? Okay, well, if not, I will simply say that, again, this is something that, sorry, Julia, is there? Sorry, there's a third motion that City Council amend the official plan substantially in accordance with Amendment 588, Citywide Alternative Parkland Dedication Rate, in Attachment 1 to Supplementary Report from the General Manager. And if there's any questions about that one, you're going to have to ask someone other than me, to be honest. I hadn't seen that one in the package, but it's a technical amendment, I'm assuming, but...
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a question about that particular motion?
Yep.
To staff. I'm just wondering, there are, and in my ward, we've had one of the landowners who's asked for a specific site-specific amendment to amend the official plan. I'm just curious as to the motion that the mayor has just read. How does that sort of situate with such a request, which I'm not prepared to move, by the way, because I think that there's a lot of challenges with that, and we've consulted with legal, but I'm just curious as to whether or not it has implications.
That's really a question that I guess would be directed to staff, and I'm quite happy to revert to that, and on the basis that this was a so-called technical housekeeping amendment that I don't fully understand the import of myself, and would be happy if somebody would answer the question you just posed. Who would appropriately be doing that?
And what I'm trying to get at, Mr. Mayor, is that there's a 15% max, I'm told, that applies to 1680 Brimley. I'm just wondering whether or not there's any implication, whether or not there would be a higher percentage factor as based on this motion, or whether or not it has no implications at all. I'm just curious.
Through the mayor, if I may help you out, Deputy Mayor.
Please.
It's Greg Lintern. The mayor's motion was to adopt the supplementary report, which is simply to reinstate the official plan that existed previously, the official plan policy. So in large part, it is a technical motion. The discussions that you are having on a specific application, I'm not specifically aware of those circumstances, but we can certainly follow up with your office and review the implications with you.
But what I wanted to know, Mr. Lintern, through you, Mr. Mayor, this particular site has an upper limit of 15%, whether or not the continuity or the maintenance of the, I guess the provision, whether or not that would affect that going forward, subsequent to not making any changes to the amendment of the official plan. I mean, I want to know, are they going to be charged more, or is it going to stay the same?
I would expect that it would be the same, that we're by adoption of this, we are not changing the rules of the game, so to speak. So whatever conversation we're having now will continue to be the same conversation.
Fair enough. Just wanted to confirm. Thank you. And I will look forward to speaking with you on that and legal. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Lintern. Are there any further questions, since we reverted back to that and these were very technical amendments? Any questions on those? If not, then we'll revert back to any speakers that there may be that want to speak to or ask any further questions about these motions. Okay, well then I'm ready. I think we're on that basis to proceed to call the question first on these motions. I'll start with motion A, that has to do with how our own, I'll call it our own housing projects are treated, and small residential projects. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion B, which has to do with the conveyance of parkland and acceptance of cash in lieu of parkland for different home ownership and other kinds of projects. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then motion C, which has to do with the adopting the recommendation in the supplementary report to do with the official plan amendment 588. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then the item is amended.
Recorded vote, please.
We'll have a recorded vote on that.
On the item as amended, all in favor, Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao. That carries unanimously.
All right. We do have quite a number of speakers on the next item, so I don't think there's much point in starting. I mean, we could hear only one, so I think we might as well just give ourselves 5 extra minutes for the break, which is only an hour at the Executive Committee anyway. So with your concurrence, we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you. All right, the meeting will now resume. We have a quorum present, and that would bring us, I believe, to item 34, EX 34.4, which is the priority parks, downtown parks and public realm opportunities. We would start, we have 5 deputants to be heard from on this item, starting with Tim from the Waterfront BIA and Forrest next, and Matthew Slayman. So those are the first 3 we'll hear from. Is Tim on the line? Okay.
I am. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Welcome. Nice to see you. I see you in person all the time, and today you're on the screen, and you're most welcome to make a deputation of up to 5 minutes, and then the questions, you know the drill.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hopefully share my screen here. If I have some slides. Did someone confirm they can see that my slides? No. Hello, can I get confirmation you can hear me? Shoot.
To the speaker, you have presenter privileges now, so you are able to share your screen using the share button at the bottom.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm just going to try one more time and then I'll.
There we go. Got it.
Okay, thank you very much. So yes, Mayor Tory, I'm Tim Coker. I'm with the Waterfront BIA. Speaking today, we're very excited at the Waterfront BIA to hear about this announcement of the Bathurst Key Signature Waterfront Park advancing as part of this item and being expedited. I think I really wanted to highlight these slides from our letter. If you have it there, this is the same thing. I really want to highlight like the excitement of this neighborhood of the Western Waterfront and all that's coming around the site that's being discussed today. The yellow, of course, will be the location of this new park, hopefully soon. And nearby, the malting silos will have a global resiliency through Art Center by OCAD University, hopefully. To the west of that, the Canada Island Foundation is building their new Corlick building and event space, which will be very exciting. I understand they're speaking in support as well today. And also, of course, the beautiful Music Garden Park is right here. This will essentially be an extension of the Music Garden. And I want to highlight, due to luckily the donation of a very nice philanthropist family, next summer there should be this legacy project memorial to Terry Fox, also in the Music Garden. The BIA has been one of the funding elements for that as well. But I really want to just highlight this is really an emerging arts, culture, and recreation hub beyond just this site. And we truly think this area can become a landmark for the city of Toronto. To be a little bit specific about the word landmark, this proposal does not specifically highlight the area of the silos right beside it, but we understand it is tied to that very closely. So in the last few years, the BIA here has tried to support anything we could to highlight the potential of these silos as a potential landmark for the city. I think that some people laugh when I say this, but I think this is kind of our Statue of Liberty opportunity. It's actually visible from most of the harbor, and it's actually visible, as you can see here, from most of the tallest buildings around downtown, including the CN Tower at night. So on the right, you'll actually see pictures. The city actually did this lighting test as part of the restoration of the silos. Just lighting it up, I think, will make it safer to be in this neighborhood at night and also make it more exciting. And another project I highlight here that the city has now allowed or partnered on silos projections of art 4 times now since the pandemic. It became, once we had the pandemic and we couldn't do our events and festivals as much anymore, we actually kind of switched to being open to things like projecting art in the silos. The city supported it a number of times. And the first time we did it here, featured in the media, was actually with the Bentway, who I understand will also be speaking on this item in their site just north of here. So I don't have any more slides, so I'm going to try and stop sharing my screen. But the only other considerations we have in our letter that I'll highlight very quickly are a couple operational issues that we would like to see, like further consultation with area businesses and especially boat operators. The parking will be removed at this site, and as we had a parking strategy done a few years ago looking at where parking was being removed and not necessarily being replaced. In some cases, the surface lots are being replaced nearby by much bigger lots. They're just underground. So on the waterfront, there's sort of a parking signage problem more than there is a parking problem, especially at this end of the waterfront. So we encourage the city to be open to like increased parking signage, directing people to where you can park nearby public spaces like this. The other item and our request regarding the boat operations that are currently in that slip that may be displaced is mirrored in another submission by quite a few boat operators. who operate along the inner harbor. We request that if the city is considering displacing them, that of course current boat operators be accommodated, hopefully to other parts of the waterfront. But also we highlight with them that the city, along with Waterfront Toronto, has a very ambitious marine use strategy that would like to see more finger piers along more parts of the waterfront. That is currently not funded as any of these projects, including this one at the Spadina Slip or the Parliament Slip plans with Waterfront Toronto at the east end of the harbor. So we ask that in further consultation and design, that be carefully considered along with the boat operators and the area businesses. And of course, the BI will support this project in any way we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those submissions. Any questions of the deputy? Well, just thank you very much for, you're always there advocating for the waterfront, and we appreciate that. I see you often in our travels, and so this is a very exciting thing that is part of this report here. So thanks very much for coming out today. Next is Forrest Parley. Oh, you're there. Sorry about that. Again, I'm waiting and waiting to hear a voice come from the ether, and there you are, just by magic. Mr. Parley, you're most welcome, and you have up to 5 minutes, and then there'll be maybe some questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much.
I don't think your microphone is turned on, so we'll just have to...
Test.
There we are. Perfect.
Thanks very much. Forrest Parley, Executive Director of Government Relations and Public Affairs at the University of Toronto. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the university to speak in support of the University Park proposal. As Professor Merrick Gertler, President of U of T, wrote in a letter to the Mayor earlier this year, the university is strongly in support of this proposal. We're prepared to commit $15 to $30 million to the initiative, targeted to the enhancement of university lands within the Queen's Park and University Campus precinct. The core goals and values of the proposed University Park are in full alignment with the university's own goals to enhance the public realm on and around our downtown campus and to improve the livability of our city. University Park will complement and enhance the steps the university is already taking to provide more green space in our downtown campus, including through the Landmark project, which is transforming almost 9 hectares of our front campus to provide a greener, more walkable, and accessible campus. It is removing surface parking, introducing more trees, gardens, and green spaces, and when complete, will provide U of T community members and the broader public with spacious pathways and gathering places in the heart of downtown. The Landmark project, is a key part of our recently launched Climate Positive Campus Plan, which will see the university become a climate positive campus, that is to surpass net zero and become a carbon sink by 2050. We are currently constructing the largest urban geothermal field in Canada to help achieve this target, which sits underground below the transformation taking place on our front campus at surface level. And we were pleased recently to have Councillors McKelvey, Layton, and just this week, Bradford, tour the project. And of course, we've kept the Mayor and his office apprised of the development. And you won't be surprised to know we've invited senior levels of government to take an interest in the project and help with funding as well. I'll just note on the northwest corner of University and College, we're currently building Tower 1 of the Schwartz-Reisman Innovation Center, which will add 250,000 square feet of innovation space to the city for scaling Canadian firms, and for the university's researchers and industry partners. The second tower to be constructed in the coming years will add an additional 400,000 square feet of much needed innovation space, including wet lab space to help Canadian firms grow here in Toronto and for talent to come and stay. And I'd note Toronto Global recently released a report highlighting the deficit of wet lab space that we have in Toronto and the impact on our competitiveness. So in addition to the first-class architecture to be found in the Schwartz-Reisman Innovation Center, it is also delivering major public realm improvements to the streetscape at college and university. So these initiatives by the university, paired with the University Park proposal, will create an exceptional signature destination within the city, and we are eager to see this project move forward and are in full support of the city acting quickly to begin formal planning of this project. And finally, we do recognize there are several public realm improvement opportunities under consideration and that there are complexities to the delivery of these proposals. But we'd suggest that the northern stretch of University Park in particular provides the city with an opportunity to move forward perhaps more hastily in planning and in close proximity to the green space and public realm enhancements already underway at the U of T. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the supportive submissions. It's exciting. And are there any questions of this deputant? Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the partnership and the support. We're going to make this happen.
Thank you.
Next, we have Matthew Slayman, and followed by David Carey and Robert Kearns. Those are the last three on this item. So Matthew Slayman.
Yep,
There you
on
are.
the floor.
Is it Slayman? Did I pronounce it properly?
Yes, that's right.
Okay,
Thank you so
Matthew, Mr. Slayman, welcome. You have, similar to the previous deputant, 5 minutes or up to 5 minutes, and there may be some questions for you. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So my name is Matthew Slayman. I'm with Art and Water Cultural Group. We're a registered not-for-profit organization that presents Stumble Upon performing arts on the waterfront directly in this slip. We present music, dance, live performance through theater, as well as visual arts. We absolutely support this project because it sounds like an amazing opportunity to continue to provide public space and space for arts and culture, something that I would say we can't have more than enough of in this city, especially in a downtown core where we're seeing more commercialization of every space that comes out. Long-term tenants from big block stores leave little room for local community organizations. They leave little room for small not-for-profits. They leave little room for the local community to get more engaged in what's actually happening. One thing to consider, as Tim mentioned, is the displacement of some marine operators, ourselves having been displaced once previously from Center Island, then again from Parliament Slip during the Google era of Waterfront Toronto's development. Tim mentioned the Marine Strategy Review's finger pier concept to extend finger piers across the eastern waterfront. An incredible project, as he mentioned, unfunded, but one that also requires industrial space on the waterfront to construct those finger piers, to bring in those docks. Something that we've noticed on the waterfront, not relating to this corner, but in general, is a loss of waterfront space. A lot of Ports Toronto's properties are being sold to the film industry, and the water's edge remains underutilized. This is just simply a message of support for the program and a message of acknowledgement to keep in mind the marine uses that do exist and making sure our waterfront stays active for marine use, be it the tour and charter businesses that Tim mentioned, the industrial businesses required to build and support and maintain the marine infrastructure through docking, and as well as providing and ensuring a space for local organizations, small not-for-profits or small businesses who can't compete with the commercial rates that are going on. So thank you for the time. This is Art and Water providing support for the program.
Thank you for the submission, Mr. Slayman. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you so much. Next is David Carey, Co-Executive Director of the Bentway Conservancy. There you are. Good afternoon. Welcome. You have up to 5 minutes for your deputation, and there may be some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the committee members for seeing me today. So I'm Dave Carey. I'm the Co-Executive Director of the Bentway Conservancy. We are the independent not-for-profit registered charity that was set up as stewards of the under-Gardner lands, both present and future. And our project was really founded on this idea that the Gardner can and must be more. You know, this vital piece of transportation infrastructure could serve multiple purposes for the city, both for cars above and for people and cyclists below. Today, there are about 200,000 people that live next door to the Gardner corridor, mostly in these very dense vertical neighborhoods. And we're really interested in hybrid opportunities that the Gardner can offer the city and this corridor that's emerging right just north of the waterfront. Many of you know our origin story. We were founded with a large philanthropic gift by Judy and Will Matthews of $25 million. And phase one of the Bentway builds on the incredible success that the city had in opening Fort York Visitor Center, here pictured at the top right under the Gardner. Phase one of the Bentway was delivered with a wonderful collaboration with many city divisions, including the Waterfront Secretariat, Transportation Services, ECDEV, and PF&R, and we've become a beloved public space for the local neighborhood. The Bentway Conservancy currently acts as operators and programmers of the space through a long-term land use agreement. The Bentways also emerged as an important voice for art in the public realm in Toronto. Think of us as kind of a gallery turned inside out. We work with artists to bring the city to life, the city both as site, subject, and canvas, and we are really proud to be an active partner in Artworks TO, the year of public art this past year. Building on the success of phase one, we're now looking at expansion opportunities to the east and west and using public-facing programming almost as demonstration projects to reveal new possibilities, unlock opportunities, and get people seeing the Gardner in new light. This is an example of a public art project that we mounted in fall of 2021 with our partners at Exhibition Place, which invited the public to discover an enclosed section of the Gardner for the first time. Phase one of the Bentway really serves as proof of concept or proof of possibility, perhaps. Since launching phase one of the Bentway, we've brought $37 million of private funding to the table. We've built up a full-time staff team of 22, and we have an annual operating budget of $5.7 million. Just over 50% of that comes from private philanthropy. And it's probably worth noting that the Bentway currently receives zero from the city in terms of annual operating funding. But as we look ahead to future expansion opportunities, we're hoping that will eventually change. Here's our phase one site that we opened in 2018 on the grounds of Fort York National Historic Site. And here's the original full version of the Bentway when it was announced in 2016, running from Dufferin to Spadina. Now we're looking ahead at expansion opportunities within this scope. Now, why does that matter today? Well, the Bentway offers connective opportunities between two priority projects being discussed today, Rail Deck to the north and Bathurst Quay to the south. To the west of the Bentway phase one site is Exhibition Place, where the Gardner continues elevated to Dufferin. It will run parallel to the future Ontario Line terminus station at X Place and offers huge opportunities for a main gateway entrance, cultural promenade, and cultural corridor for the FIFA games in 2026. Now, why does the Bentway matter now? The city's undergoing a once-in-a-generation rehab of the Gardner Expressway. It's a 12-year major rehabilitation project where we're effectively rebuilding the deck of the Gardner from end to end to extend its life as transportation infrastructure. But what if we rebuilt it with contemporary urban values in mind and explored the Gardner's hybridity in parallel with preserving its life as a transportation asset? Zooming out at the Gardner corridor running from Dufferin to the DVP, there's 6.5 kilometers of opportunity, including connections to University Avenue, also being discussed today, some of Toronto's best tourism attractions and sporting venues. And to the east, you see the Gardner's opportunity to be a proper gateway to projects like Quayside and the Portlands. Which is why in September of 2020, out of a council motion advanced by former councillor Joe Cressy, the City of Toronto and the Bentway jointly launched an under-Gardner public ground plan to explore these opportunities from end to end, involving a number of city partners listed here and other stakeholders like the Waterfront BAA, Waterfront Toronto, landowners and developers, and residents and neighbors. Zooming in a little bit on some potential Bentway expansion projects that would connect down to Bathurst Quay and up to Railbeck Park. This is the Bentway Bridge, currently in design now with the Waterfront Secretariat, Transportation Services, Fort York, and the Bentway. The construction of this will likely start sometime in 2028 and offers further connective opportunities eastwards to Bathurst. So the Bentway is not only a program and operator of the site we have now, but we'd love the city to think about with the Bentway the roles that we can have in future sites along the Gardiner. We're working with the city as planning partners and looking to bring our fundraising power to the table and act as a development and funding partner for future Bentway expansion sites. You know, we're the first urban conservancy in the city. I think it's a model that a lot of people are interested in replicating, looking at projects like Railbeck and University Avenue and the Meadowway. We're sort of learning about the conservancy model in real time together with the city, and we're excited at how lessons learned can continue momentum for future public realm projects being discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Are there questions of the deputy? We could perhaps flip back to...
I have some questions.
Sorry, I just can't see the screen. Is that Councillor Minawong? Yeah, please go ahead, Denzel.
Yeah, it is. What's your operating budget?
This year, our operating budget is $5.7 million, Councillor.
And how much of that is not coming from $25 million that was put aside from the family that gave the donation?
This year, it'll be about 4.5 million.
You've raised 4.5 out of the 5 point. What did you say your operating budget was?
It's 5.7 million this year. Our fiscal year starts April 1, so we've just entered Q2, but projecting for 5.7. Yeah. On
average, is it 5.7 has it been for every year in the last couple of years?
It's hard to have an apples to apples comparison. We opened the site in 2018, so that was our first operating year. We had about 2 years of regular operations and then 2 during COVID. Our largest pre-current fiscal year was about 4.3.
Does the city give you any money?
We're the recipients of a couple project grants from the city, but they're all below 50K.
And the money, the $25 million, that was supposed to be a capital investment, but now it's operating. Is that right?
The Matthews family contributed $25 million. $15 million of that was put toward the capital budget. The city contributed $10 million for a total capital project budget of $25 million. The remaining $10 million from the Matthews was held as kind of startup operating funds, and those run out in 2024.
2024. That was my next question. You got ahead of me there. Is your expectation that you're going to be coming to the city for more funds after that money is all used up?
I think we're approaching the city to look at Bentway expansion, and we'd love to talk about operating funding tied to that expansion.
I'll take that as a yes. Thank you.
All done there, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thanks.
Okay,
thanks, Mr. Mayor.
thanks very much. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Carey, can you tell what the economic and social impact has been by with the introduction of the Bentway?
Great question. I'll admit that it's hard to quantify in terms of numbers, but what I can tell you is that over the past 4 years since the Bentway's been open, we've attracted over 730,000 visitors to our site. This is a neighborhood sort of connected around Liberty Village, Fort York, and City Place, very dense, high-rise towers. And we've helped provide an important backyard space for a number of them. We've worked with several hundred artists to develop new public art projects that we both presented on site at the Bentway and through the local neighborhood and online. We played an important role in Artworks TO over the past year, working with partners like Fort York and Exhibition Place, the folks behind Canoe Landing Park, local residents associations, we've really seen the neighborhood continue to warm up and come alive. And I think we're looking to build on the success of phase one and look further east and west.
So you'd agree with me then there's been a tremendous transformation. And as you are not able to quantify the economic numbers, you can actually sort of, I guess, give us a range with respect to the social and overall benefit in terms of the community as a whole, right?
That's right. And especially over the past 2 years, at a time when nearly all indoor community and cultural venues had to close their doors, we were one of the only cultural venues in the city that was able to stay open. And we worked really hard to ensure that we stayed very active with public-facing programming. So it's safe to say that our site has never been more active and more essential as it has been during COVID.
So when we speak about public realm, I think that for the most part, until the transformation of the Bentway was implemented, most people didn't really think of that as a public realm opportunity for amenities and social inclusion and engagement and so on. The investment that has been made there has been assistant in some way to transform city assets, though, into a community benefit. Would you agree?
That's absolutely true. Yeah.
Yeah. And if had the $25 million not come into play, perhaps the 10 from the city and other types of sponsorship and investment probably wouldn't be in place, and we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. We'd be talking about perhaps the blight of the under side of the Gardner. Would that be perhaps the conversation?
Yeah, I think that gifts from the Matthews and others like it have a snowballing effect and a momentum building effect. So certainly what we're seeing now are other foundations, philanthropists, corporations coming behind the Bentway and other projects like it. And I think what the Bentway has done is prove out the possibilities of the Gardner as being more than just transportation infrastructure, which is why we're casting our eye to the whole Gardner corridor. We like to say that we're in the business of opening up urban imaginations as much as we're in the business of public realm.
Well, thank you, Ray. You answered the question that I was going to ask, but thank you for it. But may I just ask you one final question, David, through you, Mr. Mayor? When you look at other cities like Chicago, New York, and so on, and you look at the investments and the philanthropic investments that have been made, how do you think we compare? Because the Matthews family and there are a number of others who have been making donations, but I think we how do we compare, if you can answer that question for me, to other areas?
Well, I'll say two things. The conservancy model in Toronto is very new, the Bentway being the first urban conservancy. It's a model that's much more common outside of Canada. Great park projects like the High Line in New York, the Waterloo Greenway in Austin, even sites like Bryant Park are run through a conservancy model that taps into local economic, privately held economic power to advance public park projects. So I think Toronto is just burgeoning in that level. I think what Toronto is doing differently is that unlike the High Line, which waited until there was a derelict piece of infrastructure left to be adapted or reused, what we're doing here with the Gardner is looking at hybrid use. And in that way, I think that we're way ahead of the curve. You know, we haven't waited for the Gardner to become defunct to reimagine it. We're reimagining it in multiple layers. And in that way, Toronto's leading the pack.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions of Mr. Carey? Okay, well, you know I'm very biased, and I admit to bias on certain things, and I'm very excited by what you're doing and continue to do, and we're going to be there to be supportive of it in any way that we can. Thank you very much, Mr. Carey. Next and last on this item, last applicant is Robert Kearns from the Canada-Ireland Foundation. There you are.
Good afternoon, Mayor Tory and members of council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today. It's a great opportunity for us to share with you our appreciation for the great support we've had from the City of Toronto and to applaud and celebrate the initiative that's underway to create this new park just east of Bathurst Quay, which we now know as Erin Quay. This journey began a long time ago for me. We're celebrating a number of important anniversaries this year. It's the 175th anniversary this summer of the arrival of 38,500 Irish migrants into Toronto when the population was just 20,000. And 1,185 of them lost their lives, including some of the local medical professionals, doctors, Dr. George Robert Grissett. His anniversary is on the 16th of July. And besides our activities on the waterfront, of course, we had the support of the city for the creation of Dr. George Robert Grissett Park, which was opened on the 16th of July last year. So we feel that these are really important commemorative events because our city takes immense pride in healthcare and in looking after migrants coming to our city. 53% of our citizens are born in another country, which is one of the highest of any city in the world. And the waterfront saw the arrival of such a vast number of people during those summer months of 1847. So our roots on the waterfront historically are connected back a long time. And also, of course, this is our 25th year since beginning our work. So perhaps I might share with you that when my brother and I went looking for a location to erect a memorial to commemorate the loss of life in 1847 and the response of the city to that, it was very evident early on that the southeast corner of Erin Quay, at that time Bathurst Quay, would be ideal because of the clear line of sight, the sunrise in the east, and the unobstructed views of the city skyline. So euphemistically, a location there meant that we could have sculptures that would look to a city that they and their descendants would help create. And so we thought that was an extremely important part of that commemorative journey. So at that time, Bathurst Quay had, I think, been handed to the city or transferred to the city in 1993. So my first steps down the quay were in 1997. So this is 25 years on. And we were so grateful to Councillor Olivia Chow for moving the motion in council in the July-August sitting of council 2000 to enable us to acquire that location to build Ireland Park. And we began that journey in 2004 to raise what we thought was going to be $1.5 million, and it turned out to be 3 million. So it cost a bit more, but we're really, really happy with the outcome. We gained support from the government of the federal government, the provincial government, and from the government and the people of Ireland. And the opening of that park on the 21st of June 2007 was one of the most significant events in the history of the Irish Canadian community in this city. And it drew support from every constituency. And I'm cognizant of the fact that I'm speaking to you on the 12th of July, and this was a very important date in the city's history as well. So these are our citizenry today are completely impervious to any issues that are rooted in either the politics of the island of Ireland or anything sectarian. And we've managed to position ourselves as a foundation that we look purely to commemorate the contribution all of the people of the island of Ireland made to Canada, to Ontario, and of course to this city. So I just want to say that as a foundation, all of our supporters are immensely grateful to the city for making the land available for the park, for making the land and $1 million available for the creation of Grissett Park. And we raised an additional $2 million to match that $1 million. So that was opened last year and it's fully paid for. We are now set upon restoring, converting the executive office building of the Canada Malting Company. This was vacated industrial land, and it's so exciting to see it now going through the renovation process. And again, we applaud the city's decision to conserve and stabilize and repurpose the grain silos. And we're really excited at the idea that the Ontario College of Art and Design will be another partner on the quay, and we look forward to working closely with them perhaps in the use of our building, and to celebrate all aspects of the arts, both indoors and outdoors, on Erin Quay. So we believe that the best days of Erin Quay are ahead, and that means that the completion of the renovation of our building, which we now believe is going to cost between $10 and $11 million. But our plan is to turn that old abandoned executive office building into Toronto's Gate Lodge and Jewel Box as you come up out of the tunnel from the Island Airport. So we want a very positive experience and impression for visitors to our city. And so the waterfront now has a new dock wall thanks to the work of the city, and also along the Portland Slip. So the area is being transformed, and we were absolutely thrilled to learn about the announcement last week of the new park just to the east. We think that in the days to come, this is going to be one of the most desirable and interesting parts of the city's waterfront. So thank you, your mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, council, for all you've done. We're so grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns, very much. We appreciate that. Are there any questions of the deputy? Well, I don't have a question, just a comment that, I think in large measure we're where we are because of some of the impetus and the initiative that your organization has undertaken. Sometimes it works the other way around. You get the public investment and then some private or nonprofit or community investment. In this case, it's gone, I think, a bit the other way. It's been a partnership, and Councillor Cressy was very involved in that too, but we're looking forward to make this happen. So thank you very much for being here today and for all of your steadfast commitment to that part of town and to the well-being of the city.
Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. All right, that completes the deputations, and that would bring us to questions of staff. If there are questions of staff on this report, which concerns the three different parks-related projects, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, thank you very much. Questions of staff. I'm concerned about your lack of clarity and specificity as it relates to financial impacts. I mean, anyone who read this report and these ideas would sort of say to themselves, this is going to be very, very expensive. And here this report is in front of us, I mean, tens of millions of dollars, even more than that. To the department head, how can we make a decision without any really financial context in something that to anybody who's looking at this would be a significant sum of money?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, thanks for that question. I think the report is very clear that these are long-term ideas over a 10-year period, and we're really seeking just approval at this point to do additional feasibility studies so that the more detailed financial requirements of each project can be assessed and then decided by council. I look at it very similar to something like a facilities master plan where, we've identified the need for Parkland downtown. We've identified many times through various reports the difficulties that we have in acquiring Parkland. We're thinking about a strategy that is predominantly in lands that the city already owns, that we can build partnership into and look at what some of those potential downstream contributions could be to this. And if we have approval around the ideas that are in this report, we would then go to the more detailed work of putting together more detailed financial strategies to determine what a timeline could be and what the affordability and priority planning around these items would be. I think, to your point, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, the report is pretty clear that there is no financial funding for all of these projects as of yet, but it's also our thinking that without the ideas to build those financial strategies around, we will continue to have much difficulty in identifying downtown Parkland opportunities that connect with TO Core, the TO Core Parks and Public Realm Plan, and a number of other council-approved initiatives.
So just to recap, you said that there's no money for this to fund the construction of this, even though you don't know how much it's going to be. It's unfunded. Is that, you said it's unfunded, right?
Through the speaker and through Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The projects are currently unfunded.
So you're just asking for permission to do a feasibility study?
Correct, and the report does indicate that we would report back on each project individually at significant milestones with the feasibility information when it becomes available and is completed.
Okay, and so it's not unreasonable to say that these projects are tens of millions of dollars, is that, or even more?
That's correct. Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions?
In totality for the 3 projects, that would be correct. I couldn't say specifically. I mean, we're looking at broad-based estimates at this point, and again, without the detailed feasibility study, they're just estimates.
Janie, I don't know whether you can answer this question. It's going to be a tough one, but I mean, I have to ask it. I've got some residents up in Winford Concord that have no park space to speak of. In fact, you know, the mayor was instrumental in actually getting leased land from McDonald's for a small playground. And, you know, thank you very much for doing that. They're very grateful for it. But I've got a development site that's next door, and my residents keep on telling me, why don't you buy that and build a park? And being the responsible counselor that I am, I say we don't have the money for it. And like, what do I tell them now that we're moving forward with this? It's really, you know, I try to do the right thing and say, you know, Janie, you come to me, you have your budgets, and you know, I try, and we try and work together, right? And you tell me that you have financial constraints. And so, I mean, what do I tell, sorry, Ms. Romoff, what do I tell my residents now? Apparently, we're doing some big things downtown, yet I can't buy a piece of property where they were going to put 9 condos, and I can't buy that for a park.
So through the speaker, again, it's a small question. The answer that I would draw from, and Greg may want to contribute as well. We're not planning for the city in isolation of only one part of the city at a time, and including the downtown. We have some very specific plans and strategies around town. Around the downtown, we also have some very specific funding sources that are, connected to some of the growth-related development that will happen downtown that we heard earlier in the agenda, that could potentially be allocated to some of these projects downtown through those growth-funded dollars. I think when it comes to different parts of the city, we try our hardest to use the existing reserves that we have to move on where we know the parkland deficiencies are. And, we try and prioritize those against the funds that we have available, regardless of what area in the city that's from. I'm not sure if that specifically answers your question, but I think I can assure you that just looking at the downtown and city and providing as much support to projects throughout the city where they're most needed.
Okay, well, thanks, Jenny. I'll be coming and asking you to buy this property up in Winford Concord next week, so maybe you can help me out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Then it turns to me as to whether there's any other. I see Councillor Pasternak has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Janie Romoff, it always strikes me as odd that we consider the downtown park deficient when it has one of the largest, longest freshwater lakefront in the world. Isn't our lakefront run by parks and considered parkland?
So through the speaker, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Pasternak, that's true. It may, the parkland per resident, given the density of the downtown, there is a huge deficiency in parkland in the downtown, even with the existing parks that we have there. And a lot of that information has been presented through our parkland strategy that was approved by council a few years ago, and an update that we're in the process of doing right now. There are many green spaces downtown, but there are also, per square kilometer, many more people that live in and then are accessing that green space downtown. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor Pasternak.
I guess that was sort of a yes and no. Yes, we have this gorgeous waterfront, but we don't have green space kind of north of there is really how I interpret your.
And I should, maybe I can add through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, it is the fastest growing area of the city and is still trying to catch up from growth over the last 10 years.
So on that last point you've made, by my calculation, there should be tens of millions of dollars in both Section 42 and Section 37 funds for the downtown. So there seems to be a funding source, yet you say none of this is funded. Is there no way you can tap in those escrow accounts with, my guess is 100 million over the,
So
go ahead.
through the speaker to Councillor Pasternak, that absolutely would be our strategy. Would be to allocate, as I've noted to the deputy mayor, to allocate as much of that growth-related funding towards these projects as is possible, and that would be the first approach that we would take towards funding.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Other questions of staff? Just looking at the screen, looking in the room. I think we've exhausted those questions. So that could bring us to speakers. Are there people wishing to speak on this matter? Okay, well, I would just want to say a couple of words. First of all, really just to say thank you to the staff. Let me just reset the clock here. To say thank you to the staff for working these up. You know, I'll talk about them. I'm not going to talk about each one. But to say that the initial response with respect to the University Park was skeptical, and I think it was skeptical not because people were wanting to be in the business of being skeptical, but if you look at University Avenue and the infrastructure that's under the ground there, it is a complicated place to build something, as there are many complicated places to build something in our city because of different things we've installed over the years, not the least of which is public transit. But I think that they went away and in deference to them and to their professionalism, they studied the underground challenges, found they were not insurmountable, and have come back now with this report that suggests we can go the next step on something that I think will be very exciting for the downtown of the city. I was just talking to someone this morning about the fact that that's, in a way, it's a sort of good-looking street, or it's meant to be, with Queen's Park at the top, and with all this kind of majestic, median put in with all the plants and sculptures and whatnot, except there's nobody ever there. The street is actually not alive. It's alive with traffic only, not with people. And we have to bring it to life with cafes and with all kinds of things that run right through the heart of the downtown. And I think this represents an excellent opportunity to do that. So I'm pleased that we're going forward. I think, like a lot of the things that amount to in the early stages, I'll call it, it's not so much it's better than a dream, but it's something that is, an exciting prospect you're exploring, and without having decided you can go ahead with it yet, it's not funded. But I'm not worried about that, because I think if these things prove themselves out in the context of both doability and desirability, they will get funded, and we will make sure they get funded. And I would point out, pursuant to what was said by our representative from the Bentway, Mr. Carey and others, part of the plan that I have and that I will continue to push forward until we can't, if that's where we end up, is that the rail deck park would have been and would be and will be financed in part by tremendous civic philanthropy. If Chicago can raise $500 million to build Millennium Park, then Toronto can raise $500 million as a contribution to either Rail Deck Park or University Park or any of these other projects. There is the capacity to have that kind of philanthropy, and I would intend to take as leading a role as the rules would permit me to take to move these things forward with a healthy dose of civic philanthropy as well as public funds. The rail corridor, I won't get myself bogged down on that because it would get me going on the Rail Deck Park. And suffice it to say that there's an application in, it's being considered by the city. It produces less than I had wanted in terms of a truly iconic, large-scale, dramatic, bold Rail Deck Park, but it produces a park. And so I guess we will see what the city staff come back with. But in the meantime, the city staff have very helpfully prepared this report that talks about other opportunities along the rail corridor as a whole. On either side of it. And then finally, the one that I guess is closest to reality, and I will, I think, did I have a motion here? I'm just trying to see. Yes, I do. And just so I don't forget to mention that I had this motion. So I'm sorry, I apologize. If you just put it up, people can look at it while I just finish up here. Bathurst Key, I think, is the one that represents the greatest chance of getting ahead with something as quickly as possible. I will say, and the city staff know, I don't mean any harm when I say this, but I was very disappointed in the report that came out that I was happy to go and be supportive of, that it said that when we do the work that has to get done and the consultation and so on, we could then look at starting construction in 2026. and starting construction in 2026 is at the end of the next term of city council. And I only would put it this way. If we were, and I have a good mind to maybe say, well, fine, it will become part of the World Cup. If we said, well, then the Bathurst Quay Park was to be part of the World Cup 2026, then I guess we would find a way to make sure we were finished construction in 2026 in time for the World Cup. And maybe that's what we should do. Because to me, this is part of the challenge that exists inside this building is sometimes we let perfection get in the way of the good, and we are taking too long to do things. And I think that while this park is not without its complications in that you're building over water, you've got to deal with the garage, you've got to do a lot of design work and so forth. To me, I'll just make a statement that to take 4 years to get to the beginning of construction and then maybe another 2 or 3 years to build it after that is too long. It's too long in light of the growth of the city. It's too long in the context of any sort of relative private sector undertaking that would happen. I actually went to the groundbreaking for the CIBC building and sort of thought to myself as I was standing there helping them break ground for that it wouldn't get built in my time in office or in my lifetime, you sometimes think. And there it stands today full of people, the beautiful building with a 1 acre deck park included. So I think we just got to get on with these things. And my motion here deals with a report to come back to us with respect to the city's role to support the Bentway, and that's further to the question I think the Deputy Mayor asked. The coordination and alignment with the planned rehabilitation of the Gardner and sort of a financial strategy for the Bentway. And then the second item here on this motion is to do with reporting to the Executive Committee on ways to speed up Bathurst Quay and University Avenue, knowing that probably University Avenue in the end is more complicated and much bigger. But even the northern section, I think, could be focused on as something we could get done sooner than the timetable that is not set out, I think, vis-a-vis University and the one that is set out that I made reference to on Bathurst. So those are my comments, and I would commend this motion to people and this item, which I think is a good report that's worthy of us moving forward if we're going to have a great livable city in the years to come. So are there any other speakers wanting to speak? If there are none, we'll proceed then to have the question on the motion that I have in front of the committee that I just made reference to. All those in favor?
We have a recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote on the motion.
Recorded vote on the amendment. All in favor: Mayor Tory, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Bailao, as well as in favor. That carries.
And then the item as amended.
And then this is a recorded vote on the item as amended. All those in favor: Mayor Tory, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor McKelvey, and Councillor Bailao in favor. That carries unanimously.
Okay. Now, do I have on my remaining item here? Sorry, let me go back to the one you just gave me. There it is. So the next item is 34.6, which is the commemorative framework for the City of Toronto's public spaces. And again, there are a number of speakers on this matter, and the first three are Patrice Dutil, John DeMarco, and Jennifer Dundas. So Patrice Dutil is first.
There you go. You can hear me. You can hear me, yes?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, for this opportunity to speak. I'm very grateful. My name is Patrice Dutil. I am a professor at the Department of Politics and Public Administration at Ryerson, or TMU. I'm wearing a different hat today. I'm speaking on my own behalf, and I'm speaking as a historian. I have a PhD in history. I have a few points to make about the commemorative framework. My first and overarching argument is that the City of Toronto has to change the way it's thinking about history and about Toronto's past. I would urge you to reject the commemorative framework as it has been drafted by city staff. Commemoration is not a zero-sum game. There's lots of room and lots of opportunity to remember those who have shared this space of ours and to celebrate what they did and what they contributed to our society. The same thing goes with events that have shaped our culture. I want to address the commemorative framework, and I've submitted an amendment, a series of amendments in my submission to the wording of the commemorative framework, and it's anchored in a few key principles. The first one is that any commemorative framework has to be anchored in evidence. It has to be anchored in evidence. And I think this is very important. You can't just make it up as you go along. It has to be inviting of meaningful participation by all members of society, not just a few. It's essential that people can come together in remembrance. As I said, there's lots of room here to come together in exercises of remembrance. I think the priority should go to the people who've built this city. I think we do not give enough commemoration to the workers, the people who've built this society. I think we should give credibility, presence to the women who have shaped our society. I think that the city also has to seriously consider the cost of commemoration. I'm all in favor of it, but it has to be done reasonably, and it has to be done creatively. Again, I refer you to the amendments I've proposed in my submission. I think that there's a lot of opportunity here to make the commemorative framework less restrictive, to make it more open and more inviting. I think that the experience around the Dundas Street controversy shows some of the difficulties with this kind of approach to commemoration. There are many people who've written, and I've been one of them, about the errors of fact in the city staff report on Henry Dundas. And I think this is grievous, full of mistakes, of misinterpretations, and this simply cannot stand in a city the size of Toronto. There are other people who will speak to this, far more expert than I could possibly be, but I think that the system showed that as it stands now, it's not working. Dundas, in fact, should never have been an issue. Nobody has ever referred to Dundas as Henry Dundas Street. It's never been advertised as Henry Dundas Street. It's a name. It's a name like Crawford or like Thompson or like the hundreds of other given names that have been given to the city. It's never been known that way, and it shouldn't be profiled that way. We're risking portraying the word Dundas as the equivalent of racist. And I don't understand how this could possibly be something that is agreeable to anybody. I want to talk about structure for a second, mindful that my time is almost up. I think that the city should establish a toponymy committee, a toponymy commission, like the Preservation Board, composed of members of council and interested members of the community who could systematically examine the proposals being put forward, and a commission that would be supported by specialist staff. Again, like the Preservation Committee. Mindful of cost, I would not want this to be expensive, but it has to be done right, and it has to be done professionally. If you have a legal problem, you bring in a lawyer. You bring in an engineer for public works. You bring in doctors for public health. When you have an issue around commemoration, you cannot exclude the experts. So I urge you, in summary, to take a serious look at the commemorative framework that's been proposed and rejected. I would urge you to create a commission around toponymy, like all great cities, to bring forward the creative ideas that can be done, inspired by the best practices around the world, to commemorate properly without dividing the community. And finally, to support it adequately and professionally. My time is up, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Dutel. Are there any questions of the Deputy Mayor?
I have one, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of good ideas in there, but there was one thing I wanted to ask you about. At the end of your submission, you were talking about what other great cities or what other cities do for commemoration. Can you give us a few examples of how others do it?
Oh, well, yes, absolutely. The city of Montreal is an obvious parallel. There is there a toponymy committee, and there is there a secretariat, small one, a few people only, and they regularly assess what needs to be done in terms of commemoration, what commemorations are out of date, could be wrong. That stands. Creative practices, I'm thinking of the city of Chicago. You go to Chicago, all sorts of streets have their names, their original names, but they also have a rebranded name, a secondary name. I think this is something that could be done. The city of Paris, I was very lucky to visit Paris a few years ago and to meet with the person in charge of toponymy. They change 50 to 60 names a year in Paris. Not change, I should say change. They also add. Now, as you may know, Paris will name and label pretty well every elevator and every street corner and every street lamp. That's maybe excessive, but you have a lot of history there. We don't have that much history, but the opportunity is there. Toronto should be an open history book. Every street corner should have a lesson. People should learn every time they cross the street. They should learn something, but they have to learn a history that's accepted, that is expertly documented, and the Dundas affair certainly did not demonstrate that. That report was put together in a haphazard way, I'm sorry to say, but in terms of the history, what was in there is simply made up. That is unacceptable for a city of our size, a city of our budget, and an international city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Other questions of this deputy? Okay, thanks, Mr. Detail, very much. We appreciate your time. Next is John DeMarco. Can I just make one point to all the deputants, if I may, and to committee members? The report makes reference to, but we are not making any decision today whatsoever, none whatsoever with respect to the Dundas Street matter. It indicates clearly that there's work being done on that. It will come forward in front of the new council. We are considering today is this framework with respect to the renaming or the naming of public spaces. So just so that we don't, spend an undue amount of time debating something that's not really in front of us today at all. It just isn't. Okay, is Mr. DeMarco with us?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. DeMarco,
Yes.
It's your turn. 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes for your deputation, and there may be some questions. Please go ahead.
You don't get a second chance to make a first impression, but there's always a chance for redemption. In July of last year, Council adopted recommendations from city staff to rename Dundas, even though to do so was a violation of Toronto's official street renaming policy, as pointed out by an honorable council member. These recommendations for changes are a result of that decision. 17 members of council adopted the onerous decision presented by city staff team, who were directed to conduct broad general consultations with those people actually living on Dundas. And though the team leader promised to do so, then refused to do so, opting instead to accept the decisions of 25 equity-deserving activists, none of them living on Dundas Street, as confirmed in a report from Toronto's Office of the Ombudsman in response to a formal complaint. A member of council requested the team leader share a substantial research paper, Henry Dundas, the Missing Pieces, with all. Promises were given to that member of council that it would be done, and then the team leader refused to do so and has hidden that research from any who might be persuaded by the compelling truth.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, please.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering, I'm looking at the item with respect to 34.6. It speaks about the framework. I'm just wondering if you could advise the speaker to speak to the matter in front of this committee.
Yeah, I was tempted to do that, and I was trying to do it in a gentle way before this. I didn't know what the speaker was going to say, but I can see from some of the others that are here, I'm familiar with things they've had to say in the past. And, I look at some of the other deputies who come before us on many and varied other matters and don't, sometimes stick to the subject matter at hand, to say the very least. All I would ask is this: if people want to make a comment, I would prefer that people keep themselves to the matter at hand, which is the framework for naming of other spaces, and it is not Dundas Street. Secondly, if people want to insist, because I can't insist, it's a public meeting, that people don't make a mention of Dundas, but that they shorten up their remarks if they're going to talk about Dundas. That debate is not happening today. It is happening another time, and we'll be more than pleased to hear all these people at that time, but it is not happening today. And so I guess I would just, all I could do is ask, and I guess if it gets out of hand, but I guess I could just ask deputants to try and direct their remarks to the matter that is on the table, which is a suggested commemorative framework with respect to the City of Toronto's public spaces. The Dundas Street matter is not on the table for decision today. So I'll just ask, you know, if the members of the public who are here could be respectful of that fact and respectful of everybody's time in their comments. And if they want to make a comment about Dundas Street, perhaps they could make it shorter than the full 5 minutes so that we could just be, I won't have to sort of, tell people they have to stop speaking. I'd much rather not do that. So Mr. DeMarco, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to the Deputy Mayor, Mr. Thompson, I'd appreciate it if there's no interruption, because if you listen, you will hear that this very much addresses itself to the framework as a recommendation before this council. If he would just be a little patient, he gets lots of time.
Sir, you're using up your...
I get 5 minutes. I get 5 minutes.
Yes, you do, Mr. DeMarco.
I get
Please
5
proceed.
minutes.
Please go ahead.
All right. I was about to say that a member of council 1 year ago requested that no manner of bias be allowed into the process of making a harmful decision that would bring such harm to more than 100,000 Toronto residents living on Dundas Street. Another member of council attempted to vilify that member for asking that city staff do their job without bias. A point of order was called, a retraction was made, but then incredibly, the attacking member declared that if city staff used any manner of bias, he was perfectly fine with that. Only silence followed this unacceptable violation of council's code of conduct. When some member of council should have called this person to order and made formal complaint to Toronto's Integrity Commissioner, but none did. And that silence was very revealing. Today's city staff, through the team leader, presents a new official Toronto street renaming policy under another name that denies citizens of Toronto the right to object. If any Torontonian disagrees with the renaming of their street, they can be overruled by the mayor and council members who soon will be promoting their honesty and integrity when they say they will protect the rights of Torontonians. And this can be found at 8.5.1. City Council may waive 6.13, requiring 75% of property owners agree to the change. The demographics of Toronto do not support preferential treatment for one culture to the exclusion of all others. That big symbol in this Nathan Phillips Square has 4 colors on it, representing the 4 cultures living in Toronto, but only one culture was allowed to decide the fate of Dundas Street. This is reflected in this new framework. An application for freedom of information was made to city staff, which produced more than 4,600 pages of emails, minute meetings, and more, which revealed the abuse from many that will bring great harm to more than 100,000 Toronto residents living and working on Dundas Street, with a threat that this would most likely happen to the residents of another 60 targeted streets.
If I could ask you to 30 seconds, Mr. DeMarco, 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And provided there are no more interruptions. This continuing insatiable masochistic frenzy to declare racism and everything to justify a demand for endless programs requiring millions of dollars based on a preferential treatment is not sustainable in a city currently burdened with such unmanageable debt. Done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMarco. Any questions of the deputy? Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate your attendance here today.
Yeah, right.
Next is Jennifer Dundas, Henry Dundas Committee of Ontario.
Good afternoon.
Good
Your
afternoon.
Worship.
Thank you.
and
Ms.
councillors.
Dundas, you know, just reset the clock here. You have up to 5 minutes to make your submissions, and I'd ask you to take into account the comments made earlier on in response to the point of order about the topic that is on the table today, and there may be some questions, so please go ahead.
Yes, I fully understand the parameters of today's submissions. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present. I am Jennifer Dundas, the chairperson of the Henry Dundas Committee of Ontario. I am also a lawyer and a Crown prosecutor, but today I appear before you purely in my personal capacity as a member of the Dundas family writ large in this city and this province. I also appear as someone who has spent many years of my life in Toronto. I attended what is now the Toronto Metropolitan University for my journalism degree. I started my first career as a broadcast journalist in Toronto. I came back later for further education at the University of Toronto, and I am at present living on a property not far from the city. So about the proposed commemorative framework. First of all, I'd like to say that I am delighted, truly, to see the city is committed to adopting a new commemorative framework. And frankly, I wish that a similar framework had been in place when the city embarked on the process of deciding whether to rename Dundas Street. Instead, what we saw was the use of an ad hoc process, which meant that council ended up being misled by substandard research and bad history and incomplete facts about the costs. We have the proof, it's in our report that I've placed before this committee, and you'll see additional proof in the written separate submissions of several eminent historians. The framework being proposed here has many positive aspects, and it is an improvement, but it is also flawed. And as you know, flawed processes lead to flawed results. Our committee experienced firsthand the results of a flawed process, and so I'm here to help you fix those flaws going forward. I'd like to focus on 3 areas of concern. The first is the first guiding principle, which says that the process should be informed by historical research, traditional knowledge, and community insights. Historical research has been given equal weight in this guiding principle with traditional knowledge and community insights. Frankly, I submit that it should be given a higher priority. Community insights won't mean much if staff give communities incorrect facts about a historical figure. The problem is one person's facts are another person's fake history, and the city needs to be able to address such disputes effectively. Staff should not have complete discretion over whether and how to conduct historical research, as the framework would now permit, especially without public accountability. With Henry Dundas, they had a year to get it right, they failed, and so it's clear that some additional checks and balances are necessary. A second concern is in the area of procedural fairness, the need for transparency, public participation, and accountability. Proposals to rename should be posted publicly and prominently at locations along the routes to be named on the city website and with information telling citizens how they can be heard. Written submissions from the public should be posted on the city website. This could be moderated to avoid inflammatory and hurtful language, and I do recognize there's a risk in that area, but it's a risk that can be contained. City findings regarding historical facts should also be posted publicly so that there's an opportunity to scrutinize them, scrutinize the basis of them, and challenge them if necessary. Thirdly, there's a concern here arising about financial costs. It is really important that the framework requires staff to fully assess and disclose all costs for the city, for citizens, for businesses, before making a recommendation on whether to rename a city asset. The proposed policy allows for decisions on renaming to be made first, with costs to be addressed at a later stage. It's like giving staff a blank check to rename streets. We're aware of one business owner on Dundas who has the name Dundas in the name of his business, who has told us that he will have to shut down his business if the street name changes. Lay off staff. He can't afford the rebranding costs and the energy it would take to do that. So you need to know about facts like that when you're making decisions. So in conclusion, I would say that the framework, while it's a good start, it needs more work. while seeking to avoid having racism embedded in the landscape, and no one wants that. This framework has the potential to cause fake history to be embedded in the landscape, and no one wants that either. So we are therefore asking you to suspend the process concerning the renaming of Dundas Street, send the matter back to the city manager with instructions to do further work on historical research and to refine the commemorative framework. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Dundas. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Dundas. Joe Gliona, Newcom Media, and followed just so that person can be ready by Lynn McDonald, University of Guelph. Joe Gliona.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You know, you have 5 minutes, sir, and there may be some questions. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Council. My purpose here today is to ensure that this Council has a full understanding of the costs of a change in street name on a single business and therefore on all businesses on said street. The reasons for changing a street are way different and way above my pay grade. I'm not going to be getting into that discussion today. So I'm the president of Newcom Media. We employ 93 people. Our office happens to be on Dundas in Etobicoke. I moved offices in 2018, and so I was able to go back in our records and check what the actual cost was to my company to make a move. I don't mean the trucks to put the chairs and desks in. I mean letterheads, signage, marketing, things of this nature. The hard financial cost cash out to my business in 2018 was $35,000. However, there's a 2 to 3 month period before a move and a 3 to 6 month time period after a move where there's a great disruption in the business because of the obvious people don't necessarily know where to send checks, your banking information is not accurate, contracts, all sorts of matters corporately have to be adjusted to reflect the change in the street name. I calculated that as 2 full-time staff for 3 months and 2 half-time staff for 3 months. If you add those staff hours, the value of them, to the $35,000, it would have cost me $100,000 to move offices on the street name change only. Now take a restaurant. Doesn't matter what street name it's on. If you're going to change a street, there's a restaurant on said street. That restaurant would have new menus, of course, new signage, new promotions to ensure that Uber Eats, their Google AdWords, search engine optimization, etc. I think this committee could agree, very loosely speaking, minimum $5,000 for a single restaurant, probably more like 10 or more. So $100,000 for a company like mine of 93 people, $5,000 to $10,000 for a restaurant. Again, we're talking average numbers here. The street I happen to be on, Dundas, roughly 4,500 businesses exist on that street from Scarborough to West Etobicoke. If we average $20,000 or $25,000 in that range of what it would truly cost a business in time, effort, and money to make an address change, $25,000 times 4,500 businesses is $100 million. So the $6 million that the city has, in its report a year ago, suggested would cost the taxpayers of Toronto to make changes to signs, subway names, etc., might be an accurate number. Not going to debate that today. $6 million to the taxpayers who would fit the bill. But $100 million to the businesses on that street is a huge problem, Mr. Mayor and committee, for me and for those 4,499 other businesses. And then timing is never good for anything, but coming out of COVID, I would impress on all of you to understand the pressures that we are still facing. That restaurant is 2 years behind in making its mortgage payments. My company is still paying interest on the government loan I had to receive to avoid bankruptcy. The timing of any change that's going to cost me $100,000 is never good, but coming out of COVID, it couldn't be worse. So as Ms. Dundas said before me, I'm not here to debate the validity of one street name change over another. And yes, we should look at things to ensure that we are representing our city and its history the right way. But please I implore you, understand the true cost of a change of a street name, whether it's the one I'm on or 30, 40 others that are on the list that has been referred to already, would have an enormous cost on the businesses of this city at the absolute worst time. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate the opportunity today, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for those numbers and perspectives, Mr. Gliona. Other questions of the deputy? Okay, hearing none, well, thank you very much for the trouble you took to provide us with that information.
Thank you.
Next two are Lynn McDonald, University of Guelph, and Dr. Jan Noel. Lynn McDonald, please. Is here. You're welcome. Thank you for coming to the council chamber. And you have as well up to 5 minutes to make your remarks, and then we might have some questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I will try not to stray too much, at least, from the concerns that were raised. I do have very serious concerns about the framework and the renaming, especially if it involves shaming. And I'm very concerned as a historian, a social scientist, and a historian by the lack of respect for evidence. I think it needs to be very important. The framework document so far refers to traditional knowledge along with community insights, along with historical research. I'm not quite sure how traditional knowledge and community insights overlap, but let me give you an example from Ryerson University. I think one of the scandalous renaming events which happened last year, 2021, around the same time as the Henry Dundas, and that is it ostensibly had a fair process of analysis. They set up a task force. The task force held hearings. They committed to an open, thorough, and transparent process, which did not happen. Not one member of the task force had expertise on Ryerson. They were given excellent briefs, including one from David Crombie, first chancellor at Ryerson University and a former mayor here, and a previous minister of Indian Affairs, which was very much the issue at the time there. So they got this very good information. It was ignored. If you look at the task force report, instead what they used, they put blobs in with remarks by community members, unidentified, even as to whether they were faculty, staff, or students, and they were all hurt expressions. These were people, a number of them were Indigenous people who walked past the statue of Eglinton Ryerson and said things like, I shouldn't have to see a statue of someone who killed my people. Well, the person was, of course, devastated because that person had been misinformed by an enormous amount of misinformation that was never countered by the university, which after all has a duty to care for its faculty, staff, and students, and didn't respect that. Even worse, the president of the university unveiled a plaque next to the statue, which was put up by public subscription thanks to Ryerson's enormous contribution to free public education. And that plaque had gross misinformation on it. While the task force said that Ryerson was not the architect of the residential school system, the plaque that was put up there said that he was instrumental in the design and implementation of the residential school system. Ryerson was dead by the time it came about. He supported the voluntary bilingual schools, that is English and Ojibwe schools, that Indigenous leaders themselves wanted. And yet, who knows, at Ryerson University, now TMU, who knows that Ryerson himself lived with the Ojibwe people, learned the Ojibwe language, it took him 8 months, and supported their land claims and their rights to fisheries. So he was even given a name, an Indigenous name, Chichok, by an Indigenous chief. And it's the exact opposite. It's like we'll topple a statue of Abraham Lincoln because he led the forces for slavery in the Civil War. No, you've got the sides wrong. And I think that's very much the case what happened in Ryerson, and which I fear could continue to happen unless you have a really tough process in your framework for commemoration. Henry Dundas is somewhat more nuanced, and I know you don't want to go into that, but we saw an example of shameful disregard for evidence, and I think that we don't want to see that. It's got to be a very, very rigorous process, and people have to be very suspicious about community insights that may come from anywhere. So I support having a strong process of consultation, of involving people. I see that there's still a Ryerson Street, and I hope that there will be an opportunity to address that carefully. We've seen the loss of the name of the university. I hope not the street, because Ryerson was a great contributor to Canada. My remarks, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor McDonald. Are there questions of the deputy? I'll just say in respect of your, I would suspect, in respect of your comment about Ryerson Street, that would be one of the things that, if anybody was to raise that, would fall under some new framework of the kind that are recommended here. That's the whole idea, is that you'd have this framework going forward for things like this, like that. If somebody made application or submitted that name should be changed, it would fall under this framework. But your points about that framework are noted, and thank you very much for coming. Any questions of the deputy? Okay, thank you. Dr. Jan Noel, and then Joe Martin.
Jan, this is
Hello?
the clerk. Yes, you can proceed.
Yes, can you hear me?
Is that Dr. Noel? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Great. Well, you're with the executive committee now. We thank you for coming. The rules are that you would have up to 5 minutes to make your deputation, and then there may be some questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with other speakers on the need to re-examine the commemorative framework. I agree with Professor Dutiel's point that the city consults professionals all the time, engineers, architects, medical authorities, and needs to do the same with commemoration. Others have pointed out how complicated it is to assess historical figures. The one recent example, it's all in our minds, although it's not directly at issue today, it does show how complicated it is. In the past year alone, respected academic journals have published both the case against Dundas by Stephen Mullen and the counter case by Angela McCarthy. Refereed journals send out the manuscripts to 2 or 3 other academics. Both articles, arguing diametrically opposed views of this figure, were approved for publication. This individual can be, and is, seen as a sincere reformer or a delayer of reform. It's very likely that scholarly consensus will eventually settle on one side or the other, but who knows which? Given uncertainties like these, does it really make sense for our city to spend millions erasing names? Would it not be a better use of funds to me, allocated in such goodwill after the horrendous shooting of George Floyd, to work on issues like racism, to allocate funds to groups, BIPOC representatives, Black and Indigenous, people of color representatives, to advance an array of practical projects done in consultation with those groups. These might include assistance to Black businesses, funding to recreation and community centers in underserved neighborhoods, grants to BIPOC projects in arts, education, or housing. Our city can support projects that will win widespread approval and avoid appearing foolish as historical debates move on. Please redirect your goodwill less to changing names and more to groups working on tangible projects for greater equity in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Noel. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, we will thank you so much for that, those comments. Next is Joe Martin, followed by Claire Crozier. Joe Martin. Don't see Mr. Martin on there. Okay, let's move on. He may come in a minute. Claire Crozier, is Claire Crozier there? Okay, Claire Crozier is next. Can you hear me?
Mute, how do I get out of it?
There we are. I think you're out of it now. Claire, is that Claire Crozier speaking?
Can you hear me all right?
Is that Claire Crozier?
Yes, it is.
Yes, okay. John Tory here. You are loud and clear, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation, and then there may be some questions. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to give you a brief history of myself. I'm a lifelong resident of Dundas, Ontario. I have long been involved in the life of our community. From 2006 to 2016, I was president and board chair of the Dundas Museum and Archives. At a time, I led it through a $2 million expansion. In 2004, I was selected as Dundas' Citizen of the Year. I have spent the past 2 decades researching information on Henry Dundas, or also known as Viscount or Lord Melville. It's important for us to recognize and congratulate the city for developing a new framework for commemorating its public spaces. This step clearly demonstrates the risks in not having guidelines for the fact-finding process regarding historic figures. While it's important to focus on this, I'd like to speak to the massive mountain, the challenges that Henry Dundas, Wilberforce, and the Prime Minister William Pitt had to climb in order to get the slave trade and slavery abolished in the British Empire. Evidence shows that far from delaying the abolition of the slave trade and slavery, Henry Dundas proposed a plan that could have ended Great Britain's involvement in human trafficking of Africans by the end of the 18th century, 7 years before the eventual enactment of anti-slave legislation in 1807. Whatever the moral and practical arguments in favor of abolition were at the time, there were also powerful defenders of the slave trade, ship owners, merchants, owners and investors of plantation in the West Indies, and surprisingly, members of the royal family and even the clergy. In 1787, Wilberforce presented the first of 9 attempts to get an anti-slave trade bill passed in the House of Commons. That motion was defeated. In 1790, tried again with a motion that read, to prevent further importation of slaves into British colonies in the West Indies. Again, it was defeated. Wilberforce would not be deterred. In 1792, he made his 3rd attempt with a proposal that trade carried on by British subjects for the purpose of obtaining slaves ought to be abolished. That motion was headed for certain defeat, something Wilberforce himself admitted. And this is where the parliamentary records tell us Henry Dundas, who described slavery as unjust, immoral, and villainous, became involved in the debate. Dundas proposed an amendment that read, ought to be gradually abolished. With the help of Scotland's entire 45-member delegation that Dundas brought in to support the motion, it passed, becoming the first anti-slave trade proposal to pass in the House of Commons. Critics and activists alike have refused to grapple with an important fact. Henry Dundas was the first British parliamentarian to speak publicly in favor of abolition of both. A few months later, France declared war on Britain, which changed everything. Britain was plunged into a furious life and death struggle with France, which over the 14-year period would decimate its troops and add $350 million to the national debt. Wilberforce continued during this time to table new proposals for abolition, All were defeated in the House of Commons or the House of Lords. It would be 1807 before Wilberforce finally succeeded. However, it would be another 26 years until 1833 to pass legislation for the emancipation of the enslaved. The hard negotiated settlement brought emancipation, but only with a system of apprenticeship requiring another 5 years of free labor. The British government also agreed to pay off the slave owners. They borrowed the money, 20 million pounds sterling, the equivalent in today's Canadian currency of $4.3 billion. The sum was so vast that it took the British government until 2015, 7 years ago, to pay off the loan. Henry Dundas has been vilified in 1792 when he proposed some form of compensation to slavers. Ironically, he was the first British parliamentarian to accept the ugly truth that paying off slavers was the only way to ensure their cooperation. What is also ironic is that following passage of the anti-slave bill, the slave trade nonetheless continued for several decades, including by British ships flying foreign flags, exactly as Dundas had forecast in 1792. In 2020,
You could conclude shortly, Mr. Crozier. Thank you.
I just have a very short way to go. Thank you. In 2020, the National Trust for Scotland undertook an independent study entitled Facing Our Past, where they reported on the connection between 48 properties in their care and that had links to historic enslavement. Archival researchers from University College London spent 3 years putting together a groundbreaking database of 6,000 records of compensation to British slave owners and investors. When you look for the name of Henry Dundas in the website, Legacies for British Slave Owners, the results come up. Sorry, your search returns no results.
Okay, on that note, we'll thank you so much for your submissions, Mr. Crozier, and see if there's any questions. See if there's any questions for you. I see none, so I'll thank you so much for your time today. That would bring us then to no sign of Mr. Joe Martin. Okay, then we'd come lastly to Linda Dundas.
Thank you, Mayor Tory, esteemed councillors. I'm speaking in my personal capacity today. I support the idea of a new policy framework around commemorations, as it would hopefully prevent the irregularities which bring several of us here today, which have been amply documented and discussed. My name is Linda Dundas. Dundas, like the street. Sort of like Bond, James Bond, it's become the standard way I've learned to introduce myself in Toronto, because people commonly think they heard wrong, because who has the same slightly unusual name as a major street? Turns out quite a lot of us do, because Henry Dundas was a real person from a real family with brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, and cousins, who themselves had families and so on. And so here we are. Henry was the third cousin of my 8 times great-grandfather. They shared the same great-grandfather, George Dundas, 16th of that ilk. Cousin Henry became rather famous, and his illustrious career was acknowledged for posterity in place names around the world. Fast forward a few generations, and some of us grew up to taunts of Dundas Street in the schoolyard and grew up saying, Dundas, like the street. Only now I feel like I have to say, Dundas, he didn't do it. Because you see, just like school children associated me with the street, so too do adults associate those who bear the Dundas name with the most famous, now infamous member of our clan. If Henry were here today, the accusations against him would qualify as defamation, and he would have legal recourse to correct the facts and repair his reputation. But Henry Dundas, cousin Henry, passed away on May 28, 1811, over 200 years ago, and under common law, deceased individuals cannot be defamed. Sadly, though, this does not recognize the reality that those bearing the same name will be tainted by association. Dundas, like the street. Dundas, he didn't do it. By way of introduction, just a few words about myself. I have graduate degrees in economics, law, and business from top schools in 3 different countries. I'm a capital markets expert with a 35-year career in finance, spanning trading, treasury operations, risk management, and compliance in Canada and internationally. I've held senior positions with 3 different financial services regulators and served on the board of 2 publicly listed companies. To say that corporate governance and ethics have been at the forefront of my career would be an understatement. Regulations, risk management, and compliance have been my daily bread for decades. Honor, integrity, ethics, and my reputation are important to me. And I dare say they should be important to you too. Many of you sit on 1 or more boards. Some of you hold the coveted ICD.D director's designation and should be intimately familiar with good governance practices. Some of you have advocated for governance and accountability reform. Some talk about an open, accessible, transparent, and accountable local government and their hope that this will build public trust and confidence in our municipal government. I agree with you. At a time when trust in our public institutions is at an all-time low, facts, truth, and good governance matter. Good government matters. Only from what I can see based on the facts, governance and accountability have been lacking in the way the project to rename Dundas Street has been conducted. I call this a project because, of course, it was a foregone conclusion, wasn't it? Not a question, not a quest for facts, not a desire for truth. What does it matter because the guy's been dead for over 200 years? Except that it does. 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no honor there. So as you think about the framework, I ask you to consider, what oversight did council conduct to ensure a fair and democratic process? What controls were in place to ensure the public had complete and accurate information and that informed decisions were made by accountable decision makers before spending millions of dollars of taxpayer money and very likely much, much more? I ask because if it can happen to Dundas, it can happen to anybody, and people should care about that. Facts, truth, transparency, accountability, good government, they matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dundas. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay, we don't have questions for you just now. Thank you so much for your submissions. And that brings us to the end of the deputations, assuming we didn't find Mr. Martin. And so we could move to questions of staff. Okay, if I don't see any questions of staff, we could move to speakers. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Councillor Pasternak. I keep forgetting they're actually, I look intently at the screen here and forget there are people sitting right here with me. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I guess, the city manager. His name's on this report. I'm looking at page 2 of the report of commemorations. I'm trying very hard to avoid the Henry Dundas debate, but the second paragraph on page 2 says that this review is going to continue, that you're going to review existing commemorations in partnership with communities and other relevant divisions. Is there any end to this?
Well, again, I think through Mayor Tory, staff were directed to review the policy that we have for naming to determine whether or not it matches the best practices, and if it doesn't, to recommend changes. And so that's what's before you here. So as you know, there are many names for many streets, many monuments, many parks. There are many that exist, and there are some that are going to be created. So what this proposes is a way to very methodically assess what changes that need to be made when they're identified, and what steps we would take to name new entities that are created. So to answer your question, is there any end in it? To me, it's work that you've been doing for some time. It's just what we have in front of you now is, I think, a more updated and I think better reflective of processes that are being adhered to, not just in Canada but around the world. And Cheryl Blackman can add to that if she wishes.
Well, I've got lots of questions, so we'll leave it at that for now. Thank you. But Cheryl can certainly answer some of these other questions. Maybe technical, but on page 5, you mentioned that the original Henry Dundas petition was signed by 14,000 residents. But when this first came to council, the city manager pointed out that only 55% of those actually were for Toronto. Is this, which is correct? Is it, were all 14,000 residents of Toronto, or 55% of the people who signed the petition were from Toronto?
Cheryl, you're on mute.
You're on mute there, Cheryl.
I'm muted, and sorry, Councillor Pasternak, for taking up your time. Through you, Mr. Mayor, there were 14,000 folks who signed the petition in the first iteration of the work, yes. And if the report indicates that there are 55% that were from Toronto, that would be accurate.
Okay, thank you. Now, on page 16, you seem to be, staff seem to be taking delegated authority for a lot of the future namings going forward. Let me try and find the wording here. Sorry, on page 17. Proposals received, let me just see. Other street and property naming that is within the staff's delegated authority can resume immediately following the council's decision to this report. So that's the backlog of naming requests. Now, how much is on delegated authority in naming places in Toronto? Doesn't it need community council and full council approval? I didn't know we could name anything in this city on delegated authority.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Pasternak, the delegated authority is limited to situations where councillors and community members have not developed a commemorative name that meets the guiding principles. If, for example, in PFNR, there is some opportunities there where delegated authority would absolutely assist them in advancing the work of the parks team. I know that General Manager Janie Romoff is on the call and can also add some additional context to that if you'd like.
Well, if she joins us, that's great. I'll go back to.
Apologies, apologies, I'm here, just not on camera yet. I think what through the chair to Councillor Pasternak, I think we're really just referring to the directional naming as well, and geographic naming, which isn't really that different than the approach that we've been taking now. So it would not interfere with commemorative names that have been proposed either through a member of council or through the community.
Okay, I'm back to page 16 now, and I don't know why this is here, but you're saying that the revised property naming policy clarifies that commemorative names should be assigned to the whole city property rather than property features such as rooms, trails, and sports fields. I mean, it's quite a tradition both in the private sector for naming rights and donations, as well as in the public sector to have different naming options in an institution. Why would you be kind of taking away that opportunity here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and Janie Romoff from PFNR can speak to property features as well.
Thanks, Cheryl, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Pasternak. I think what we're referencing here is some of our naming and some of the park sites has become very complicated as far as naming each component in a park. And we're finding sometimes it's difficult from a directional and geographic perspective to sort of send people there. So as an example, we have some instances where one playground may be named, one baseball diamond may be named, a component of a trail may be named. So I think what we're really looking at is to try and encompass broader geographic areas with one name rather than splitting them up into a whole bunch of sort of smaller naming opportunities. But these are all things that will be considered by council and community council once items come forward for consideration.
Okay, I guess I'm running out of time. I'll squeeze in one more. On page 6, you mentioned that in the comprehensive jurisdictional review, more than 400 international case studies were examined. Now, the UK has a retain and explain policy. They don't tear down things, although I guess some were torn down illegally. But their philosophy is retain and explain. Was the UK's model looked at when we were trying to develop a new policy on this?
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor Pasternak, indeed, we did look at the UK's policy, and as you mentioned in our earlier work, we looked at 430 global case studies from 2017 to 2020. So we did look at retain and explain. We did look at jurisdictions, including Montreal, Halifax, and others that have different approaches to reviewing names. We looked at anti-racism statements. We looked at other forms of commemoration, and we also looked at other forms of advisory committees and reviews of monuments. So we did a comprehensive review, as we mentioned in our earlier report, and as indicated on the website.
Okay, looks like I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Other questions of staff? Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, your framework seeks to establish a process which will enable us as a city and to engage residents and others as part of a process to develop and to finalize through a council process a name of a building, a park, and or a particular monument in the city. Is that what its aim is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Thompson, yes, we are intending to be able to review a number of different assets within the city's portfolio. They would include things like parks, like monuments, yes, plaques, etc.
And streets, of course, right?
Street names, lane names, excuse me. Yes, that's right.
Right. So can you help me to understand when you are talking about a street name, whether or not it's a new residential development, for example, and names are being proposed, how do you formulate, how do you do your research? What is it, what are some of the characteristics or the things that you look at in order to determine whether or not that name can go forward?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson, for your question. We certainly do want to hear from Torontonians, and we talk about the importance of research and engagement in the report very strongly. For example, in this particular effort, we spoke to 12,000 residents through the work that we did with dialogues with First Nations right holders, virtual town halls and panels, community conversations, public surveys, and also art-based engagement with Artworks TO. So the work really does need to have an engagement component and a deep look at the history, as we've indicated the importance of that through the work that we've put on the public website that's been available for almost 2 years now for anybody to review. It does need to really give an opportunity for traditional voices to be heard as well through oral stories and story keeping, because it's very, very important that traditional insights are also considered as we think about the future for naming for the city through commemoration.
And when we talk about reconciliation, sort of an action in terms of an overall understanding, when we find information that leads through a public process where there is a request for change, a name, let's say, of a building or street or a park, what's the process that you go through there in terms of doing the research? How do you do that? Do you bring in a consultant? Do you actually go out and talk to academics and so on in order to gather that information, in order to help you to, first of all, learn and understand, and then to allow you to quantitative process, bring information forward to allow council to make decisions? How do you do that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your question, Deputy Mayor Thompson. As we've indicated in our reports, this is new ground that we're breaking here at the City of Toronto. This is work that is really being approached by many people across the world for the first time. And so certainly the research aspect of the work has been foundational and fundamentally focus of the way that we've moved forward. We have understood the importance of talking to academics as well as doing the research. We have understood the importance of working with community and having community consultations and community voices heard. We also have a community advisory committee, but I think what's really pivotal and important that we have to remember is that we have Indigenous landholders who have to be included in this process, and we've begun a process to deepen engagement and involvement with communities who have Indigenous rights in this area that we're talking about in this city that we call Toronto. And certainly for us, it's quite important that we focus placemaking around this understanding that we need to align city's objectives with those of Indigenous placemaking and placekeeping, and that we also need to honor hearing all voices, and that's been the effort that we've been trying to advance through this work, Deputy Mayor.
Now, would you agree with me that this process, whatever side you're on, it's very complicated, and it actually has historical narrative that speaks to a future trend or growth, particularly for a city like Toronto? So I guess change is difficult for many. Would you agree?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your question, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Absolutely, change is difficult, and we have really tried to underscore the importance of being able to hear the stories of Torontonians, doing the research, talking to the experts, speaking with the City of Toronto, Toronto public servants who are also experts, and creating a balance through the creation of advisory committee that was council directed, which includes currently 20 Torontonians, 9 of whom were recommended by the 9 councillors along Dundas Street. So we've done our very best to be consistent with our city's values and to also be consistent with the bylaws and policies of the City of Toronto.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Are there other questions of staff? Okay. Then if there are seeing none, we could move to speakers. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've got 2 motions that I've given the staff. Which one? Oh, there they are, 1 and 2. City Council amend the guiding principles set out in attachment 1 by removing undocumented workers from section 4. And then, anyway, that's the first one. Can I see the second one, please? City amend the guiding principles by adding members of the Asian and South Asian community to the list of equity deserving groups in section 4. Okay, one is a takeout, one is an add. So those are my 2 motions. Let me speak to the second one first. Equity deserving groups, I wanted to add the Asian and South Asian community. We all know the difficulty these communities have had, especially during COVID, and the racism that they've been impacted by, even to the extent that the mayor had an anti-Asian task force set up to try and address those issues. And I believe in terms of equity-seeking groups, it's entirely appropriate that we add this group to that definition of equity-seeking groups. So that's motion number 1. Motion number 2 is to remove undocumented workers. That's a buzzword for illegal immigrants. I do not believe, and I feel very strongly, and I've spoken about this before, that we should not be commemorating illegal immigrants, people who are lawbreakers, who are breaking the rules, who are not in this country legally. Mr. Mayor, I was speaking to an MP yesterday, and he told me that the number of people waiting to get into Canada who are following the rules, who are following the law, is now at 2 million people. These are people that want to come to Canada that are following the rules, and by making undocumented workers or illegal immigrants equity-seeking groups and eligible for commemoration, we're essentially saying, it's okay to come in here and break the law. In fact, while 2 million people are waiting to get in legally, we're going to name a park. We could name a park or a street after an illegal immigrant who gets in without following the rules and who doesn't have to wait in line and follow the law. So that's the second piece. I did want to thank the deputants. I know, and it's not my intention to relitigate the Dundas debate. But I will say, and I voted against this, I was one of the 6 or 7 people who voted against it, Mr. Mayor, that I don't think we'll get it right, this commemorative framework, until we go back and look at Dundas again. The thing that troubled me, Mr. Mayor, is we had a number of historians who basically said, one of them said, there was a shameful lack of consideration of the evidence. We should take that very, very seriously. Our credibility is being called into question when we are not looking at the evidence properly. In my view, and what I fear with regard to this name commemorative framework, what we have developed through the Dundas renaming, is politics has trumped evidence. And this happened from the very beginning when our city manager said the status quo is not an option. Before this process even began, he'd already formed an opinion that the idea of doing nothing wasn't acceptable. It was already prejudged by a city manager. And therefore what has happened is it was an outcome that was already started to set out. And so it was already a tainted process. The public service can't be seen as being political. They have to be seen as looking at the evidence. And the discourse here from historians has shown that this is not an unbiased process. And I think that this casts a shadow over this commemorative framework, and I think that's why a lot of people have trouble with it. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just checking out the report here. Sorry? Yes, Deputy Mayor Navarro, please.
I have a question of the mover.
Thank you.
So to the mover, so Councillor, when you say you want the word undocumented workers added, right?
No, I want it removed, Mr. Mayor.
Removed from, so what happens if somebody came to Canada as an undocumented worker, has been here for a year, became Canadian citizen, has contributed, has a history of that people feel like they should be honored, so that would disqualify them? Is that what you're intending?
Mr. Mayor, as I said, illegal immigrants break the law. I think we set a horrible example when we are rewarding and highlighting and naming things against people that break the law.
Okay, so anybody, doesn't matter if now they're a fully Canadian, full-fledged Canadian citizen, but if they came as an undocumented worker, they should not be honored. Yes or no, Councillor?
Mr. Mayor, if somebody robs a bank and then they do some nice things, I don't believe that someone who robs a bank or assaults somebody should be rewarded by naming a park after them.
I don't believe our justice system is arresting these people, or it's considered a crime, but okay.
They're arresting bank robbers, I think they are, Mr. Mayor.
And so just, can I follow, are there questions of staff? Other questions of staff? Just want to make sure to give people a chance. I have a couple for the Deputy Mayor. On the clarification of the motion in my case, so if there's no others of those, I would just...
Sure.
So just so I understand, because it kind of follows along with what Deputy Mayor Barlow was saying, there's nothing that could, for example, if there was an amnesty, which I actually believe we should have done years ago for those who came here in various circumstances over decades and are still here and are working hard and raising their children who are Canadian born, et cetera, you would say that under no circumstances should anybody in that circumstance be considered, and of course to be recognized.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think there's been an amnesty given since about 1988, so that's about 40 years. But I think that we have many people who follow the rules and who go through the legal process. And I think they'd be very upset if we were to celebrate people who were rule breakers and who got in ahead of them, and that they're being celebrated while people are waiting in line for years because they respect the laws of our country.
But you've extended that to people who came on the Underground Railroad? They didn't follow any rules. They came to Canada to escape.
I don't believe at the time that we had passports or an immigration process in the Underground Railroad.
Okay.
When that was taken.
My final question just on your motion would be, do you accept the fact that in having this list of people here, which is an incomplete list by definition because you could include 20 other categories of people, but in having this list, it is only a list of people who it says here recognizing the contributions of, and then it lists these groups, but in no way does that mean that they would be honored necessarily. It means that this process that is proposed here would consider, based on the merits, people of all different descriptions like that, and as opposed to ruling people out. But you're saying, even though you do understand that this is not saying any of those people would be honored, it is simply you're saying they shouldn't be by not even being included in eligible honorees, as it were, people to be recognized.
Are you talking about the undocumented workers, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
My point is that you do accept the fact this is part of a framework, and that the framework would actually come into play in actually taking any individual person, Mr. Smith, and if Mr. Smith wouldn't, just because he happened to be an undocumented worker and because that category of people was listed here as an example of groups, he wouldn't necessarily be deemed eligible by the process to be recognized. That the committee or the group that will make these decisions would have the option of saying no, even if undocumented workers were to be put forward. You do acknowledge that?
I think, yeah, in the attachment under the definition of equity seeking and the group in general, we've elevated certain groups: the Black community, Indigenous groups, LGBTQ. I also believe, as I said to you, Asians and South Asians. So we basically underlined and highlighted groups that are equity seeking. I don't believe that undocumented illegal immigrants deserve that in any way, should be getting that privilege when they're coming in and breaking the law, coming in and basically insulting all the other 2 million people that are waiting in line to come into this country.
Thank you. Any other questions of the mover? Okay, and that was actually, we're on speakers, not questions of staff, because that's where Councillor Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong moved his motion. And so we can continue then with speakers on this matter if there are others to speak. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do want to thank staff for their work on this. It's a lot of work and it's a very complicated, not an easy subject matter. I don't agree with some of the things that are written here and some of the policies going forward, but that doesn't diminish the fact that a lot of work was done on this and it's appreciated. I think for me, one of the alarming components of this report, which I mentioned in my questions for staff, is the fact that it endorses an ongoing review of existing commemorations. I mean, in other words, this process will not stop. And unless we put some kind of containment on it, whether it's budget, whether it's policy, whether we just stop it, don't staff it, it will totally consume the next council. These reports will be coming back on a regular basis. They'll be fully debated. You'll have academics taking one side or another side. You'll have this whole council chamber kind of consumed by it. And of course, it'll eat up valuable financial dollars that we need for many projects across our city. So this, I think we have to take a really strong look at. If they're going to start going through hundreds of parks and streets and different namings, statues and so forth, I think that's for sober second thought. I think that could be high risk. I was very involved, as everyone knows, with the Afrocentric Alternative School, was back there for a graduation recently. I brought the naming for University Avenue, the ceremonial naming for Nelson Mandela Way. We've been working very closely with the Black Farmers Collective, of course, the Toronto Community Benefits Network, And of course, we had a very impressive Black Fellowship placement in our office who surveyed the community. And unless I miss something, none of those groups or the individuals that I've contacted or been in contact with have said to me that our place naming has been discriminatory, has marginalized people, has been unfair. Well, there's work to do because the society of Henry Dundas and 100 years ago is quite different now. There's a natural catching up to the overpopulation of so-called settlers, because that's what the society was back then. As a matter of fact, if you walk around our city, it seems that most of the monuments are from World War I, and other notable people of international recognition. So, you know, I recognize the philosophy of this report, and I think it's worthy of support, and I think we have to endorse it, making sure that everybody's included in our city when we name parks, when we do monuments, when we name laneways or streets, that we really recognize the diversity. But at the same time, it shouldn't be done in a vengeful or vindictive way. It has to be done with compassion and understanding, and based on historical knowledge. I think the task ahead of us is enormous on this file. Just to touch on Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong's motion about, I guess, undocumented aliens coming into the country. I think the mayor mentioned the Underground Railroad. It's true there wasn't a passport system in that place, but of course before that we embraced the United Empire Loyalists. There wasn't a passport system then. Of course, we also embraced the draft dodgers during the Vietnam War, and we embraced groups such as the Vietnamese, the Syrians, Ukrainians, and of course the Filipinos fleeing world conflict zones. So we have a history of taking people in, no questions asked, and I don't think I will not support that motion, so I'd ask the clerk to break it up. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna save most of my other comments for council, but it's been an enlightening debate, and it certainly forced me to do an enormous amount of research on the challenges we face in making sure everyone feels included, what other jurisdictions are doing, and gives real pause to how we go forward on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Others wishing to speak? Deputy Mayor Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wasn't going to speak on this item. I'm just going to speak and ask my colleagues not to support the part of the motion from Deputy Mayor Denzin Minnan-Wong on the undocumented workers. I think we've had this conversation here at this council chamber before. We have an immigration system that is actually not responding to the work needs of our country and of our city. And people come here many times undocumented because back in their country, sometimes they have to decide on putting food on the table or finding jobs somewhere else where they have it. They come here because there's work available for them. That's the only way they survive here. There's nothing else. They have to make it work. They come here for the jobs that are available, for the jobs that we need them to come, and for which the immigration system that we have, the point system, does not allow them to come here in a legal way. That's what they're here undocumented. And that's why we're using their labor. So if there's somebody at fault in here, it's actually us that cannot coordinate the labor market with a robust immigration people that actually bring the people here in a legal way, that can offer them health care, that can offer them good working conditions. So to then move on to say, after certain programs, and for the information of the deputy manager, there was an amnesty in '88, but there continues to be programs all the time. Actually, Labor Council right now, the Canadian Labor Congress, has a program right now to legalize undocumented workers in the trades industry. Right now, as we speak, they're having a program to do that because we need them so much. So to go through that, to then saying, yes, come, do the work, become Canadian citizens, and hopefully be like so many other immigrants in this country to contribute to this society and say, because you came here in an unfair way, you will never have anything named after you. to be honest with you, I don't think any of them do anything to have anything named after them. But to say to somebody, it doesn't matter how hard you came here, even though we made use of your labor, even though you didn't have good, access to healthcare systems, access to, any of the services, but you came here because probably back home you couldn't put food on the table and there was a job here that we needed you to fulfill, and then say, but it doesn't matter, you'll never be good enough for us to even have a street named after you, I think is just plain wrong. And I hope that nobody supports this motion.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Others wishing to speak, we have Deputy Mayor Thompson and then Councillor Ainsley.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Let me first of all offer my thanks to the deputants who've come to depute today. Thank you very much for being here. Let me say, Mr. Mayor, it's always interesting when we hear from people speaking to issues that are in front of us, and it appears that a lot of conversation today about matters that were not in front of us. What is actually in front of us today is in fact not even a new process with respect to us dealing with respect to our naming policy. We're talking about enhancing and put in place process and procedures that helps us to name any of our institutional structures, monuments, and streets and so on. I want to thank the city manager, Mr. Murray. I want to thank Ms. Blackman for the great work that's been done with respect to the report that's actually in front of us. It's important to remember, though, that history is a great teacher and we should learn great lessons from our history. I want to remind people that in the transatlantic slave trade, some 12 million people were actually brought over from Africa. 1.5 million of them died, and whatever the political machination and or the politics of the day, there were some fundamental wrongs that took place. Today, we are responsible for the direction and the future decisions that are being made with respect to shaping our diverse city is very important. This piece of work that's in front of us today requires us to recognize and realize that we are talking about enhancing our own policies that's been in place. Let me also remind people that past information and past reports that we've dealt with has been informed by historians, particularly at my committee when a matter dealing with the renaming of a street. We had 6 historians who came and depute. I suspect that they didn't come to depute on this particular issue here today because we're in fact talking about a framework in terms of moving forward. And so, Mr. Mayor, I'm delighted with the report that's here. I'm encouraged with the veracity of change that is coming to our city. I am going to support number 2 of Deputy Mayor Min Wong's motion, which is to add the additional groups that he is moving in his motion. I think it's really important for us to ensure that as we move forward, we're not going to leave any one group or individuals out who have actually created opportunities of greatness for our city that would warrant the naming, whether or not it's a street or a monument and or one of our city facilities. It's always very difficult to hear some of the conversations, both in terms of pros and cons and so on. But I think that we've done so in a respectful manner today, and I think that I'm very proud of that. And in light of how one may feel, and I think that I draw some degree of concern with respect to my colleague, Councillor Pasternak, when he talked about vengeful and vindication. The report seeks not to deal with vengefulness nor vindication. It really seeks to provide clarity, provides information to council and councillors, as well as a greater sense of understanding to how we will make decisions to the population of Toronto, to the public, and to the consultation process. This report does do a really good job in helping us to put forward a framework to help guide the city as we commemorate, whether or not it's public figures or others, or just places and naming of streets. There is a lot of naming to go forward and to come forward. We need to ensure that we understand the framework. there is also a requirement for us to correct the historical wrongs that exist, whether or not it's this city or any of other cities, by whoever, no matter what they have achieved, nor or whatever members of organizations or individuals who are supportive of those individuals. When we recognize through historical narrative and research that's been done, whether or not you support it or not, we have to make a decision. I believe that we have made a good decision and will always be reflective on research and historical information that has come forward in a fashion that helps us to decide. And we have made good decisions so far. This report in front of us requires our approval today. And so I will be endorsing and supporting the report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. And now it's Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I will be supporting the recommendations in this report. I want to thank staff for all of the work that they've done. As has been mentioned, we had a framework previously around commemorating public figures and events for monuments, street names, property names, and City Council asked staff to go out and review it and revise it and come back with something better that works in 2022. And I want to thank them for all of that work, because the framework before us today, staff looked at best practices from other cities around the world. They had input from 12,000 residents through virtual town hall and panel discussions in the city of Toronto, public surveys. There's community dialogues that I was involved with here in Eastern Scarborough with Indigenous rights holders and our urban Indigenous community members, Black community members. Our staff have done a tremendous job in reaching out across the city, if not the world, to get this commemorative process right. And as a student of Canadian history, I can speak to, many events throughout our history get looked at through different lenses, interpreted, reinterpreted. It changes people's perspective. We heard from the deputants today, and I want to thank them for being here, for bringing their perspective and making sure that this is done properly. And I want to thank everybody for doing that. As in terms of the deputy mayor's motions, I will be supporting a second one about Southeast Asian and Asian inclusions into the groups that we put in the naming policy. I think that needs to be done. The one looking at undocumented workers, the first word descriptive that came to my mind was gobsmacked. I'm gobsmacked that the deputy mayor of Toronto would equate undocumented people coming to this country as illegal immigrants, or that they've done something wrong, or that they try to jump the queue ahead of other people to get into this country. So I will not be supporting his first motion, and I ask everybody on the executive committee to vote against it as well. Thank you, Mayor Tory. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Others wishing to speak who haven't as yet? Anybody? Okay. Well, let me just reset the clock and say a few words here, if I may. First of all, I believe that we have to move forward with a framework here. I think the moratorium has to come off. I think that's important. And, I think part of the solution to this is maybe we should be looking as a group of people and as a civic administration to naming fewer things after people. And then I think if you do that, you're going to get into fewer of these situations that involve any kind of this judgment being exercised at all. And there are plenty of ways you could name things, without people. But having said that, it's probably not going to be down to zero. But we need a framework. The framework, I'm sure, is imperfect no matter who's reading it, but we need one. And I'm going to move a motion, which I have here, that asks the city manager, as we do in a number of cases, to report back to the executive committee in a year after the implementation to see how it's working. Because I think that's a fair thing to have a look at and see if some of these things, whether it's what Councillor Pasternak raised or others, see what the situation is. Because I think we'll find there actually will be some results to have a look at fairly soon, just because of the backlog of things that have been waiting for this report to come. The second thing I want to address is just with respect to the city manager. I have to take issue with what the deputy mayor said. I remember what the city manager said. First of all, I don't think he was being political in the slightest. I think that he was just stating a fact in light of the fact we had a divided community that had very strong feelings on many different sides of this issue, even slightly evidenced by some of the submissions we've had today. And he was saying the status quo, meaning doing absolutely nothing. You know, there were other options that were discussed and presented, including putting up, what did we call it, retain and explain, and different things like that. And he was simply saying, I believe, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, that, you know, that the status quo, in light of the division in the community, was not something that was sustainable, because I think he is not being political in saying that, but rather he is our partner, meaning our partner, those of us who are elected, in maintaining public confidence on as broad a basis as possible. And that's very difficult in a big, complex city like this, but I think that's all he was doing, was just doing his job. I also want to just address the you know, what the deputy mayor referred to as the shameful disregard of the evidence. And I think he was quoting some of the deputants, and I heard some of those people saying that. I guess I would be in a position with all this, because I've read a lot of the stuff that has come out. I wouldn't know what to believe, frankly, in terms of the history. I mean, there's been so many different accounts of history from a lot of people that have a lot of letters after their name that, you know, you don't really know, I mean, what has gone on. And that's part of the difficulty in all of this, is to try and judge, you know, what actually was the case with respect to Mr. Dundas. And I still don't really know. I'm still kind of confused about that. And fortunately, that matter is not in front of us today. That matter is going to come back at some other time down the road for those of us who are sent back here. So I look at it and say, you know, which evidence are we shamefully disregarding? Because I'm not entirely sure. There's evidence seems to be on all sides of this. And I think somehow we have to do a better job of sorting it out than we have done so far. With respect to the deputy mayor's motions, I too will support the part that has to do with including the anti-Asian, including Asian and South Asian communities as an equity-seeking group, because I agree that if the other groups are to be singled out for specific mention, not that it's an exclusive list. There is a catch-all after that says equity-seeking groups, but I think the experience of our Asian communities and some of the bad experiences are worthy of being included for sure on that list. I will say, however, that I will join others who have said that I just can't accept, you know, what has been proposed with respect to undocumented workers. You know, I think to the point that Deputy Mayor Bylaw made, we accept their work. We accept their work. And I think there's estimates that range from somewhere from 100 to 200,000 people that might fit into that category of undocumented workers who are resident in the city of Toronto. And I've been criticized before at the fact that I wouldn't have people who are not Canadian citizens given the vote in municipal elections. But if you said to me, you know, and that's because I believe there has to be some things that go with citizenship in the country, and I maintain that view, and it may be that others don't accept that view, but that's fine. I mean, that there's going to be differences of opinion on these kinds of things. But, you know, we accept their work. In fact, you know, if a lot of them decided to stay home tomorrow from work, we might have trouble keeping the city operating. We accept their being good neighbors. You know, I suspect there are people right now listening to this debate who, if they went and asked their next door neighbor on either side of them, they might find one of them is a so-called undocumented worker. We accept their support for local businesses because they're people who buy things in our shops and patronize our businesses. We accept some of them coaching our kids, because I'm sure that, again, without having asked, because we generally don't, there are people who are coaching our kids in neighborhoods and are good residents of this city. And so this purport is not proposing to award them any recognition or to extend them any particular recognition. It's simply saying they could be among those who could be nominated, to the point that Deputy Mayor Bylaw made with respect to how people's lives can evolve, as we hope they will in this city. If there's anybody to be blamed in all of this, I think it's even less so the people the Deputy Mayor Bylaw referred to, like the employers who accept the work of people who are undocumented workers, but rather governments over decade after decade after decade who will not find a way to accept the fact that in most cases these people have settled here. They've in some cases married people who were Canadian citizens. They've certainly have Canadian-born children, and they are, and as I say, we're accepting their work and their patronage of our businesses and their coaching of our kids and their good neighborliness in our neighborhoods, and found a way to sort of remove them from this category that they're in by virtue of how they got here. We're not passing a motion approving how they got here or anything like that. In fact, in many cases, I'm not sure we know. But I just think that to single them out in the way that that motion does is not something that is consistent with how we deal with these things here at this council and in the city. And so I will join others who've said so in voting against that provision. And I think Councillor Pasternak already requested of the clerk that she split that motion. So those are my comments. Do I see any other speakers for today on this? Okay, well then I think we're ready to proceed. Is there just the one? No, there's one. There's my motion and there's Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong's motion. So there's two. I guess his came first, so it would be called first for a vote. So do you want to put up the? And we're going to split it into two.
Sure. So the chair will put up the motions on the screen, and I understand there's a request for a recorded vote. So we'll do a recorded vote on Part A of the Deputy Mayor's amendment. Yeah, all those in. Okay, we'll take it down and I'll conduct the vote. All those in favor? Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, all those opposed? Mayor Tory, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Bailao, that does not carry. And then I will put Part B on the screen and take the vote in a moment. Okay, all those in favor of Part B? Mayor Tory, Councillor Ainsley, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Bailao, can I have your vote, please? And Councillor Bailao is in favor. That part carries unanimously.
I don't care about a recorded vote. I think a show of hands is fine. So I'll call the question then on my motion to have a review to be reported back a year after implementation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then that would take us to item as amended. And I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed?
Recorded vote, please, Mayor.
Okay. Recorded vote on the item as amended.
All those in favor of the item as amended, Mayor Tory, Councillor Bailao, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Ainsley, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Crawford. That carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I release an item?
I beg your pardon?
Can I release an item?
Yes.
May I release an item?
Yes, of course you can, Deputy Mayor. Always happy to have that. Which would you like to release?
Yeah, it's item 15 on the, I believe it's the operating capital budget. I held 15.
The which?
This is one you have an interest on. So.
Item 15.
Oh, I see. Okay, I have to. But did we take a vote?
Oh,
we didn't.
Right. You're probably correct.
Okay, so I can just, if you're going to release it, I can just leave for the release, and you can deal with that. How about that? I think that works.
Okay,
Madam Clerk. Yeah.
Sure.
So I'll just absent myself.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm just the members, I'm gonna keep my powder dry and speak at council on this one. So this is adopt the item as it pertains to adjustments to the Toronto Transit Commission budget for communications, computer equipment and software. All those in favor of that?
And I'll do a recorded vote. So all those in favor.
I don't need a recorded vote. Oh, you have to do one, sorry.
For the interest.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks. You're
okay.
Right.
So Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Bailao, Councillor McKelvey, and Councillor Pasternak. That carries. And then the mayor will return and I'll do a recorded vote on the balance of the item. So this is our recorded vote on the remainder of the item. All those in favor, Mayor Tory, Councillor Bailao, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Ainsley, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Crawford. That carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Then I guess that brings us next to the 34.7, the review and considerations for a housing commissioner role or function. And we have one, and I want to make an inquiry of the clerk, but we have one speaker. We'll start off with the first speaker listed here, Elizabeth McIsaac from Maitree. Is Elizabeth McIsaac with us? Yes, you're here in person. It's nice to see you. Thank you. You have up to 5 minutes to make your deputation, and there may be some questions for you. Thanks very much for being here.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth McIsaac, and I'm the president of Maitree, which is a charitable foundation focused on advancing systemic solutions to poverty. We believe that the most enduring way to fix the systems that create poverty is to safeguard economic and social rights for everyone in Canada, which includes the human right to adequate housing. When the City of Toronto adopted and updated the updated Housing Charter and the Housing TO Action Plan in 2019, the City committed itself to the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing. This meant that Toronto would start to undertake a human rights-based approach to housing. City Council's direction to the City Manager to explore the role or function of a Housing Commissioner for Toronto was the next step in this commitment. It created the opportunity to think through the governance options and also to listen to communities to hear what they want and expect to see the city do. Exploring the potential of this role is the reason that Maitree worked together with Crane Consulting on the background report. The report outlines the elements needed to advance the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing at the city. Overall, Maitree supports the recommendations being made. To further strengthen the City Manager's recommendations, I encourage the Executive Committee to consider 3 elements from the Maitree and Crane report regarding a potential Housing Commissioner. First, there is a need to develop a single and independent locus of accountability at the City. This is critical, particularly given the complexity of Toronto's housing system and also given the various efforts being considered in the recommendations. This would mean creating an office or role, such as a Housing Commissioner, that would be external to the public service, independent from Council while reporting to it, with the necessary human rights expertise and the ability to hold the various other elements of the approach together in one place. In our consultations, and Maitree undertook consultations with communities across the city on this question, the call for independence and accountability was unanimous and considered essential to this role and function. The City Manager is recommending the creation of a Council Advisory Committee. If a committee, an advisory committee to Council, is to deliver on the promise of independence and accountability, it will need a structure that is rooted in the human right to housing and be sufficiently resourced and empowered to have impact. It will also need to include leadership and membership of people with expertise in the human right to housing and community members with lived experience. Secondly, it is imperative that those who are in greatest housing need have the opportunity to participate in and meaningfully inform the decisions that affect their lives. The proposed committee could be an opportunity to engage communities and residents in ways that are meaningful and ongoing, beyond transactional consultations, so that their voices are included and heard. But I would encourage the city to explore a robust and authentic approach to this, and again, ensure that it is sufficiently resourced. Finally, I encourage the city to consider an all-of-government approach to housing policy and programming through a human rights lens. By definition, this would bring together the various departments that play a role in a given file to work on solutions. This could include capacity for systemic reviews, evidence-based monitoring, using disaggregated data to determine the impacts of current and future policies and programs on communities and residents, and with a focus on those in greatest need. Although this all-of-government approach is not part of the recommendations that the City Manager's Office has put forward, I would note that the city is already undertaking such an approach to housing policy in some areas. At the Planning and Housing Committee meeting this week, or last week rather, there was a proposal to create a Housing at-Risk Table, or HART framework, led by the Housing Secretariat to enable interdivisional planning on renovictions. This kind of framework would improve the accountability and transparency of the city's housing policy decisions by bringing a whole-of-government approach. This may be a model that can be scaled to have greater impact and be grounded in human rights. As such, we urge serious consideration of this as the city builds out its approach. Maitrey supports the approval of the recommendations presented, but with serious regard to ensuring accountability and independence and effective resourcing. Done well, we believe that these recommendations provide a foundation to build upon in the city's path toward realizing the human right to adequate housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, thank you very much for your patience and for coming to see us today. The next two speakers are Leilani Forha and Jordy Dent. And I believe they both with us virtually. Are they supposed to be?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
And
Thank
thank you
you
for joining us. And you have, I think you know how things work. You have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes to make your deputation, and there may be some questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tory, and thanks to the Executive Committee and City Councilors and staff for inviting me to speak with you this afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm Leilani Farha. I'm the Global Director of The Shift, a human rights organization that focuses on housing. I'm also the former United Nations Special Rapporteur on the right to housing, a post I held from 2014 to 2020. And I note that this position was not dissimilar from the idea of a housing commissioner, albeit I was on the world stage, and obviously this is a city-specific position that's being considered. I want to start by saying that I really applaud the City of Toronto for exploring the idea of creating the position of a housing commissioner. In my opinion, the appointment of an independent commissioner with expertise in the human right to housing will serve the City of Toronto well on really what is one of the most pressing, if not the most pressing social issue confronting the city. I want to begin my substantive comments by giving you something to chew on, and it's this. Human rights should be regarded as more of a carrot than a stick. And I say this on the basis that human rights outcomes, like ending homelessness or addressing unaffordability, simply make a city a better place to live. It makes everyone happier, it results in fewer protests, and basically it makes for better living. With respect to the role of a housing commissioner specifically, I'll raise 4 points. The City of Toronto is obviously, like many cities across the country, if not the whole country, is in a serious housing crisis, which is defined by unaffordability, evictions, and homelessness. This suggests that the current housing policies and programs are not as effective as the city would like. By definition, unaffordability, evictions, and homelessness are human rights issues, and human rights law has a whole lot to say about how they must be and how they are best addressed. An independent external housing commissioner who knows and understands the right to housing and who's provided with appropriate tools, resources, and mandate would be best placed to understand the issues and generate effective and expedient solutions through unbiased and unfettered analysis of the city's current housing landscape. The Government of Canada, this is my second point, has recognized that the human right to adequate housing must be central in Canadian housing policy. So it's vital that any person or body established to assess, analyze, or make recommendations on housing policy at any level in Canada be an expert in the human right to housing. My third point is that human rights require accountability. Otherwise, human rights are illusory. You do need internal accountability. So you need to hold yourselves accountable within the City of Toronto, but you also need to be held accountable. The Commissioner would fulfill that latter role. This requires that the Commissioner be independent of government rather than being an internal appointment or housed within a government department. Independence will afford the Commissioner legitimacy, an essential ingredient for an effective ombuds type role. It's their independence and expertise in human rights that the city will benefit from. I think we all know the benefits of getting a well-informed, independent expert opinion as we try to improve our performance. Lastly, an independent housing commissioner has the capacity to act as a broker in a way that an internal council or commissioner cannot. They will gain the trust of a variety of stakeholders, be it city councillors, those who don't understand why a hotel for homeless people is necessary in their neighborhood, exhausted social workers, or homeless people themselves. An independent housing commissioner could support the city in its bid to have stronger partnerships with other orders of government to better address the housing crisis. The independent commissioner could communicate to other orders of government in an impartial way, explaining that without more support from other orders of government, the city will not be able to realize the human right to housing. I'll rest there, and I'm happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those submissions. Are there questions of this deputant? I might just ask you one, because you focused quite a bit on, you know, the sort of independence aspect of this and so forth. Are you familiar with the Office of Ombudsman that we have in the city that is an independent officer who reports directly to the council and who is, you know, totally at arm's length from politicians and public servants? In fact, is looking into things that are said, that grievances of citizens with respect to politicians and public servants?
Yes, I am.
And do you feel, because the recommendation here, as you can see in the report, is that that officer that's presently there with the staff could take on some of these complaints and would in fact take on some of these complaints under this suggested framework?
I do think that the ombudsperson would be in a good position to do investigations into systemic issues related to the realization of the right to housing. I think, however, I don't know how well resourced the ombuds is. I think that might increase the ombudsperson's workload substantially, and that more allocation of resources might be necessary. I don't know that the ombuds is in the best position to do some of the other functions that a commissioner would play. And I don't, you know, I think there's that there could be a separation of responsibilities and activities. I think, as was detailed in the Maitre and the other consultants, sorry, I forgot the name, Korean report. I sort of liked the division that they had come up with in their consultancy report.
Thank you. Any other questions?
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and your submissions. Next is Jordy Dent. Is Jordy Dent to be joining virtually?
Oh, sorry. Can folks hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, we can.
I'm a little bit blurry here.
There we are. No, that's
Apologies.
better now. We've let the sunshine in.
All right.
It's much better. Okay.
All right. Apologies. I'm doing this the way everyone does it. Most of you know this ragamuffin and tenant activist through my work for the Tenant Federation. But today I'm representing the Right to Housing Toronto group. It's a network of organizations and individuals working to support the implementation of the right to housing by the City of Toronto. I've had a on our phones. I had to talk to a tenant that was being evicted, and the landlord called the police on them. Had to email 3 or 4 people struggling with repair issues, evictions, and our hotline phone is going fast, as it always is. Lots of calls. And the reason why I simply mention this is we're in a grinding housing crisis that me and a lot of advocates live every day. And as it's unfolded over the last few years, leading to rising cases of evictions and homelessness, through the Right to Housing Toronto network, we have been consistently advocating for the need to adopt kind of a long-term housing solution, but not just a solution, one that's rights-based. We've heard a little bit about this already, but to us, this means prioritizing the needs of those most impacted by the housing crisis, which are often tenants or people who can't even find a place to stay. And we think we've often advocated that the city has to allocate the maximum available resources to housing solutions, including establishing an independent housing commissioner to provide right to housing expertise, review systemic housing issues in Toronto, and to hold decision makers accountable to advance the right to housing over time. So we want what folks are promising today to actually come through down the road. Following many deliberations and a report on possible paths forward on the Housing Commissioner, the proposals presented by city staff, they seem to have moved away from the original commitment by the City of Toronto to create that independent commissioner's office. Instead, the city has suggested a different approach and attempt to develop a workable accountability mechanism. We feel that some of the elements in this proposal can be strengthened with the following considerations in mind. First, the recommendation to create an advisory committee can be a powerful model to advocate for the right to housing of Torontonians, as long as it's led by housing and human rights experts and people with lived experience, and as long as it's supported by city staff. The terms of reference for the committee must be clearly outlined, and the city should approach the committee as an independent advisory body that provides expert advice and important recommendations on rights-based housing solutions to our decision makers. Feedback provided by this committee must transparently be reflected in city decisions. We'd also like to suggest that the advisory committee convenes frequently to review the city's progress in meeting its commitments in its 10-year housing plan. I think it's right now at every 5 years. We think it should be more frequent than that. And we encourage the city to find ways to independently review its progress in meeting its housing goals and advancing the right to housing. We see this committee could play a major role in producing an annual progress report and support the strengthening of data collection processes. Second, we're supportive of the city's recommendations to provide human rights training in housing to city divisions, agencies, and corporations. We strongly encourage the city to institute an educational program that can benefit as many staff and decision makers as possible, and one that's ongoing, builds a culture of human rights. By applying this equity and human rights lens to training, we hope this translates into practices that help minimize inequality and address housing needs of many underserved neighborhoods. We'd also like to see the city take an interest in the quality of the program, potentially by exploring ways to assess the extent to which staff have cultivated an understanding of rights-based approaches to housing over time. The educational program should also be complemented by the city's hiring practices and continue to enhance equity and human rights-based approaches to recruitment so that communities are better represented in staffing as well. Finally, and most importantly, and I think this relates to the mayor's comments or questions to the last deputant, the task of setting up an independent body that plays the significant role of conducting systemic reviews and making recommendations, it remains a tricky one. The city's current recommendation implies that such an entity would be found in the Ombudsman office in the form potentially of a deputy commissioner focused on housing. This decision lies with the ombudsperson, and it's unclear whether they will create the new deputy commissioner housing role. If it's created, significant investments must be made in building up that human rights capacity of that office. Qualities there that currently are not available at that level would make such an office work effectively. We also urge the committee not to disregard the feasibility of setting up an independent housing commissioner as initially recommended and passed. While it's true that provincial sanction will be needed to set up this new body. It is well worth the investment over the long term, given that such an entity might be able to fulfill a wider set of functions that a deputy ombudsperson may currently not be able to do, including proactive systematic housing reviews, data collection and capacity building work. The requirement for provincial support also means that it's an essential component of taking a whole of government approach to housing. Last paragraph, at the same time, we are keen to see results as soon as possible, given that the deliberations over setting up a viable entity have taken much longer than we had anticipated. As I mentioned off the bat, it's a crisis. And so when you're living in that crisis, you feel the need for speed. To strike a balance of quality and timeliness, our network is happy to work with the city and provide our rights-based housing expertise. On behalf of the Right to Housing Toronto Network, thanks.
Thank you, Jordy Dent. Are there questions of this deputy? Okay, seeing none, I will thank you very much for your, all three of you, for your representations. And that would move us to questions of staff. Are there questions of staff? Council Deputy Mayor Barlow?
Just a few questions through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager. Through the research that we had our consultants or your office do, is there any other municipality in the world that has something like a housing commissioner that deals with the right to housing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not to my knowledge, no.
So that's maybe why it's been a bit hard to get this.
Through the mayor, it's the other unique and interesting, just in the Canadian, or maybe I should say in Ontario context. I mean, the Toronto Act creates a unique opportunity for us, which is to have accountability officers to basically provide advice, to council, and without influence of city staff or whatever, that independence. So that's a unique privilege, I think, that Toronto has. So again, I think that adds a bit more color to why our report is the way it is.
And why did you go from one position or one office as a housing commissioner, as we very briefly had thought when we put the housing report together, to now having different components? Because in the report you say you don't think one position could actually fulfill all the things that we had mentioned in our housing report.
Right, and I think, as laid out in the report, I mean, housing as a right, as a human right, is something I think as an administrative leader is a culturally important concept for not just a few people to understand within the administration, but many to understand. So that's part of that. The idea of a committee, and I think some of the suggestions that we're hearing from the deputants are very helpful in terms of how that committee could be structured and what its function could be and the importance of it. So I think that's beneficial, those comments. But again, just in terms of the ombudsman, we have contacted, and the ombudsman, I think it's indicated in the report, is willing to look at how to set up that function within that office and provide the kind of support. So this is more than I think what was asked for, and in some respects, to put all of this responsibility on the shoulders of one individual. And I do want to say this as well. I mean, when we're working with federal and provincial governments, I mean, your representative, which is Mayor Tory, when the federal and provincial governments are talking with Mayor Tory, they're looking at a variety of things. So I think it's important through the course of all this to have a senior political leader that is attuned to what an ombudsman is saying, attuned to what a committee is saying, and is attuned to what the administration is putting forward in a way and how to meet the goal here. So I think having that one individual somehow, even with support, be able to communicate effectively to upper levels of government and do so in a more effective way than the mayor, I mean, in my own opinion, is a bit of a stretch. I think at the end of the day, I think what's important is that what we're providing here is a way to for the organization to understand human rights better than it does today, to have a committee be able to give us advice or give you advice, and then to have an ombudsman with the impartiality, the independence that they have, do further work to kind of achieve the goal that I think was set out.
And following up on that, so when would we get confirmation on that role from the ombudsman.
So it's already been communicated to them. The expectation is that in terms of scope and cost and all of that would be in time for the 2023 budget.
So that's the other thing that we've heard from deputants, and when I was reading this report, I think it's the resources to do this work, so that will be done through the budget process? There'll be allocation.
So Sonali, unless I got any of that wrong, chime in, but I think I got it pretty well right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bailão. Are there other questions of staff by other members of the committee or other councillors? Okay. Are there people wishing to speak to this report? Deputy Mayor Bailão.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by thanking everybody that spoke. I want to start by also thanking Crean and Maitrey that did a lot of the work, research work. As we heard from our city manager, there's not a lot of municipalities out there that have anything like this. So we're really breaking ground in here. We did it when we declare housing as a human right as a municipality, and when we said that we were going to look into something like this to create accountability, and I think we continue to do that through the system. So I'm very pleased to see the sector coming forward and giving us more suggestions. I think it is really important that this is resourced appropriately. It is important that, both in the ombudsman, the committee, that they have the resources to do the work and to create the oversight and to look at accountability properly. And so, the way that we set up the committee, the terms of reference, the budget, it would be extremely important. But again, thank you to everybody involved, the city manager, deputy city manager, for the work in bringing this forward. It is extremely important for the realization of housing as a human right. So thank you for creating this framework, and we are a step closer to have it implemented. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bailão. Are there other comments anybody wishes to make, speakers? Okay, well then I think we're ready to call the question. I don't think there are any motions on this matter, just the recommendations as contained in the report. So I'll ask Deputy Mayor Bailão if she would move the staff recommendations, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next, we come to the update on Toronto Hydro Climate Action Plan and next steps. And there are 3 speakers, deputations on that matter, Brian Purcell, Craig Rattan, and Sarah Buchanan. And so we'll hear first from Brian Purcell from the Atmospheric Fund.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. My name is Brian Purcell. I'm with the Atmospheric Fund, a public agency created by the City of Toronto to work on climate change mitigation. And I want to start by thanking Toronto Hydro and city staff for taking the time to meet with us to discuss this update report and get our views on how it could move forward most effectively in terms of expanding Toronto Hydro's role in climate action. In general, we're supportive of the staff recommendations, and in particularly, we strongly support the recommendation to essentially provide Toronto Hydro with a mandate to deliver its proposed climate advisory services, and also to mandate Toronto Hydro or direct them to move forward with the citywide LED street lighting conversion that is proposed. Both of these are positive moves that will help move Toronto forward on its net zero goals. And in general, we're excited to see Toronto Hydro gearing up to play a more robust role on decarbonization in Toronto and support the city's climate plan. I want to highlight 4 areas where we have thoughts about what's going to be needed to ensure success with this transformation. The first is a need for coordination between Toronto Hydro's climate advisory services and the City of Toronto's existing and emerging policies and programs and services that it provides, many of which overlap with areas where Toronto Hydro is going to be working. To give some concrete examples, the city has its home energy loan program for homeowners, its high-rise residential improvement support program for apartment owners, its energy retrofit loan program for commercial and institutional owners. the mayor's Green Will initiative for large property owners, the Tower and Neighborhood Renewal Program, the Toronto Green Standard and incentives around that for new construction. So there are a whole range of existing programs that provide funding and or advisory support for various types of property owners and businesses in decarbonization. So it's really important that as Toronto Hydro moves into having a team helping these same owners and homeowners and business owners with decarbonization, that there be clear coordination between the city's programs and Toronto Hydro. Otherwise, we run the risk of creating market confusion, redundancy in service, and lost opportunities to build more synergy between these efforts. This is something we flagged back in December, and there hasn't been much progress on thinking this through yet. I think there's going to need to be an ongoing dialogue between the relevant city divisions, several of them, and Toronto Hydro, about how to make sure we coordinate this as both Toronto Hydro's program and city services continue to evolve. The second point I'd like to make is around the climate capital investments. We're excited to see the street lighting moving forward, and it's long overdue in our view to move forward with that. And we understand there's a need for more development of other types of climate capital investments for Toronto Hydro, and that there are regulatory barriers. However, we would like to see a greater sense of urgency, and sort of the recommendation has an open-ended process here to continue exploring this indefinitely. And we'd like to see that driving towards the recommendations of what is the next climate capital investment that Toronto Hydro is well placed to do, and see that being brought forward in a timely manner would be nice to see. Third, on advocacy, recognizing, as Toronto Hydro has raised, that there are regulatory barriers at the Ontario Energy Board and elsewhere to their ability to do all the things that they would like to do, or that the city would like them to do. We need to get beyond just identifying that and have a joint advocacy approach on the part of the city and Toronto Hydro to intervene in the regulatory proceedings at the Ontario Energy Board and elsewhere as necessary to enable Toronto Hydro and the city to move forward with their joint objectives. So that's something that's been a little bit missing. Toronto Hydro is sometimes engaged in those. The city has generally not been engaged there. And I think to achieve change in regulation, we need to have the city's weight working with Toronto Hydro, making clear asks of where we need more regulatory flexibility to enable a modern, the emergence of a modern 21st century utility that's focused on decarbonization. And, last on capacity planning for grid expansion. So as noted, the Toronto Hydro has iterated that managing grid expansion to deal with the new loads expected with electrification of transportation and heating is part of their regulated utility business, and something they're mandated to do already by the province. Now, this is true, but there is a need for greater collaboration with the city and Toronto Hydro on capacity planning to make sure that Transform TO goals for renewable energy, for electric vehicles, for fuel switching in buildings are fully embedded into capacity planning processes, such as the integrated regional resource planning process and other processes, because we won't be able to achieve those electrification goals if the grid isn't ready. And so we have to make sure that those are fully considered in all electricity planning processes. And that's another area where there's a need for greater collaboration with the city and Toronto Hydro. Those cover all of our four key thoughts on where more work is needed here, but I want to reiterate that we're very pleased to see Toronto Hydro coming forward with both their climate action plan and this update, and we're keen to see them get started on their climate advisory services and the LED street lighting, and certainly encourage Executive Committee and Council to approve those important recommendations. Thanks for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. Are there any questions of the deputant? I'll just say to you, your point is well taken with respect to the regulated side of the business, and how, in order to have the power to make sure, the electric power to make sure all of this can be done, there's a lot of big questions that have to be answered, including, of course, getting it through the regulatory process. But appreciate your recognition of that and of the work they have done to move us forward to some extent. Thank you. Next, Craig Rattan, Toronto Region Board of Trade, followed by Sarah Buchanan from the Environmental Alliance. There you are.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We have 5 minutes to make up to 5 minutes to make your submissions, and then there might be some questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Craig Rattan. I'm the Senior Director of Policy at the Toronto Region Board of Trade, where I lead our energy and climate policy work. And it's a pleasure to be here speaking in support of the proposal for Toronto Hydro to establish climate advisory services as part of its climate action plan. Today, I'd like to speak about the board's perspective on climate action and why we support this proposed approach. For the past 176 years, the Board of Trade has represented our city's business community. And on behalf of more than 11,500 members, we advocate for policy change that drives the growth and competitiveness of the Toronto region. In 2022, our economic competitiveness is directly tied to our region's leadership on taking climate action. There's a couple reasons for this. First, because businesses are demanding action. Increasingly, global firms have set aggressive emissions targets for their own operations, and they're looking for a clean and reliable electricity grid before investing in new facilities. These businesses also need to know that support will be available as they look to decarbonize their buildings and vehicle fleets. And second, because our future economic success as a city depends on building the solutions needed to meet the net zero challenge. McKinsey has estimated the costs of the climate transition at more than $9 trillion per year. This global market presents an enormous export opportunity for innovators and firms based here in Toronto, but they first need the chance to deploy those solutions. That's why the Board of Trade is a champion for increased action to reduce our emissions, including through our new CEO-led Climate Economy Strategic Council. And I'm deputing on this item today because we see this proposal as a vital tool in the toolbox to help reduce emissions in our city. With Transform TO, this council and you, Mayor Tory, have led the region in developing and implementing an ambitious climate action plan. The city has already made important progress to expand electric vehicle charging infrastructure and to decarbonize its own fleets, including the TTC. But the task of decarbonizing is too large and too expensive for the city to bear alone. We will need strong collaboration with other levels of government and with private sector investment and innovators. That's why the Climate Advisory Services model is the right approach for the challenges we're facing. In April, the board released Supercharge, a report focused on building the infrastructure our region will need for zero-emission vehicles. In researching that report, we heard repeatedly from businesses that they were willing, even eager, to make investments, but did not know what actions to take or which vendors were trustworthy. Toronto Hydro is well situated to fill this gap because of its credibility, its existing relationships with residents and businesses, and its experience offering conservation programs. Importantly, this approach also supports the growth of private sector technology and service providers. Canada is home to 11 of the top 100 clean tech companies in the world, and Toronto particularly is a vital hub for these innovators and many growing companies. All levels of government should be focused on helping these companies scale, which would deliver exponential benefits for our local economy. And this Climate Advisory Services model can enable this growth by helping to create an ecosystem to connect firms with customers and deliver programs at a scale that government could not accomplish alone. As you all know, reaching net zero by 2040 is larger than any one report or initiative. It's going to take years of continued effort and fundamental transformation of how we live, work, and get around. And the Board of Trade will continue to support the leadership shown by Mayor Tory and this entire council to make the challenging decisions needed to achieve this future. This motion today lays really important groundwork and a foundation to help enable more of that cooperation and innovation that we need to see in the city. And that's why the board encourages Executive Committee to support the recommendations in today's report. Thank you. I'll finish there and happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Rattan. Are there questions of the deputy? Well, thank you very much for your deputation and your patience today, and we'll move on from there. Thank you very much. Next, we have Sarah Buchanan from the Toronto Environmental Alliance.
Hello, can you all hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us. You have up to 5 minutes for your representation, and then we may have some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon to Mayor Tory, deputy mayors, and councillors. I'm Sarah Buchanan. I'm the campaigns director at Toronto Environmental Alliance, or T. And first, I want to start by thanking council for supporting a goal of a very ambitious goal of hitting net zero by 2040. And I think that you all knew when you voted for this plan that there would be some problem solving to do along the way and some blocks to unblock as well. And I'm pleased to see in this report that Toronto Hydro and the city have begun the process of discussing these problems together, and that the report before you has some suggested first steps for Toronto Hydro to get a mandate from council to expand their role to fit what the city has asked them to do. But there's still a big gap that we see between the scale of what's being proposed and the pace and the scale of what needs to be done to essentially entirely electrify Toronto. Electrification, as you know, is the biggest piece of the puzzle by far in achieving Toronto's climate commitments. When council voted to support this net zero 2040 goal, council committed to electrifying everything in our lives as quickly as possible. Our homes, our vehicles, our businesses, our industries. So obviously Toronto Hydro will need to play a critical role in this process. And the city, as its sole shareholder, will need to provide clear direction to Toronto Hydro to take bigger and bolder steps to make sure the infrastructure is in place to make this shift. It's a pretty unprecedented situation where Toronto's grid needs to support a massive switch to electricity from fossil fuels. And that's why many of our recommendations here today ask the city to work with Toronto Hydro to problem solve these technical and regulatory hurdles, to continue working together rather. The hurdles that are blocking their ability to do critical things like helping all customers who have roofs to install solar panels and then feed that electricity back into the grid. Or to deliver heat pumps and electric vehicle chargers at a rapid pace across the city, and to own and operate these technologies when it makes sense to do so. Sorry, my lights are actually flickering on and off weirdly, which is a strange thing to happen during a deputation about electricity. I'm just going to quickly highlight our recommendations, which are also included in my written comments, and they align pretty closely with TAF's recommendations you heard earlier from Brian Purcell. First, we'd love to see council approve the proposed steps on the climate advisory services to help customers navigate complex processes of electrifying. Second, we'd like to see council direct Toronto Hydro to report back in 2023 on the progress of possible climate capital investments. That's where Toronto Hydro owns and operates climate action assets and works with the city to remove barriers we'd like to see Toronto Hydro work with the city to remove barriers at all levels of government to Toronto Hydro owning and operating these assets. That's where we see a lot of potential for change. Unfortunately, the recommendation before you in the report suggests deferring a decision on a mandate for climate capital investments and hasn't committed to a date to report back on this important item. So we'd like to see that date put back in because we feel this initiative is a critical approach through which the city could fund climate action projects that Toronto Hydro would directly own and operate. And it could also help the city bring in important revenue, which could be reinvested into customer affordability initiatives or other climate action projects. We know there's barriers to implementing this program, but it's difficult to see another path forward to deliver climate action projects and technologies at the scale necessary to achieve the city's electrification goals. So the city and Toronto Hydro need to get moving on this quickly to meet their climate commitments. We'd also like to see council direct city staff and Toronto Hydro to work together to advocate to the province and other levels of governments for the regulatory reforms that need to happen to allow Toronto Hydro to do what needs to be done. For example, at the Ontario Energy Board. I know Brian's mentioned this one, so I won't go too deep into it, but we do need to see the city at the table with Toronto Hydro working together to work out some of these regulatory issues, as the mayor has also pointed out, which are standing in the way of some of this progress. And we'd like to see Toronto Hydro embed the net zero 2040 greenhouse gas reduction targets into their local planning processes, whether that's with the IESO or through their rate applications to the OEB. We want to make sure Toronto Hydro is actively planning for the city's climate goals in their technical plans. Because if we miss this important window to bake these goals into plans in the next couple of years, we could be facing a much harder pathway to get the grid ready for electrification. Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
5 minutes on the dot, masterful. Thank you very much. Are there questions of this deputant? Okay, seeing none, I will thank you for your patience, Ms. Buchanan, and for your submissions. Thank you very much. That completes the deputations that we had on this matter. And so the next would be questions of staff. Are there questions of staff on this report? Okay, yes, Councillor Ainsley, go ahead, please.
Yep, sorry, is there Toronto Hydro staff available?
Councillor Amanda Klein is here,
Okay.
as well as Andrew says.
Oh, great. Thank you, Ms. Coyne. Just so we fully understand, so the climate advisory services that you proposed for hydro in response to the city council request to do more to help us to the city to get to net zero, could you give a quick overview of what Toronto Hydro is proposing to do?
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate the question. So I'd say the general idea here is the model that we're calling climate advisory services is really about us helping our customers make good energy choices. That's probably the elevator statement. Choices which are going to help them as individuals and Toronto as a whole get to net zero faster. And we're not talking here about hydro owning and installing equipment. What we're talking about is us helping residents and businesses through the process of getting those customers' chosen net zero projects completed. So say you want to make your home net zero today, so it's energy efficient and has solar panels on the roof. Where do you start? You might have heard that there are incentives, but how do you apply? What companies are out there that you can trust to do the work for you? And that's where hydro comes in. At no charge to residents and businesses who are doing their transition activities, we are proposing to be their advisor to help them select climate action that works for them, access available incentives, and consider reputable clean tech companies to do the actual work for them. And in terms of magnitude, we're talking about a budget of up to $15 million a year once we ramp up over a few years. Which, while an important contribution that we believe will make a difference, is not a price tag, of course, like some of the numbers that are often discussed in the transition. It's about 0.5% of the costs of some of the forecast of Toronto moving to net zero. So we designed it in this way so that the spending here does not reduce the city's overall dividend, but instead is to be funded out of hydro's growing distribution business revenues, really trying to strike that balance. And I think it's probably noteworthy that in the short time we've developed this idea, and before we've even launched it, we've gained the support of over a dozen partners who have entered into MOUs with us, memorandums of understanding, as well as received endorsements from organizations like Board of Trade, Pembina, as if you've heard somewhat today, and of course support from groups like TAF and others. And as you've just heard, and of course our customers are also asking for this type of help too. So what we're seeing here is early days, but recognition that in Toronto, this type of facilitation and activity is what's needed to solve some of the gaps that exist in helping to get Toronto to net zero. Gaps that of course are largely shouldered by residents and businesses who really need help navigating some of those choppy waters to adopt net zero energy choices and get their clean energy projects to end a job. And of course, and I think maybe to pick up on some of the comments, we would do this in a way that's coordinated with what the city and others are already doing out there and plan to do out there to ensure synergies and not unhelpful overlap. To this end, for example, we've already joined the net zero table that Energy and Environment is putting together. And maybe just to tie this to documents in case anyone wants to read more about this, we've described what we would do, how much it would cost, what the value of the activities would be, what the next steps are. That's both in our original report that was filed before council this fall. It's also in the status report that's before this committee now and council next week. And of course, if executive committee and council agree that this is a worthwhile activity and is prepared to give us the mandate to proceed, we're ready to execute next steps immediately and get going.
Okay, and then just around the LED lighting, it says it's going to cost $180 million to convert street and expressways. Right now, from my experience, it's done on a complaint basis. Like I can call Toronto Hydro and say, the residents on this street are complaining about the lighting. And we seem to be behind other municipalities in converting to LED lighting. So when there's a capital investment of $180 million, is there an estimated value on the savings that we're going to see from LED lighting?
Yes, thank you. That is a good question, Councillor. Appreciate that. I think maybe just by way of context, while it was once leading edge LED street lighting is now fairly commonplace, and I think it's about 100 Ontario municipalities and substantially most of the large cities in the United States. And typically those communities experience about 40 to 60% energy savings. As well as a kind of a 5 to 7% GHG reduction, lower maintenance costs, as well as improved public safety on roadways. And some of the details that we have around the LED specifics, I think that's in the report. I'm going to actually refer that over to Mr. Sasso if you'd like any more details on that, Council.
I don't know if Mr. Sasso can hear us.
Well, sorry, I didn't know, Councillor, if you did want additional details. And I do see that we have Barbara Gray.
So what I'm saying, Andrew, so you've estimated the capital improvements, you're going to be $180 million. So do you have any estimate on what if the savings are going to be, if any?
Our proposal, and I'm happy for Ms. Gray to also jump in, but our proposal is for yourselves to consider and hopefully for City Council to endorse is really support in principle at this stage, and then on that basis, knowing that City Council endorses the idea of moving to LEDs, like all these other communities have done, as Ms. Klein said, then we would come back with some implementation options and a recommendation in Q2 of next year, so very early in the next council's term. And we would use that as an opportunity to identify there are incentives that are out there federally and so on. There are all sorts of cost savings, as Ms. Klein was mentioning, and these various other benefits. So giving a really detailed accounting of what different implementation options, the value proposition that those would have for City of Toronto and its residents.
And I'll just add to
so you can't put a number on it right now. You've given us $180 million in costs, but you can't put a number on savings, is what you're saying.
So many communities have seen a positive return on the investment. And so if you talk about it as a 10-year payback period, you can say that's sort of $18 million-ish in savings per year on average. But those are the kinds of, it depends. There's a lot of details in terms of what a particular streetlight system could look like, what the exact cost would be, and there's a lot of different types of benefits. It seems like it's just a light bulb, I know, but it's actually a very complex system, and there's a lot of different options available to us that, if you think back 10 years ago, the technology's come a long way. And so we want to come back with a very detailed report in conjunction with transportation services.
Through the mayor to Councillor Ainsley, I would concur with what Andrew has said and understand that it's actually a pretty significant capital investment that we have engaged a working group at the city, including corporate financial planning, to assess those costs, look at the benefits, and come back to council with more details in the next term.
Okay.
Significant investment.
That was your final question with a lot of good answers. I mean, good answers meaning you had a variety of answers there offered to you, Councillor Ainsley. Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, I will then move to speakers. Are there people wishing to speak? I see Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion that City Council directs City Manager and Toronto Hydro on behalf of the City of Toronto as a shareholder to negotiate terms and create a memorandum of understanding in a form satisfactory to the City Solicitor related to Toronto Hydro's climate advisory services, including communications, marketing, alignment of key KPIs, implementation timelines, progress reporting, to ensure implementation of the climate advisory services in Transform TO are coordinated and provide value for money in relation to any future impacts on Toronto Hydro dividend to the city. Report back to City Council on the memorandum of understanding in Q2 2023. And secondly, that City Council requests Toronto Hydro to develop targets for the climate advisory services, including but not limited to installation of heat pumps, solar panels, EV chargers, prior to signing the memorandum of understanding between the City of Toronto and Toronto Hydro. So I make this motion just so that we recognize that the City of Toronto also has programs like Better Homes TO. We do have our net zero strategy. And so this is just to make sure that we have good alignment between the two groups going forward, and that, for example, if Toronto Hydro is developing something, we can promote that on Better Homes TO. And likewise, if Toronto Hydro is doing a mail out, maybe we want them to include something about Better Homes TO too. So just recognizing the important need for partnership as we move forward to be net zero by 2040.
Thank you, Councillor McKelvey. Any questions of the mover? Otherwise, we can go on to other speakers if there are any that wish to speak on this matter. Well, if there aren't any, I'll just say a very few words, which is to say that I think Toronto Hydro has come along, you know, and focused on a couple of areas like this, the climate advisory and the LED, and this is the beginning. And as Ms. Klein pointed out, and Mr. Purcell, I think both from their different perspectives, obviously what's going to happen with respect to the regulated business and how we look at the amendments or the modifications to the grid that are going to have to be made and the distribution capacity in order to accommodate the transfer or the change to electricity is going to be of crucial importance, and that is going to be probably the biggest single contribution that will be made in the end. But I think these two things, in addition to some of the initiatives which we can hopefully step up even further on charging, these two, the climate advisory services and the LED lighting, stand as subject, obviously, to working out all the details and what's going to come back with respect to, as per the questions being asked earlier by Councillor Ainsley. And I heard an answer in there somewhere, which I think was 18 million, 10%, you know, sort of savings every year, 10% of the capital investment, and a 10-year return as being a possibility, which, you know, isn't bad if you also take into account the environmental benefits. I think I heard there again mentioned a 3 to 6% reduction in GHG. So these are all things that bear much further attention. But I do think that Hydro coming forward with this kind of very constructive sort of report is a solid step in the right direction. And so I thank them for that effort. Are there any other people wishing to speak? If not, then we can call the question on the recommendations. Sorry, what was that again? Oh, yes. So we have first to Councillor McKelvey's motion. We'll have that put up for a second so you can have a look at it again. So there you see that, and I'm ready to call the question on that if you are. All those in favor of Councillor McKelvey's motion? Opposed? Carried. And then on the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Then we move to the last two significant items with some speakers on each. That is 3410, update on the next phase of Waterfront Revitalization. And it is... there are four speakers, the first two of which are Cynthia Wilkie and Suzanne Kavanagh. So I'll call on Ms. Wilkie first. Not here, did somebody say?
I'm here.
Oh, you are here, okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilkie. You know the rules. You have up to 5 minutes for your submissions, and there may be a question. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Tory and members of Executive Committee. I'm here on behalf of the West Don Lands Committee, a coalition of community-based organizations that have been advocating for positive and sustainable revitalization of Toronto's waterfront for the past 25 years. I've often appeared before you. We support the staff recommendations and commend the Waterfront Secretariat and staff for their ongoing work to support revitalization. We are particularly encouraged to see Indigenous engagement added as a formal principle for waterfront transformation. The waterfront offers both tangible and highly symbolic opportunities to honor Indigenous culture and further the objectives of truth, justice, and reconciliation. Expressly incorporating an Indigenous reconciliation mandate into the project of reviewing Toronto's waterfront is a step long overdue. While supporting the identification of these four new priorities, we trust that they are intended to supplement, not replace the core central waterfront principles that have successfully guided revitalization to date. And as a reminder, those are removing barriers, making connections, building a network of spectacular waterfront parks and public spaces, promoting a clean and green environment, and creating dynamic and diverse new communities. These core principles are still highly relevant to capitalizing on the unique aspects of the waterfront, specifically proximity to water and nature, while the new priorities could and should arguably govern development anywhere in the city. The West Don Lands started its advocacy for waterfront revitalization several years before the remarkable transformation of the waterfront started. In addition to advocating for development of the 80-acre West Don Lands site, we actively advocated for the creation of a dedicated waterfront agency that, as recommended by the Fung Task Force, was seen as the best practice globally to deal with the complexity of waterfront transformation. Within the current consideration of the next phase of waterfront revitalization, we feel it is important to appreciate what the city has been able to achieve through that model, through its Waterfront Toronto partnership with the federal and provincial governments. After decades of paralysis, the decision to create a tripartite agency to lead revitalization has left that paralysis behind and turned Toronto's waterfront into a globally celebrated success story. The complementary decision to create the Waterfront Secretariat to channel and streamline implementation and policy relations between the city and Waterfront Toronto has been equally important to the success of this project. After 20 years of experience with this framework, West Don Lands Committee members, many of whom have worked directly with Waterfront Toronto and the Secretariat over the entire period, see this structure as the key to continued success. We see the results as the proof of the concept that Bob Fung and his task force members recommended. We understand the multi-level, multi-jurisdictional challenges of waterfront revitalization. We have dug deeply into the technical challenges of the many aspects of waterfront development. We have seen the benefits of developing and implementing a long-term vision through an agency fully dedicated to that mandate. And we have observed that after 20 years of leading development in this complex environment, Waterfront Toronto has built up both technical expertise and social capital that is a significant asset for the City of Toronto. And we have experienced the benefits of exemplary community engagement. Most importantly, though, I think we have seen that each successful new feature, whether a park, a neighborhood, or a piece of sustainable infrastructure, has been a win-win-win for the city, the community, and the other orders of government whose funding we always hope to attract. Our members remain deeply engaged in and committed to positive waterfront revitalization. We look forward to continuing to contribute to the city's review of the next phase of revitalization, which we hope will build on the obvious success of the past 20 years. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkie. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, I will thank you very much for joining us, and I know we're going to have you back for the next item. Next, we would have Suzanne Kavanaugh from the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You know the rules. I think you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation, and then we can see if there's some questions.
I have 30 seconds from last time, so I'll be brief. I'm representing the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association, and just so everyone knows where we are, our boundaries are Yonge Street to Street East, south on Parliament, and then over to the rail corridor. And we're the immediate neighbors now to the East Waterfront Community Association, which we helped founded rather. So the other part too is that we want to just say that we're supporting and we encourage this report. We're pleased to see the focus on the 4 priorities set out in the staff report. It's important to commend the city for their leadership in being part of this tripartite agency. And through the years, we have seen the addition of the Waterfront Secretariat, which has strengthened the relationship between Waterfront Toronto and the city. This agency is a great example of what can be done when 3 levels of government lean in and focus on waterfront revitalization. We now have a track record of what can be done and look forward to seeing this legacy partnership continue. After many years of being engaged with this framework, We see this model as a key to continue the waterfront revitalization and its continued success. Also, the SLNA is proud to be part of the community engagement of Waterfront Toronto that's been undertaken over the years, and also the engagement that the city undertook in public and stakeholder engagement for this report. We look forward to the next round of engagement and implementation of the phase of the water revitalization. It's important that stakeholder engagement and Indigenous engagement continue. This is a model our community celebrates and sees the benefits of this partnership with the 3 levels of government, allowing Waterfront Toronto the opportunity to focus on their mandate. I just wanted to quickly add to that, listening since 9:30 this morning, this has been a great civics lesson. Although I agree, well, I don't, but with Mayor Tory, I think it would be great to have some signs up, not necessarily talking about fumes and the idea about how our funding works and an opportunity to educate the public. Just this weekend, I was out again at the Bentway, and to think that 5 years ago, this space did not exist. And to walk around again on Sunday through the West Donlands and the Portlands to watch the Portlands come to life, and the excitement that's been generated just by having the 4 bridges being built out. So thanks very much for your time.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Kavanaugh. And are there questions of the deputy? Seeing none, I will thank you very much for your time and for your patience and for spending the whole day listening to us. It's a civics lesson for us too, even though we sit here at a lot of these meetings. So thank you very much. Charles Reshore, Humber Bay for All Chair. And then there's also just below that, the last on the list, Marianka Bishop Kovac, Humber Bay for All Project Coordinator. Are these being heard together or are they speaking separately? I'll just say to them, they may not have thought of that.
Together,
just say
Mayor,
together, because I'm always quite prepared to give extra time. In other words, maybe not 2 times 5, but if you can say the things you both have to say in 7 minutes, that just makes it better for all of us. But I'll leave it to you. The first on the list was Charles. That's you, I assume. Yes, you are. I see it there. So you're up. And if we want to bring on Marianka Bishop Kovac as well, there she is. Then we can just deal with that as you see fit. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Hello, everyone. My name is Charles Risher, and I am here with Marianka Bishop Kovac on behalf of Humber Bay for All, which is a subcommittee of the WEBSA West End Beaches Stakeholders Association, which was formed in 2005 in anticipation of the Marilyn Bell Park Breakwater project that helped bring the 2006 World Dragon Boat Championships to Toronto. Before we begin, we would like to thank the Executive Committee members, Chair, and City staff for including the Western Beaches along the Humber Bay in the next phase of the city's waterfront revitalization. We're very grateful that the city is widening its scope beyond the central waterfront to greatly enhance safe access and to the water in both the east and west ends of the city. WEBSA members are advocates and users of the Western Beaches, and we look forward to seeing greater accessibility and improvements to public amenities, transportation, infrastructure, and open green spaces along the waterfront in our community. The Western Beaches waterfront has been a destination for Torontonians and visitors alike since its heyday in the early 20th century. However, the construction of the Gardiner Expressway in the 1950s fractured the beach from the local community, impeding usership of the waterfront. The recent 2009 Western Waterfront Master Plan has addressed the connectivity issues to the Western Beaches, yet it has not prioritized a resilient shoreline strategy. Minor projects and upgrades have been made along the Humber Bay. However, large-scale projects like the replacement of the breakwater to protect the shoreline have stagnated.
I think you got mute on there.
Oh, sorry, Marianka.
Yeah, I think she's addressing that. Let's see here now. Still.
Hello?
There we are. We have it. We have contact. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you. But to Charles' point, a resilient shoreline strategy is essential to the next phase of the waterfront revitalization, which includes and prioritizes the Western Beaches. In addition to taking a long look at the breakwater in its current condition as part of the Western Waterfront Master Plan update. As waterfront users, WEBSA members see the need every day for revitalization of the Western waterfront. During the 2017 and the 2019 high water episode, Lake Ontario, the Humber Bay, and the Western Beaches experienced the impact of larger waves that further eroded the shoreline and threatened the already vulnerable breakwater infrastructure. It is clear that the effects of climate change are omnipresent, with higher summer temperatures, flooding, and infrastructure damage due to the rising water levels, as well as greater frequency and intensity of storms. Yet, in spite of these safety concerns, the Western Beaches have become a magnet for non-motorized watercrafts, kids' instructional camps, cold water swimmers, and outdoor enthusiasts, all of whom deserve a safe and accessible recreational environment that an enhanced breakwater structure would afford. Humber Bay for All believes that the Western Beaches can return to their former glory as a green gateway to the city and destination site for residents and visitors alike in the city of Toronto. However, as the 3.5 kilometers of the 1912 breakwater that protects the Humber Bay shoreline rapidly deteriorates, the health and safety of waterfront users are put at risk. The flooding, congestion, and contamination of the Western Beaches not only impacts WEBSA's use of the Western Beaches, but the whole community's use of the area.
Thank you, Marianka. So the Western Beaches really needs a resilient shoreline strategy, which is why Humber Bay for All supports the creation of a wider waterfront coordination table as part of the next phase of waterfront revitalization. We hope that the table focuses on setting priorities outside of the central waterfront, especially along the Western Beaches, which we feel are long overdue. Focusing on the creation of a resilient shoreline strategy will advance projects along the Western Beaches so that they are shovel ready when federal infrastructure funding is made available. Humber Bay for All recommends that the wider waterfront coordination table prioritize the advancement of required studies needed to ensure that a resilient shoreline is in place prior to undertaking any infrastructure upgrades onshore. The Western Waterfront Master Plan outlines in its Phase 2 medium-term implementation timeline that the breakwater needs to be replaced. We feel that the breakwater project should take precedence so that infrastructure upgrades to transportation, parks, and trail architecture are appropriately protected. We feel that the advancement of appropriate studies like a feasibility study or environmental assessment by the wider waterfront coordination table will allow large-scale projects like the breakwater replacement proposal to enter the design phase of the public process. The completion of appropriate studies will allow the City of Toronto and the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority to seek out funding necessary to implement and advance the projects in collaboration with the provincial and federal governments.
Advancing Humber Bay for All's Humber Bay Naturalization and Recreation Plan and the city's Western Waterfront Master Plan also speaks to Toronto's existing strategies, policies, plans, and reports. In addition to this, the Ontario Place for Development project could provide an opportunity for cost-saving interjurisdictional synergies that would allow the city, province, and federal government to integrate the ideas of the Humber Bay Naturalization and Recreation Plan and the Western Waterfront Master Plan Shoreline Resilience Strategy into the Ontario Place Western Island redevelopment proposal. The synergies of having these two projects come online at the same time would allow for cost savings that would benefit the whole community. In addition, the Metrolinx Ontario Line project could also provide another layer of cost-saving synergies between jurisdictions. Fill from the project could be used for the Humber Bay Naturalization and Recreation Plan's proposed habitat islands and other environmental landform elements that are comparable to the Jim Tovey Lakeview Conservation Area in Mississauga. Using fill material coming out of the Ontario Line project would present a massive cost saving for a breakwater project, and the money saved by not transporting the fill out of the city would also make a powerful statement about environmental stewardship and responsibility.
The existing condition of the Western Beaches breakwall must be addressed, and the creation of the wider waterfront coordination table represents an incredible opportunity for this to happen. Our vision is aligned with the 4 interconnected priorities, which will guide further phases of the waterfront revitalization. We believe that a sufficient breakwater structure can contribute to the protection of the environment, combat siltation, create habitat for wildlife, help diffuse the Humber plume and high E. coli levels in the water, and support the city's 40% tree canopy goal by providing proper shoreline protection. The COVID-19 pandemic was a nationwide reminder that vitality, physical activity, and wellness are integral components of mental health. The public's desire for green space, parks for year-round recreation, and connections with the natural world has never been higher. The pandemic was a reminder that our waterfront is an extremely special resource for those residents across the city that don't have a backyard or the luxury of going to cottage country. The Western Beaches are connected to the Carrying Place Trail, a significant Indigenous heritage site. Therefore, a resilient shoreline strategy and updates to the 2009 Western Waterfront Master Plan must include Indigenous engagement and should advance the City of Toronto's Reconciliation Action Plan for 2022 through 2032. The need for a resilient Western waterfront shoreline has not changed in over 100 years. We hope that you agree with us that the Western waterfront is a significant public asset that, if enhanced as part of Toronto's waterfront revitalization, would be a beacon of community, health, and well-being for all Torontonians. Over the last few years, Humber Bay for All has been fortunate enough to share its vision with all three levels of government, the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, the TRCA Board of Governors, the City of Toronto's Infrastructure and Environment Committee, and the 416 Caucus. We've made meaningful connections with Metrolinx, Infrastructure Ontario, the Weston Foundation, and a multitude of community groups like the Sunnyside Community Association, the Great Lakes Waterkeeper, and Waterfront for All. We are very optimistic that this opportunity to speak with you today is taking us a step closer to unlocking the unbelievable potential of the Western Beaches. Thank you again to the Chair and Executive Committee members for your time today. We really look forward to working with the City of Toronto to modernize the Western Waterfront Master Plan and are excited to see what solutions and synergies can be found to protect the Western Beaches and greatly enhance our community for all.
Thank you to you both for those submissions, and you did finish in under 10 minutes, so 2 times 5, so that's good in the interest of everybody's time, including your own. Are there questions of these deputies? Okay, well, there's lots to chew on there, and I've made a couple of notes, and you know, I think the report, you know, focuses more on, in terms of the earlier parks and so forth, it seems like more of a focus on the central waterfront, but there's no question the eastern and western waterfronts are just huge underdeveloped assets, and underdeveloped in the most positive way, I mean. So we appreciate your submissions in that regard, and we'll take those very seriously. Thanks very much to both. Okay, let's bring that back into the committee here then, and see if there are any questions of staff on this report. Councillor McKelvey.
Okay, great. My question is about the Scarborough waterfront. I just wanted to make sure that the feedback is being considered, that we've heard from residents about the extension between the Bluffs and East Point Park. And I know that work is ongoing, but we've had residents advocating for separated bike and hiking, walking facilities, just given that we have a lot of conflict with that on the easternmost edge through Port Union. So I was just wondering, you know, what is the status of the environmental assessment for the Scarborough waterfront extension, and is that one of the things that's being looked at?
Through the Mayor, David Stonehouse from the city's Waterfront Secretariat, and that is, yes, that project is one of the things that we will include in terms of the coordination work related to the western and eastern waterfronts. And the Deputy City Manager may have more information.
No, apologies for that through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, definitely looking at the wider waterfront inclusive of the
A little faint on the sound there, Tracy.
I don't normally hear that. Sorry. Yeah, we are working diligently at the Scarborough waterfront, the program of work to advance that and have the conversation folded into this wider waterfront coordination table as we get it struck. And I apologize, I was just delayed getting online.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, that's no more questions from you, Councillor McKelvey. Okay, are there other questions of staff on this report, the waterfront revitalization?
Councillor Ainsley?
I'm sorry, Councillor Ainsley, go ahead, please.
That's okay. Through you, Mayor Tory, I don't know if this is to David or Tracy. So I sit on the board of directors, the TRCA, the Scarborough Bluffs. I'm sure you're both well aware on the south end of my ward. So I'm trying to understand how we're interacting with the provincial and federal government. So we've funded the environmental assessment for the work on the eastern waterfront, and I see MPPs all the time and MPs, and they say to me, what can we do for you? And I'm like, well, I need a check for the waterfront, and they're like, it's always great. Yeah, we're gonna have a check for you. We had the TRCA, we had Minister McKenna out a couple of years ago for a tour at Bluffers Park to see the work we were doing. She even swam at the beach, So it was great to have a cabinet minister swimming in Scarborough. But I'm trying to understand, since I've been a kid, we've been working on the Scarborough Waterfront Trail or erosion work in Scarborough, but it never seems to advance past the environmental assessment. Like we've done little bits here and there, but the Waterfront Trail, for example, it's been a project ongoing for 16 years. And nothing against the central waterfront, but the last major announcement we had in eastern Scarborough was we named a trail after the late councillor Ron Moser. So I'm trying to understand how we interacting with the other levels of government to get the money we need to do the work. Sorry, that's a long preface to a short question.
Well, it's a large and important waterfront, Councillor Ainsley, so I don't mind. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we are having the conversation with the TRCA, Councillor Ainsley, because I do not believe that we have been as deliberate and coordinated on our funding asks as we could be. As you know very well, and Councillor McKenna, all the representatives, we have a lot of work to do across the city and across in Scarborough as well, the Meadowway, etc. So, John McKenzie and I are talking. We are looking at being very focused and deliberate. I know the work thus far on this program of work, excluding the section that's now under EA or going to be starting in the fall, is well in excess of $184 million, at least, just for that one of those sections. So we as staff are coming together to talk about what the art of the possible is as far as opportunity there. But we do also have to look at that in the context of the entire demands that we have on our capital budget, which we know for the whole city is stretched beyond what we can afford. So the participation of the province and the federal government is going to be critical to us advancing many of these initiatives. So it's on the radar. We need a strategy. We need a coordinated strategy with ourselves in the TRCA and Waterfront Toronto for the part that's central, and be deliberate as we approach the other levels of government for all the city needs, including Scarborough. And I'm sorry, that was a long answer to you.
Not a problem. We're both from Scarborough. So Tracy, if I moved a motion that said, asking the Waterfront Toronto and the management team to report back to the executive committee on, an updated strategy, advocating to other levels of government for funding for the Scarborough Waterfront Trail, could I say report back in the first quarter of January?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think, Councillor Ainsley, we're going to need some more time than that to get ourselves organized around all of the work. And I would want to be very deliberate as well about pointing to the work we need to do on our capital budget, city proper capital budget. And I think we need to have a better sense of that picture. Then we'll know where we stand as far as any asks of the other levels of government that would flow. If we say we'll target Q1 to come back with what does this look like, and buy us a bit more time to get through the budget exercises and have a good picture of where we're at, and then can be more informative, I think that would be helpful.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Other questions of staff? Okay, well, seeing none, I will then ask that we should move to speakers on this report. Are there people wishing to speak to this report? Okay, I don't see anybody who does, in which you do, Councillor.
Sorry,
Ainsley?
Mayor Tory.
Yep, please.
Yeah, I do want to speak to the report, but I also want to move the motion to ask staff to report back in.
Well, if there are no other speakers, what I'll do is we can stand this down for a moment or two and move on to the last waterfront report. That's the last item on the agenda, and deal with that, and then come back and have the vote on this with your motion.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else wanting to speak on this? Otherwise, we'll stand this down and then move to the last item on the agenda for the day, which is the Quayside business. Well, actually, there's two, but the Quayside, there's one very small matter at the very end. Quayside business and implementation plan, and there are speakers on that. And the speakers are Cynthia Wilkie, Suzanne Kavanaugh, and Mark Richardson. We'll go back to Ms. Wilkie again, and over to you for you understand the rules. Please go ahead.
I understand the rules. Yes, thank you. And again, Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee, on behalf of the West Don Lands Committee, I'm here to support the staff recommendations for advancing the Quayside development. As representatives of some of the neighborhoods and businesses nearest to Quayside, that includes St. Lawrence, the St. Lawrence Market Neighborhood, BIA, the West Don Lands Committee, the Corktown, and the Distillery District, the West Don Lands Committee members have been deeply involved over many years in planning and in consultation around the creation of Quayside. Several of us represent member organizations on the Quayside Stakeholder Advisory Committee, which has had the opportunity to advise Waterfront Toronto on community priorities for this development. Based on what has been made public so far, we believe Quayside will undoubtedly continue Waterfront Toronto's spectacular revitalization of the East Bayfront, bringing a new neighborhood to life with a strong commitment to equity and inclusion, to economic development, as well as unprecedented levels of sustainability and design excellence. The West Don Lands Committee strongly supports the recommendations for affordable housing, including the joint City Waterfront Toronto contribution to capital costs and the use of a city-led RFP process to secure operators for the affordable housing. The selection of affordable housing operators through a separate RFP was a process used very successfully for the affordable housing in the West Don Lands. We are pleased to see the City and Waterfront Toronto adopting the same approach for Quayside. Although the affordable rental housing targets for Quayside meet the requirements of both the Central Waterfront Plan and the East Bayfront zoning bylaw, we feel it's crucial that the City and Waterfront Toronto have resources to achieve a higher percentage of affordable units, which we understand to be the aspiration of both organizations. To achieve the 30% target, or something close to that, or something beyond that, set by the City, significant financial contribution by the provincial and federal government must be obtained and pursued. The staff recommendation recognizes this, and a recent federal announcement of new funding for affordable housing will hopefully provide some of what is needed in the way of support. We urge that securing this funding be a crucial priority for the City and for Waterfront Toronto. We are also supportive of the recommendations regarding the public realm. The importance of the public realm in waterfront revitalization cannot be underestimated. To date, high value and high quality private sector investment has been generated by Waterfront Toronto's strategy of leading with award-winning parks and public realm. As part of the plans for the public realm and Quayside, our communities are enthusiastically awaiting the transformation of Parliament Slip. The stunning design for the slip will finally give the near waterfront communities access to phenomenal waterfront amenities, including an opportunity to swim beside the water, and also to put boats, kayaks in the water. It will also provide a regional recreation and tourism destination served by the new Corktown Ontario Line station that we predict will join other waterfront iconic features as important civic amenities as well as economic drivers for the city. The development of Quayside will complete the 20-year transformation of the East Bayfront and provide an important link to the Keating Channel District and Portlands, which have unparalleled potential for growth of a visionary, innovative, and sustainable extension of the city. The recommendations before you are the necessary steps to make this development a reality, and we strongly endorse and support them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkie. Are there questions of this deputant on this report? Okay, seeing one, we will thank you very much for being here today again. Then we have Suzanne Kavanaugh. There she is. Over to you, Ms. Kavanaugh. Up to 5 minutes, as you wish. Thank you.
Thank you. Since the St. Lawrence is a member of the West Don Lands Committee, then Cindy Wilkie is our colleague. And so the only thing I would like to add to this is that the St. Lawrence has been a champion of the development for Quayside for many years. And we look forward to seeing that work continue. Just to reiterate one point about the promenade, has garnered international awards, and this work will continue to revitalize the Eastern Waterfront with a strong commitment to equity and inclusion. We fully support the report outlining the roadmap for approvals and support Waterfront Toronto's Quayside project and recommendations detailed by the Deputy City Manager of Infrastructure and Development Services. The St. Lawrence has been a key stakeholder working with Waterfront Toronto and appreciates the strong relationship we have with Waterfront Toronto and their community engagement processes on the many projects that we've been involved with for decades. I also wanted to add to, just from listening today, all the work that's being done through the city and Waterfront Toronto, the socioeconomic benefits that we're starting to see now with all the public realm that's being built out. So again, we look forward to continuing our work with Waterfront Toronto and the City of Toronto. Thanks again for your time.
And thank you again for yours. Are there other questions of this? Are there questions of this deputant on this matter, this file? Okay. Then we have, last but not least, on the deputants for today, well, second to last, because there's one more on the next item potentially, Mark Richardson, housingnowto.com. Is Mr. Richardson with us?
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
And I'm trying to share some slides, and I am unable to share my slides currently. Is that possible?
You're asking the wrong guy, but I think I see people
chat
nodding at the clerk's table, so.
That is possible. Just give us one moment and we'll give you, yes, you should have presenter rights now. You can click the share button. There we go.
There we are.
Okay. Let me see if this continues to work as expected. Okay. You see it full screen now?
No, but it's most of the screen, so.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm Mark Richardson from Housing Now TO, talking today really about putting the Quayside affordable housing component into context. We've spoken to you a number of times in the past, so you all know who we are. We're a pro bono professional services collective made up of different organizations who just try to ensure that you get the best outcomes on your affordable housing programs. We also work with Board of Trade, the U of T School of Cities, Ryerson, now Toronto Metropolitan University School of Urban Planning, and the Urban Land Institute in Washington, D.C. Since you announced your Housing Now program under this term of council, we have been tracking all of the affordable housing opportunities that you have around the city. And our map, which is free and online, now has over 97,000 visitors since we launched in January 2019. We're here today to talk about Quayside and really putting Quayside in context. What Quayside looks like today, what Quayside is going to look like in the future. And that future is sometime in the 2030s. It's a monumental change. It's like building City Place all over again. And I don't think everybody sort of understands how large a change we're talking about along that stretch of the waterfront. And it's a change that we are fully supportive of. Right now, your affordable housing math on Quayside is that there is a total of 4,300 units being proposed in the Quayside development across 12 acres, with 8 acres of them being developable. You're going to get between 800 and 875 units of affordable rental, which is 23% of the total units on that land. You're going to get another 5% of affordable ownership. That's going to be 200 units. So of the 4,300 units of housing that are being proposed for Quayside, you're going to get over 1,000 of them, almost a third of them, as some part of your affordable housing strategy. Remember those numbers. We're going to have them on this next slide too. But when we compare them to East Harbor, which is a site we talked to you about a few months ago, similarly sized site, in the same general area of the waterfront, we have 4,300 units in both the sites. We have over 1,000 units of affordable at Quayside. We only have 215 units of affordable guaranteed at East Harbor. What's the magic trick? How is that different? The magic trick is that at Quayside, you own the land. Government owns the land. At East Harbor, the land is owned by a public sector pension fund, and they act just like anybody else on Bay Street or Wall Street when it comes to getting their returns. And, we talked about these numbers. I just wanted to put them here and slightly larger so that people understand. Same size of development in both Quayside and East Harbor, a huge difference in what gets delivered as affordable rental. So we really want you to, A, exploit all the lands you own, exploit Villiers Island, exploit the Portlands, exploit every surface parking lot you have in the city. But at Quayside in particular, we were asked to participate in the Waterfront BIA's deputations around the Waterfront LRT, which was at your last meeting. And I just want to say there what we said to them at the time. When our volunteers talk about creating new transit-oriented affordable housing in Toronto, the first word in that description is always transit. Quayside, Villiers Island, and the Portlands are amazing opportunities to deliver new long-term affordable rental housing in Toronto. But those sites only make sense if all levels of government come together quickly to approve the Waterfront LRT to Cherry Street and beyond. This is the secret sauce of making Quayside work and not turning it into, a problem of access in the future. You do the LRT, you exploit your lands, you create exponentially more affordable housing than you will through inclusionary zoning type programs. I also want to briefly just speak, because this is the last time we get to speak to you in this term of council. And we heard all kinds of people speaking earlier on today from some of the more traditional residents associations. And you're going to be knocking on a lot of doors this year. There's a long history of pandering to people who say no and go slow to new housing, and particularly to new affordable housing in the city of Toronto. You're going to be in neighborhoods, you're going to be knocking on doors, you're going to hear many of the same things that are in this sign from 1969. Nuts to high-rise living, burn the model, we don't want it here, election year, thank God. And the most important one there is forget future people, think of us. You can't forget future people because they're coming whether you want them to or not. So we really, really, when you're knocking on doors in Toronto and you see signs like this in various neighborhoods, we want you to engage differently with that kind of opposition on the door. And don't nod your head and say it's okay just in order to get their vote. You have to consider the future people when you're door knocking. The very last thing we want to say, because it's our last chance to say it, and I wish we could say it in person, is a thank you, a deep, heartfelt thank you to the Deputy Mayor Anna Bailao, who is going to be leaving us and leaving her role as chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. What we've done on planning and housing, and affordable housing, and housing now, and modular housing, and modern TO would be impossible without her. Our volunteers are incredibly grateful for the work she's done over the last 4 years. We wish she was sticking around. We didn't have this kind of tearful goodbye for David Shiner when he left his role as head of planning. Whoever fills this role next time in the next term of council needs to take every lesson that Councillor Bailao provided to the rest of council. You have to go fast. You have to go hard. You have to do things that upset the neighbors in order to solve our affordable housing crisis. And thank you for your time, and we are always happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson, and thank you for those comments on our Deputy Mayor. So, are there any questions of this Deputy? Okay, then we'll move on from deputations to questions of staff.
If I could just thank Mark for his words and for all the incredible work that all those volunteers do. They're very helpful for the work that we do in housing and affordable housing. They're all volunteers, and it's a great group of people that put a lot of effort, and they're very helpful in the work that we do here in the city.
I agree.
And keep us on check, and it's great.
Always thoughtful and hold us to account. You're quite right. Thank you. I very much agreed. Okay, questions of staff on this report, the Quayside report. Seeing none, speakers. I think I think a lot of the comments we heard in the deputations are things that have been taken to heart by us, and I think find their way into the both the sentiment and the direction of the report. So we thank everybody for that. Then I'm ready to call the question on the staff recommendations, which maybe we can get Deputy Mayor Barlow to move the staff recommendations. And if we're ready for the question, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Can I just have a motion to extend? We're going to need just a few minutes past 6 just to sort of get things done here. We have two little things to do. We've got to finish the previous item and also just do one last item that's here that we have one deputation on. So motion to extend past 6 to finish the agenda. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, back to item 34.10, the Waterfront Revitalization. I understand that Councillor Ainsley is not going to move a motion at this time, so that we could just have a motion then to adopt the staff recommendations.
Yeah, I'll move adoption of staff recommendations, Mayor Tory,
Thank you.
and I have spoken with Deputy City Manager Tracy Cook, and she's told me that she will take the direction we had in the discussion in her report back in Q3 in 2023.
Thank you.
So I'm happy with that being within recommendation number 3, so I won't be moving a motion, but I will move the report before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Ainsley, the report in front of us, the staff recommendations. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so it brings us to our final item of the day, item EX 34.23, amendments to council procedures to incorporate changes to the Municipal Elections Act and the City of Toronto Act. And there's one deputant, Derek Moran.
I just want to say by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied. In doing so is fraud. God bless Her Majesty the Queen, and long live Her Majesty the Queen. And let the record show that I do not consent to the warrantless searches taking place downstairs here at Toronto City Hall. Also, let the record show that, unbelievably, Deputy Mayor Min Wong earlier today spoke of this place, shows a shameful lack of consideration for the evidence. I might bring that up again in the future, Mayor Tory. And I just want to make a quick deputation. Before he leaves, I want to appoint City Manager Chris Murray to act as the trustee for me in this matter. And before he leaves, to recommend that Josie Levita become the next City Manager. So, Mayor Tory, you may recall at the last police board meeting, I mentioned about my affidavit that Justice Kavanaugh accepted into the record and Dion Renee versus the Toronto Police Services Board, which City of Toronto lawyer Fred Fisher has a copy of. I just wanted to show what was in that also is, I compressed the picture there a little bit, but what it says is, since we're talking about municipal election time again, Premier Ford on Toronto City Council, most dysfunctional political arena in the country. He also went on to say that I promised we would get Toronto back on track. I ran on a commitment to restore accountability and trust and end their culture of waste and mismanagement in government. Because one thing every politician at every level and every region needs to remember is that we all share the same boss. We all work for the people. Now, to be fair to all of you, Premier Ford would go on to lock the people down for almost 2 years based on statutory rules that apply to a person. And as you're a member of the Law Society, Mayor Tory, right? Wink, wink. You know what I'm talking about. So one thing for, as you're amending council procedures based on the City of Toronto Act, I want to refresh City Solicitor Wendy Wahlberg and City Clerk John Elvidge's memory on a couple sections here. This is section 2. Purposes of this act. The purpose of this act is to create a framework of broad powers for the city which balances the interests of the province and the city, and which recognizes that the city must be able to do the following things in order to provide good government. Number 4 is ensure that the city is accountable to the public and that the process for making decisions is transparent. Section 212.1, the city shall adopt and maintain policies with respect to the following matters. The manner in which number 5 is the manner in which the city will try to ensure that it is accountable to the public for its actions, and the manner in which the city will try to ensure that its actions are transparent to the public. And in Black's Law Dictionary, they're up to an 11th edition now. They define transparency as openness, clarity, unobstructed access, especially to business and governmental records, lack of guile and of any attempt to hide damaging information. The word is used of financial disclosures, organizational policies and practices, lawmaking, and other activities where organizations interact with the public. Accountability, the state or quality of being answerable to somebody for something. Answer, to respond to a question. Answerable. Capable of being replied to accurately and intelligently, having a correct response. Required to explain one's actions to someone with more authority. Because really, when you think about it, you're the public servants, that the people who come and show up here to speak are the ones with more authority. Accountable, responsible for the effects of one's actions and willing to explain or be criticized for them. Liable to be called upon to explain one's fulfillment of a duty or execution of a trust. You may recall last time I was here, Mayor Tory, I spoke a lot about case law regarding the City of Toronto being a trust, council members being trustees. Explainable, capable of being accounted for. Sadly, Premier Ford's lawyers never got a chance to tell the Supreme Court of Canada that the corporation of the City of Toronto operating as John Tory is so dysfunctional, is so incompetent, that they don't even know what the legal definitions of these words mean. If they did, they wouldn't continue spreading disinformation throughout the public that come here to speak that we can't ask questions at these meetings. Because I want to point out something that Jennifer Pagliaro tweeted out about something City Manager Chris Murray said. Murray says senior members of the public service should expect to see their names in print and be held to account, fact check, true. Murray, in that answer, also says the public service can't build trust if they're seen to be politicized, says he tells his employees to present something as if they had to defend it in front of a judge or tribunal. And if you guys would love to see me go up against your City of Toronto lawyer, Fred Fisher, one day in a court of equity on where exactly it says that members of the public can't ask questions at these meetings, I'd be willing to spend that $220 out of pocket, no problem. And you gave Mark Richardson an extra 2 minutes, but I'll just take an extra 32.
You gave us back 25 seconds, is that what you did? 5:39, that's, yeah, okay, no, that's right, 39 extra seconds, okay, well, that's fair. Thank you very much, Derek. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, any questions of staff? Anybody wishing to speak to this matter? Okay, well then I will ask that we, that somebody moves. Hang on one second, I'm sorry. The staff recommendations, all those in favor? Moved by Councillor Pasternak, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I believe that completes our business for the day. Anybody have any other business to raise? All right, the meeting is concluded with thanks to everybody.
Thanks, everybody, and the clerks. Thank you.
It's thanks to the staff very much, all the staff.
Last meeting of the term.